Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council, the special strategic planning session meeting, to order. Would you all stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Ms. Riska. Can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. Sarowski? Mrs. Koski?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Present.
Mr. Yanis?
Here.
And Mrs. Yarko?
Present.
Thank you, Council. Can we please have approval of the agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Just by way of brief introduction, Mayor Pro Tem Liz Sarowski is not going to be joining us today due to some unforeseen circumstances that happened in her work life, and she regrets that she's not going to be able to be here, but she will be following along with the presentation from her office as best that she can. This is the first time that I can ever remember the city has done something like this for a city council meeting. We have a full agenda all day today, and we appreciate all of the staff who went into, who have come into this meeting this morning and will be participating in all the presentations and the extensive backup material that we were given for these very important issues. So we're going to be strapped in for a full day here, and we're looking forward to it. So with that, Mark, I'll turn it over to you. Our City Manager, Mark Vanderpool, any report this morning, Mr. Vanderpool?
Mayor, no, not in particular, but if you'd like, I can jump right into the strategic planning.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. First, I wanted to provide just a little bit of background for this rather unusual format for strategic planning. As the mayor said, this is the first time, certainly in modern history, that we've gone through this sort of structure for strategic planning. And the reason is because of the highly unusual year we just came off of. We haven't been able to tend to some of the more normal business because of the crisis at hand. So some of the items that we're discussing today in the past might have been considered under a more normal course, but that wasn't possible this past year. So we had a few items that kind of piled up. And thus we thought it was important that we address them during strategic planning. And considering the number of presentations that you're going to hear today, there's simply no way we could have done that under the normal format, which is an evening strategic planning session. So with that in mind, let me just run through the agenda items that you're going to hear today. First, we're going to start out the morning talking about the need for more resources, and that relates to human resources as we think about some of the significant objectives that we have forthcoming, major projects on the horizon, and so on. So we're going to spend some significant time talking about that. And then there is going to be an opportunity for community feedback. Of course, with weather conditions, we might not have much public participation, but nevertheless, there is an opportunity for the community to comment after each presentation. Once we finish talking about the human resource presentation, we're going to segue into a major initiative under our sustainability plan, and that concerns recycling. There again, we'll have time for public comment under that. We're going to then have a discussion about our significant economic development initiatives underway, most specifically the Band Dyke Corridor, the North Band Dyke Corridor, so from 18.5 to M59. Then we'll have a lunch break, about a half hour for a lunch break. And then we're going to, in the early afternoon, talk about the need for voting reform in the state of Michigan and how Sterling Heights can play a leading role there. And then we're going to have some significant discussion on the results of the city's water rate study. And again, we'll have a chance for public comment on that. And we'll have a break around 3:35. And then we'll conclude with 2 additional agenda items. And that is a discussion about our community survey. We do those every few years. And the time is appropriate now that we conduct another survey over the summer months. And then we'll conclude by talking about the need to begin thinking about our Visioning 2040 plan. Believe it or not, we're inching closer to that update. And then from 5 to 6 p.m., we're going to have a general discussion for any items that we weren't able to cover on the agenda that the City Council may have or the general public. So that is sort of the run of show for today. We also do have a break at 10:35, then lunch, then a break in the afternoon. So we're going to start out talking, as I mentioned, about the need for additional human resources, and our Assistant City Manager is going to kick off that presentation. And you'll note as we get into all the presentations, they're all centered on the need for continuous improvement. That's a guiding principle of all that we stand for moving forward under our Visioning 2030 plan. So, Mayor, with that in mind, I'm happy to introduce our Assistant City Manager, Jeff Bahorsky.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, and good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. I believe it is entirely appropriate to be leading off Strategic Planning 2021 with a presentation on the need for personnel, because it's my strong conviction that regardless of how brilliant the strategy, the city's vision cannot be realized without sufficient numbers of talented employees. In Good to Great, one of the all-time best-selling books on corporate management, author James Collins makes this critical point when he wrote, "Great vision without great people is irrelevant." As you hear the presentations this morning and the discussion on strategy and vision, please keep these words in mind. Now, we have great people, but the question for the day is, do we have enough great people to make our shared vision for Sterling Heights a reality? So how did we get here? Let's talk history. Since its incorporation in 1968, the City of Sterling Heights has embraced and implemented a lean staffing model across the municipal organization. This model relies on the following key ingredients: recruiting, hiring, and retaining the best available talent, compensate that talent at above market rates, and demand productivity and high performance levels. Now, by most metrics, this lean staffing model has been a proven success. For example, the Sterling Heights Police and Fire Departments, the 2 largest in terms of personnel, are held in high esteem by the city's businesses and residents. These high-performing full-service departments have been recognized for creating a safe city and garnered national, state, and local awards for outstanding public service in their respective fields. Now, the fact that this level of performance is achieved with lean staffing is a testament to our police officers. General employees have also been integral to the success of the lean staffing model. At even lower per capita numbers, general employees have created and maintained a culture of excellence in municipal governance. This is best exemplified with the implementation of the 2030 Visioning Plan, which has served to transform Sterling Heights. Some examples: recreating recreation, Band Dyke and Mound Road reconstruction, and the recent renovation of city facilities are just 3 examples of the innovative initiatives undertaken by the city's general employees. And I believe they changed the trajectory of Sterling Heights for the next 50 years. Now, despite this record of success, it is entirely appropriate and necessary for continuous improvement to evaluate whether this success is sustainable under current levels of manpower. As this graph illustrates, this is taken from the 2020-2021 budget, the city remains a perilously lean organization in 2021 with a mere 3.7 full-time employees per 1,000 residents, well below our benchmark comparable municipalities. Now, this lean model is optimal from a financial perspective, but it does have inherent deficiencies when it comes to operational productivity. This is exemplified by the next slide that illustrates the historical trend in city staffing since 2002. While the precipitous decline in full-time employees between 2002 and 2021 is largely attributable to the Great Recession, this graph evidences an undeniable trend of having fewer full-time employees to deliver essential public services. In the midst of the Great Recession, the reduction in full-time employees was necessary and financially prudent. However, in 2021, it represents a significant operational challenge based on a number of factors. Those factors include population growth. Despite growing significantly since 2001, there are now far fewer full-time employees in 2021 to meet the increased demands of a larger city population. Simply put, we have more customers. Enhanced public services. As previously noted, the city's implementation of the 2030 Visioning Strategic Plan has dramatically altered how the city interacts with its businesses and residents and materially changed expectations. The city's long-term mantra of being a low taxes place to live no longer has resonance in the era of placemaking. The last factor is social media. Municipal government is not immune from the impact of social media, which has dramatically increased the pace of interaction between the city and its businesses and residents. The expectation of an appropriate response to a request for assistance or information has been altered based on the immediacy of social media interactions. Now, this next slide provides a more specific representation by department of how staffing has been impacted by the overall decline in manpower from 2002 to 2021. A particular note are the dramatic declines in general employee manpower, ranging from a 22% decrease in full-time DPW employees to a 50% decrease in full-time employees working in community relations. The inescapable conclusion from this historical trend is that the city has dramatically reduced full-time personnel over the past 20 years, without a corresponding reduction in the level of public services being delivered. In fact, the city has recently undertaken many significant initiatives that have greatly benefited the community, and there's a strong desire to do more. However, there must be a recognition that certain departments are in desperate need of human resources in the form of more full-time employees to competently discharge the core functions. Now, if this need is not met, the effectiveness of the city to discharge its most basic of functions will be compromised, and service will not meet the expectations of our residents and businesses. Now, cognizant of the stresses that inadequate staffing place on organizational performance, city management undertook a comprehensive manpower analysis of the police department, the fire department, and general employees. GovHR USA, a consulting firm based in Illinois, was engaged to conduct a manpower study of the police department. The Matrix Consulting Group undertook a similar manpower study of the fire department. And for general employees, each department director was charged with analyzing manpower in light of their respective 5-year strategic plans. In recognition of the significant financial limitations that preclude meeting all of the manpower needs presented, city management undertook a thorough review of the studies produced in order to develop a recommendation for city council that not only addresses the most pressing manpower needs in the organization, but also is financially responsible. This process yielded a recommendation to fund and hire 16 new general employee full-time positions in the following departments. So in city administration, we're proposing this morning 8 new full-time positions distributed as follows. You're asking for 1 human resources coordinator added to the human resources division of city management. Now this person will focus on employee recruitment, hiring, and retention with a particular emphasis on continuing to diversify the workforce. We are proposing 1 clerical position be added to the office of the city clerk with an emphasis on records management and retention. There is 1 position to proposed for the information technology office. It'll be a specialist added to focus on meeting the technology needs of the police and fire departments, which are tremendous. We're also proposing 1 certified assessor be added to the Office of Assessing to meet the increasing workload of this revenue-generating office. We're proposing 1 accounting manager and 1 senior account clerk to be added to the Office of Financial Services to enhance the technical needs and productivity within this critical financial function. And last, we're looking for 2 account clerks dedicated to billing and collection of water bills as the city transitions to monthly billing. Now, this next slide shows the proposal for the Department of Public Works, and we are proposing 4 additional full-time positions as follows. 1 environmental safety supervisor to focus on regulatory compliance, departmental safety, employee training, and a specific emphasis on sustainability within the recycling and tree preservation initiatives. We'd like to add 1 entry-level supervisor to coordinate the residential meter replacement program over a 3-year implementation schedule. It's a monumental undertaking. We would also like to add 1 entry-level laborer position to facilitate the filling of a vacancy created by a new meter installer position needed to implement the aforementioned meter replacement program. And last, for DPW, we'd like to add 1 administrative assistant to increase the capacity and productivity in the staff that supports DPW operations. Now, shifting to city development, we're proposing 2 new full-time positions distributed as follows. 1 civil engineer entry-level position to bolster the capacity and productivity of the engineering office as more senior personnel promote into higher job classifications. There's also a need for 1 planner entry-level position to add capacity to the office of planning that is currently woefully understaffed and in critical need of manpower to meet both current and anticipated future workloads. Community relations, we're proposing 1 new marketing and communications manager to create, produce, and sustain content geared to promoting the city and its myriad events, services, and programs, and to upgrade all communication platforms, especially the city's website. And lastly, in the district court, we're proposing to separate the current court administrator and magistrate position. Now that's a dual position, and hire a court administrator. Now this is the prior years we had separate positions. They were joined together in a dual role, and the time has come to add administrative resources by adding back the court administrator position. So at this time, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have Chief Wojciechowski present his recommendations for new officers for the Sterling Heights Police Department.
Members of Council, Mayor Taylor, Mr. Vanderpool, I'm going to go over today our staffing study that was conducted by GovHR in 2020 and talk a little bit about their findings and a little bit about the police department, our operating model and where we've been, a little bit of history, a little where we're going, and some proposals from the police department. A little bit of our history. In 2002, we had 173 sworn police officers. Then in 2017, we dropped down to 149. So again, as Mr. Bohorski talked about, a significant decrease in the number of officers. Some of that can be explained. We had 24 positions reduced during that time. And again, the economic recession, as you all remember, which officially ran from 2007 to 2009, caused a lot of chaos at the city, across the country. We just simply had to reduce staff. And a couple ways we did that was privatizing our jail. We used to have 2 police officers work in our jail 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That was replaced by G4S security. That was 10 officers we lost that did not have to fill because of privatizing our jail. We also moved our dispatch facility from Sterling Heights to Macomb County, their Comtech building, in a regional dispatch model, and we lost a sergeant to that position. We also got rid of our community policing programs. The DARE program, at one point we had 4 officers that did nothing but teach school programs, community outreach, and engagement. That's what we did. Those are all gone, which we've replaced a couple of those spots over the last few years, in large part thanks to you. 2018, we gained a couple police officers, and as you remember, all of you were here for this day, our press conference. We added 2 new school resource officers, one at Henry Ford High School and one for Stevenson. It was the first gaining of bodies in years, so I thank council for that and approving that, and now all 3 of our large regional high schools have their own dedicated police officer, which I think is fantastic. 2019, we also gained another police position here. Again, thanks to your approval, we added an officer to the Phantom, the Macomb County Drug Unit, that's run through the DEA. That was a brand new unit that Warren and Sterling Heights worked on to create. And that also allowed us to create a position called Community Services Bureau. Again, like I said, we had nobody assigned to any school programs, any community programs, 0 officers. So we have 1 person now, Sergeant Susala, which you know is a one-man bureau. He does it all. He does all of our social media, all of our resident engagement, outreach programs. He's in charge of our core officers, the CERT team, the COPS program. One guy does it all. So he is our Community Services Bureau, and he does a great job at it. So what is the right number of police officers? I get asked this all the time, and some of you council members have asked me this, how many should we have? And a lot of times people ask, how many officers per 1,000 residents do you have? It's a common number that people use. There's also minimum manning levels where the city says, well, we need this many officers at a minimum to properly, police the city. And then there's also a budget model that says, hey, the city's only giving me X amount of dollars. This is all you can afford. That's all you get. And the last one is workload based, which means how busy are you and how many police officers do you need to handle those police runs? So there's 4 different ways to look at this. And that top one, staffing per 1,000 residents, this is so common. We hear this all the time. We are 1.1 officers per 1,000 residents here in Sterling Heights. If you look at the slide, you can kind of see some of the cities around us and where they're at per 1,000 residents. Warren has 1.45 officers per 1,000 residents. And you say, well, let's just move up a little bit to Warren. We can be like Warren. If I moved up to be like Warren, we'd have to hire 40 police officers. It's not going to happen. It's not in the budget. It's not practical. I know that. So even though it's such a small change in numbers, it is a significant number of bodies. And in Troy, they have 1.2 officers per 1,000 residents. We'd have to hire 6 police officers. Shelby actually has just below 1 officer per 1,000. That would mean a decrease of 33 officers. Dearborn has 2 officers per 1,000. That's 113 additional officers, just to give you some idea of scale. And if we were Detroit, we would need 3.5 officers per 1,000 residents. We'd have to hire 310 additional police officers. Now, obviously, as you know, Detroit, their volume of calls, significant, serious calls are catastrophic compared to ours. So that is why the numbers are so drastically higher, especially in large urban cities with a lot of significant police runs. And then the 4th model we talked about, that workload-based model. This is what experts say you should really concentrate on. How busy is the city and how many police officers you need to handle those calls for service? And we look at 911 calls, you look at the severity of the calls, what kind of calls you're going to, and there's a 60% rule. The 60% rule says, are 60% of your sworn officers assigned to the road? And they are in Sterling Heights. About 66% of our officers are assigned to road functions. They're actually out there in police cars. So we easily pass that bar. Believe it or not, there's a lot of cities where so many people are stuck in administrative desk jobs, and the first thing when a consultant comes through is they say, get these guys out of a desk spot and put them in a patrol car. We've done that. Most of our guys are in a patrol car. And the other 60% rule states, are your guys busy 60% of the day, which means our officers work 10 hours a day. Are they on police runs 6 hours? Are they doing some kind of official police business 6 hours out of 10 hours? If they are on average, that means you're probably too busy. Because once you approach that 60% level of being busy, the idea is you no longer start looking for proactive stuff, because going behind that business, hanging out at that commercial area, looking for the suspicious car, you're not going to do that because you know the second you clear, the second you're done with the run you're on, dispatch is going to send you another run. So you know what you do? You don't do proactive police work. You just wait for the next run. It comes out 5 minutes later. When officers go from run to run to run, you know what doesn't happen is them driving around subdivisions behind commercial centers because they're busy. That's just the way police work works. And then obviously community needs have to be taken into consideration, and we've done some community surveys. We'll talk about that. So GovHR was contacted. We did this manpower study. Every single bureau was interviewed. I think we did 30-something interviews with GovHR. They came in from Illinois to the police department for almost 2 days. We did a lot of interviews with our staff. We provided them thousands of documents, all of our 911 calls, police response times, shift assignments, workload distributions. We gave them everything. And then we also gave them the community survey that we did here in Sterling Heights to kind of let them know what the community thinks of our police department, and they came up with some findings. Well, the community policing, the last one we did in 2017, was great for the police department. And we talked about public safety services that should receive the most emphasis. They said city emphasized the next 2 years are 1, the visibility of police in neighborhoods is what they cited in the survey. And 2 was the city's efforts to prevent crime. And 3, visibility of police in retail areas. And I agree with all that. Everyone loves to see a police officer drive through their neighborhood. Everyone wants to make sure that there's less crime in their city. And in those commercial areas, I couldn't agree more. And as the police chief here, what I've seen in the last few years is our retail areas really needing more and more police enforcement. And maybe as brick and mortar goes by the way because of people shopping online and just stores closing, sometimes you get people moving into those retail areas that should not be operating a business. And sometimes it's illegal or they're doing illegal things there, and we end up having to police that. So we're seeing more and more of that as time goes on. And the last thing in our community survey, perceptions of safety, 93% of respondents felt very safe in their neighborhood during the day, and 83% felt safe in commercial areas. So most everyone in the city felt completely safe in their neighborhoods because, rightfully so, Sterling Heights is really safe. We have a very low crime rate. We do really well. Our neighbors look out for each other, but a little bit less confident in those commercial areas. 83% felt safe. So the manpower study results, we had 6 different things that they looked at. 6 different items came out of that entire manpower study. 1 was a new deputy chief position could be added. 2 was the additional traffic officers or overtime speed enforcement. The 3rd thing was combining our narcotics unit and our surveillance unit into 1 bigger unit and adding a couple of officers. And then number 4 was increasing the amount of overtime to do community policing. Like I said, I have 1 person that does community policing, and everything else from our core program to smart moves, that's all officers working overtime. That's how we're doing it. We don't have officers dedicated to any of those programs, so we use road officers working on their day off to do these programs. The 5th thing was converting your part-time animal control officer to full-time, and the last one was increasing the civilian staff in our records bureau. Let's look at the first one, our new deputy chief position. This is complicated because we'd have to go into the contract. We don't have this rank. We don't have these rules. The consultant suggested that it be an exempt position, which means that the person is no longer in the command officers union. They would be in the directors union, like the police chief is, like the fire chief is. So you'd be removed from the union, which means you have no alliance to any of those unions. And I think that's inappropriate because deputy chiefs in most departments handle discipline and some of those sticky issues. So to be in the same union as the people you're trying to discipline would not work. So this would have to be a position that leaves the COA, which could be troublesome. And possibly even hiring someone from the outside. That could be in the language, someone that's not even a Sterling Heights police officer. Those are all things the consultant suggested. But again, those have to be bargaining issues with the COA because this language, just like the police chief language, is technically in the command officer's contract. How you select the police chief is in the COA contract. So if you have language about a deputy chief, I'm sure that would have to also be in the command officer's contract. Their contract expires June of 2022, and if we were going to go this route, I think we'd have to figure out the language and get that into their contract so we knew how to select this position. But again, before I moved on this, I would much rather have police officers on the road before this position was filled. Number two, additional overtime or traffic officers. As city council members, you know one of your most common complaints are speeding cars down my street. I know this because that's my most frequent complaint in the city. I get them all the time. And right now we have a great traffic safety bureau. We're one of the few cities that have a really full-time dedicated staff of traffic safety officers, and we do unbelievable work with our drone now that takes aerial images of serious and fatal car crashes. We just got a brand new laser scanner, so we're going to laser scan these crash scenes. Our officers are well trained. They are out there, but unfortunately with hundreds of miles of city roadway, there is no way we can be on everyone's street writing tickets every single day. Just, it's not going to happen. But if we have those troubled streets, you could have overtime details to put more officers out there or add more police officers to the payroll and actually expand the size of the traffic unit. Those are difficult decisions. Again, it requires money. If you want more people on streets writing tickets, taking care of the speeding issue, it's going to require either overtime or bodies. The third thing, combining our crime suppression unit, which is narcotics, with our surveillance unit, and then adding a couple officers. That sounds great, but our narcotics and surveillance teams already work well together. When we have a serious incident, narcotics and surveillance, there are plainclothes units. They already team up and they go and handle stuff. When we had the drive-by shooting just recently of a house a few weeks ago, that night, they were all working together. Any serious incident that happens, they all show up, they work together, and they spread out and they take care of what they need to do. So they already work together. I don't think that's really necessary. And they have two different missions. The narcotics guys buy drugs and they arrest drug dealers. That's what they do. Surveillance guys, they pick up guys that are wanted on crimes, people that broke into a house, have been stealing out of cars. They find that guy, they sit on him, and they wait for him to move, and then they pull him over and arrest him. Two totally different jobs. So to combining them, it doesn't really do me much good. The fourth issue on the manpower, again, increasing overtime for our community services, which I totally believe in. If 2020 showed us anything, is that our residents, this country, our city, our state are demanding more engagements with their residents. You know, less of that heavy-handed police approach and more of us being part of that community, which is community engagement. We already do outstanding with what we have here in Sterling Heights. Our core program, which has really taken on a life of its own, our core officers, as you know, every single time one of you as council people have a problem, we send a core officer, specially trained officer that handles those really difficult neighbor troubles, and they do a great job at that. But again, those are just regular officers that took on an additional duty with no additional pay, but it works. Our Smart Moves program, we're in 19 elementary schools, and we do that program every year. 1,500 kids graduate. Again, no extra bodies, all done with overtime. Our comeback quick response team, we were the pilot project for the entire state of Michigan. People overdosing on drugs, we now make a house visit with a police officer, caseworker, peer recovery coach, and we get people off of drugs. And if you get someone off of drugs, you reduce crime, recidivism, and this is what happens. And this is what the Comeback KRT program does, and it's worked extremely well for us. Again, that's another officer taking on an additional duty with overtime. It's not an extra body. And then increase in city park patrols, especially in the summer months. Our parks have expanded. They're beautiful, gorgeous. Our trail systems, our buildings. And then people say, why isn't there more police officers in the park? Well, it takes extra bodies. If you want a cop on a bicycle pedaling around the parks through the summer months, I don't have extra cops to put on. I'd have to pull them off the road, assign them to a bike, and then I have one less officer on the road. So again, either more bodies or more overtime for community policing. The part-time animal control officer moved to full-time. We worked with Jennifer Varney in finance, and at this point, we're going to keep that position part-time. It just makes financial sense to do it. The only problem is with part-time employees, a lot of times those employees are temporary. They're looking for full-time employment and they leave. And in this case, we lost our part-time employee. He actually left for Oakland County Sheriff to do a full-time animal control position. So that's the only danger with any part-time position is the temporary nature of the job and people looking for a full-time employment. Increased civilian record staff and trying to increase what we do. Our record staff is phenomenal, and we did the staff study right around the time COVID was just starting, and what we had to do in records is we had to offer more online services. Everyone now demands, like, well, can't I just click a link? Can't I just do that online? No one wants to come anywhere and do anything in person. Our record staff responded to this, and during COVID, some of the stuff we never did online, sex offender registries and gun registration, FOIA requests, all these little things that we preferred people to come in, submit a piece of paper, see someone at a window. We now say, you know what, send us an email, we can do this all digitally, which is awesome. So we do so many more things online, digitally, which is definitely a service, an improvement for our residents. It streamlines things, and so that was the unexpected benefit of COVID, is forcing people to think outside the box and do things online, which we are now. So I think at this point, we don't really need extra staff. And they've done a great job moving some of these functions to an online platform. The manpower proposal that I have, what I would like is the chief, you asked me, well, chief, what would you want if we gave you bodies? What does the city need? And my first answer would be a directed patrol unit. And a directed patrol, and just so you know, it would be 4 officers and a sergeant. They would wear a uniform. They would drive in a marked car, or a semi-marked car, but they'd be in uniform, and they would be on the road, preferably at night, and they'd be working maybe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, and they would be driving around the city where we've had documented crimes. Cars broken into, houses broken into, plazas, businesses that have been doing illegal things. We know where the crime is. I send those 4 officers. They're not assigned road runs. They don't get dispatch runs. They literally go and sit in that area where we've had the crime, and they catch the bad guy. So basically, picture you have a little fires going off in the city. Wherever the fires are in the city, you send these 4 officers and their boss to that area, and you have them put out the fire. That's directed patrol. They get directed to exactly where to patrol. And right now, we don't have that. So if there's an area that's having problems, what we tell is our officers, hey, this subdivision is experiencing break-ins of cars. So what happens is that officer in between runs says, I'm going to go back to this area, sit there with my lights off and see if someone suspiciously drives down the street. They just add that to their normal patrol day. But if they get busy on a run or an arrest, they're gone for hours. There might be nobody in that area for 2 hours. So there is nobody. So directed patrol goes to those areas where the crime is occurring. And I think if there's one thing that I could use in Sterling Heights to really make a dent, and I've talked to the city manager about this many times, about how to move the needle. You know, just to give me bodies doesn't do any good without a plan. So to move the needle, reduce crime, and make it safer for our residents, a directed patrol unit, to me, it checks off all the boxes. Neighborhoods are safer, commercial areas would be safer, and these directed patrol officers could also do speed enforcement too. So if there's an area experiencing a lot of speeding and traffic concerns, they could sit on that street and write tickets. They could do it all. That's why I love the idea of a directed patrol unit. The addition of 2 full-time community police officers, we talked about this. Right now, we do this on a very reduced budget. We have 1 sergeant. I would love to get 2 officers that did nothing but community services again, where we had the 3 at sometimes 4 DARE officers back in the day. These officers would teach full-time the Smart Moves program in all 19 elementary schools. They would be involved in the QRT, the Comeback Drug Overdose program. They would also reach out and do middle school programs and high school programs, which right now we really don't do because I have no staff to do programming at those levels. They would also help organize large community events like National Night Out and work with the core officers. Still keep our core officers embedded, but they could do additional functions and programming with our core officers. And in the summer months, these 2 community service officers would be assigned to our parks on bicycle patrol and be highly visible in our parks. So again, having 2 full-time community police officers would be fantastic. Would love to have that on my wish list. So funding issues, obviously, these are great, but how do you pay for all this? And as council, you know that's a difficult question. There is a couple options, and one of them is the closure of our detention facility. If I had to pay for the bulk of these officers, this is really the only way I could do it, would be to close our jail and have our jail services move to Macomb County Sheriff's Department. Because right now, we could close our jail, and then anyone we arrest, we would literally drive them to the Macomb County Sheriff's Department. They open up the garage door, we turn them in, they book and process some, and then we drive back. So if we did that, we could get rid of our contract with G4S Security. G4S runs our jail, 2 security officers and a manager during the day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. That costs us over $600,000 a year for that security contract. So we would get rid of that security contract, and that money saved would pay for some of these additional positions. There's a lot of questions though. It's not so simple as just closing the jail. We're a large organization. We do make a lot of arrests. I just had a meeting with the 41A judges yesterday, or 2 days yesterday, and we talked to, actually it was on Friday, Friday we had a meeting about logistics, about closing our jail, and they had 20 different questions about arraignments, video arraignments, and squeezing people in before the close of business, and bond money, and paper, a litany of questions. There's a bunch of new laws that are on the book that are coming down about how the court has to operate, how fast you have to process somebody, how quickly you have to have an arraignment. So some of this stuff takes effect in April, some of this stuff takes effect in October. So they're just making sure that if we did this and we went to the county, could you work out a program that would make sure the court could also operate? So they had a lot of questions. They didn't say it was impossible. They just wanted to make sure that we had answers before we move forward. And I totally agree with that. Again, we're in the planning stages of whether or not we can make this happen. Even our detective bureau, them with interviewing and interrogation, they have interrogation interview rooms at the county. We could do that are recorded. So all of these little things would have to be figured out. We've already met with the sheriff and the captain that runs the jail. They absolutely said they could handle our jail people and there would be no issue at all. They would do the fingerprinting, the mug shots, and all the booking and processing. But it's all those little things in the background, the logistics of whether or not that would work. There's another big savings to the city, and that's liability. When you run a detention facility, if someone dies in your jail, the city is going to cut a really, really big check. So you move the liability from the city and that detention facility to the county. And yes, we've had prisoners attempt suicide probably a couple times a year. They'll get a shoestring or a piece of a t-shirt, wrap it around their neck. They'll try to hang themselves from the side of a bed. We've had that happen many times. People high, intoxicated, falling, smashing, hitting their head on their metal toilet, brick walls. We've never had anyone die in our jail, but again, that liability protection is huge. And the third thing, as far as the funding of these new positions, would be our direct control. Again, if we brought on those 4 officers with a sergeant, and like I said before, some of their duties would be to take care of speeding issues in residential areas, and again, that would generate revenue as well to further offset some of these costs for these positions. And that's all I have. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Jennifer Varney now.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. While we all can probably agree on the need for additional manpower, employees are expensive. Seen here in what is hopefully a familiar graph used during the budget process, personnel expenditures make up the largest portion of the general fund budget, almost 3/4 or 73%. Although over the past several years we have successfully built up our fund balance to a comfortable level, there is not enough room in the current budget to absorb the cost of hiring the proposed employees. Due to the COVID crisis, the current budget included a small use of fund balance, and I expect next year's budget may also necessitate a small use in order to keep our current services. Therefore, the only real option to fund these positions is through a tax increase, a water and sewer rate increase, and a decrease in operating costs. For the 12 general fund positions, a small increase of 1/4 mil is proposed. This would cost the average homeowner approximately $20 per year and would use only a portion of our available Headley cushion. For the 4 water and sewer positions, a small rate increase would be required and would cost the average household only about $5.50 per year. And finally, the 7 police positions would be funded through the savings from the jail and in closing the jail and the increased fines from the directed patrol unit. And now I will turn it back over to Mr. Bohorsky for conclusion.
Thank you, Jennifer. Excuse me. So I think it's safe to say that the city is at a critical juncture in its implementation of the 2030 Visioning Plan. No doubt, the positive benefits from this transformational effort are tangible, but they're tenuous. The city cannot realize its vision of being an inclusive community for residents and businesses that is safe, active, progressive, and distinctive unless there are sufficient resources most important of which is personnel to successfully implement the key programs and initiatives to make this vision a reality. It is a recommendation, and I'll say a strong recommendation of city management to endorse the plan for additional manpower as presented this morning. It's absolutely critical to sustaining the success that has made Sterling Heights a leader amongst Michigan municipalities. This concludes our presentation, Mr. Mayor, and we welcome any questions that the council may have at this time.
And Mayor, if I could just interject a point, because council probably noticed the one department we didn't focus any attention on in this presentation is the fire department. As you know, the Matrix Group, as was highlighted, conducted a comprehensive manpower study for the fire department. And thankfully, the City Council has approved through the recent budget amendment the hiring of 6 additional firefighter paramedics that will fully staff the 5th ambulance. Now, the Matrix Group in total indicated that 24 additional firefighters would be needed. With this 6 that are being hired, that takes it down to 18. So the reality is we feel in the fire department for the next year or so, we're adequately staffed. However, we're going to need a strong focus and collaborative effort with the senior facilities. We have about 27 of them in the city where we have an inordinate amount of runs every day to those centers to figure out how we can possibly continue that run volume with some sort of funding mechanism from those centers to support the hiring of additional firefighters and some other creative ideas. So I just wanted to highlight the fire department was not forgotten for the public. In fact, the council has dedicated more resources to them. And also the interim fire chief is here for any questions as well. So that concludes that part of our first presentation. And now, Mayor, it's appropriate for any community comment and, of course, feedback from City Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, for each of these items. We will go out to the public to the extent that there's anyone here that would like to speak. Looks like we have only city employees right now, so we'll pass on that and jump into comments from City Council. We have budgeted about an hour of time here to discuss what we've had presented to us, and I think for our purposes today, we should try to keep it close to what we would normally do in deliberations, but if there are multiple rounds of questioning and things that come up in your mind from other council members, I think we can have a lot of leeway here in terms of how many different times we talk today. I don't think we're necessarily going to be debating amongst ourselves. So in terms of how the meeting's going to be conducted, I want to just have an open conversation as best we can. So unless anybody objects to that, that's how I think we'll try to proceed. So I'll open it up to the council. Is there anyone who'd like to go first on any of these issues regarding manpower? Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'll go first because I know you'll give me a second chance if I want it. First of all, everybody knows this is my favorite meeting of the year, and making it longer and all day, you're really making me just happier. And the reason I say that is because today is a chance for it's the possibilities. We know that maybe not everything that we want is going to happen, but the fact that we can think about it, that we have a goal, it makes it possible. So that's why I love this meeting. We've discussed staffing levels before Safe Streets millage was passed, because I do remember sitting in Mr. Vanderpool's office saying that, you know, as things were getting better after the decline in the economy, that we needed to start adding more people. And we've all been aware that it's, you know, it has to happen at some point. So I really thought that this was, or that Chief Wojciechowski certainly took the results of the manpower study, but actually then said, this is what, you know, was recommended. But in looking at this, this is what I think is needed. So I think a lot of thought went into that. And it will be interesting to see if we decide to close the jail, what effect that will have, not just, and for you to bring up the fact that the courts had already talked to you about this, we look at it where, you know, you're going to make this move, but there might be 2 or 3 other places that you have to look in order to accomplish that because it affects somebody else. So I really did appreciate the way you outlined everything for us. And really, for right now, I'm not going to make any comments on how we would pay for this right now. So I have nothing further. I thought the presentation was, well, like I said, this is my favorite meeting of the year.
Thank you, Ms.
Nothing further.
Council, anyone else? Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just have a couple comments. I guess I'll call up through the chair, the police chief, please. I thought it was a great presentation. It's something that I've stressed for a long time. I want to add headcount to the city because I believe that while we do very well in our lean model, there are obviously staffing holes. So I guess the first question I have is, I like your plans for directed patrol. I see that we need some help in the community. Is it Community Services Bureau, you call it?
Yes,
Chief?
yep. Does all the public outreach programs.
But my question is, do these people who help in that department need to be sworn officers? I guess because if they're teaching kids and doing things, they're not really doing police work as we know it. And as you know, a sworn officer costs the city a lot more than a unsworn personnel.
Yeah, so the power becomes, you know, as a guy that taught the DARE program for years, I worked in, 13 different elementary schools. When you walk in this uniform into a classroom with elementary kids, they listen to every single thing you say. You are hopefully their hero. You're someone they look up to. The uniform has power. It has power when you teach little kids, middle school kids, even high school kids. They maybe pretend like it doesn't. When you show up in that uniform, it demands respect. Your words have more weight. And I absolutely believe, because I did it for years, when I talked to those kids about the dangers of smoking and drinking and drugs and making bad decisions with friends, they looked at me with those eyes like, wow. Unlike my own children, when they look at me, they always think I'm lying to them. When I taught these elementary kids, they I think, believed me. And I think that comes with the power of being in uniform.
To go along with that, the new directed patrol, would we have to purchase new police cars to staff that unit?
Yeah, so we would probably need 3 additional cars to staff the directed patrol unit.
Can you tell me how much overtime do we use on the community services that we currently go out, including the Smart Moves program and I know our core model, which we fund through overtime, I assume?
Yeah, that would be a difficult question. With every event and function we do, even the meetings with the CERT program guys once a month, the COPS people, the QRT team, those guys, that's 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it's at least 3 hours overtime each of those days. Every single date of Smart Moves is overtime for an officer. I'd have to add that all up, Councilman Radke. To give you
that's fine. I don't need it today, but I'm just curious. I assume you have an overtime budget that you have for these roles.
Yeah, we do. And so the answer, if you want to cut to the chase, it would be cheaper to just have it be paying overtime. It always is cheaper just to pay someone overtime than adding new bodies. So if that answers your question, 100%. Just keep these guys doing 2 or 3 functions and just pay them overtime on their day off. But there's problems when you do that as well.
Of course. Would you be willing to get to the city manager for our perusal, how much we spend on average putting these programs outside through the overtime? I'd just like to know how much we're actually putting into it.
Yep.
The one comment I would have is that I think a deputy chief is a necessity in your organization. I'm shocked that we don't have it. I don't know if we can fit it into our budgeting plans at this moment, but I urge you to really push the command staff to embrace the deputy chief model. We have one in the fire department. I think it's a boon to the organization. Why we don't have one in the PD befuddles me. I think that's something that you should really push toward. Also, it's something that is most important. And the way I rank the proposals that you've brought to us today, I think the directed patrol is a necessity. Number one complaint I receive from residents is that they don't see not only cops in their neighborhoods, but they also don't speeding, little things. Those are quality of life crimes, I guess you could say, that I think a little bit more of a directed patrol could help prevent, including everything from breaking into cars to speeding to fireworks to all the other silly stuff that I'm sure occupies a lot of your thought space, but not a lot of the serious crime space here in Sterling Heights. So that directed patrol, I think, is necessary. I think that the Community Service Bureau probably needs another officer at least. 2, I'll leave it to Mr. Vanderpool to decide what's the best way to staff it, but I think that clearly Aaron Tasala is a one-man band. He's doing an amazing job, but it's difficult. That's all I have. Oh, one more thing, Chief, I'm sorry. We also had in our packet, but what you didn't address in your presentation, the 8 can't wait proposal, and I was hoping that you would be willing to address us on that and tell us how we are going toward instituting it all.
Yep, just as luck would have it, I had one additional hidden slide, Councilman Radke, for you. Pull this up.
Sorry.
All right, yeah, the 8 can't wait. So 2020, we saw a lot of things happen, right? The social justice program demanding for police reform. And this program came up out of the ashes of 2020, the 8 can't wait. And these were things that police departments could do to reduce the amount of violence and assaults and lawsuits and everything else that comes along with police work. These 8 things: banning chokeholds and strangleholds, require de-escalation prior to doing some kind of hands-on force, try to de-escalate the situation first, require a warning before shooting someone, which can't happen all the time. So if someone sticks a gun in your face, you're not going to say, hold on, don't pull the trigger, let's think about this. So, but yes, if you can give a warning before shooting, yes, give a warning. Exhaust all other means before shooting. So before you shoot someone, could you have taken cover? Could you have called for additional units? Could you have done something before shooting someone? Was there even time to do something else? Duty to intervene. That is when you see a fellow police officer doing something dumb, bad, wrong, immoral, for you to say, hey, stop, or physically stop that officer from doing something bad. The other one, banning shooting at moving vehicles. Require the use of the force continuum. What the force continuum means, before you use a baton or a taser, maybe verbal de-escalation or hands-on a joint lock. So you do have steps of force, and you should start off at the lowest step possible before going to a higher step. That's the force continuum. And the last one is comprehensive reporting, keeping track of how many times you used force, what kind of force it was, having a review process, even car chases, and having it completely itemized. Before all these 8 can't waits came on the national scene in 2020, we were already doing pretty much all of these. They weren't precisely identified in some of our general orders, but we took all the guesswork out of this, and we embedded all 8 of these things right into our use of force general order. And I know, Councilman Radke, you asked me like a year ago for our use of force general order. It was a generic, like, 1 page. Like, this is use of force, see this general order, this general order, this general. We kind of said see other places for how all these things mesh. We've now moved all, like, our taser general order, our shooting general order, so many different things into one use of force general order. It's like 35 pages long now, but it's our use of force general order. It covers every single way you can use force, and all 8 of those things are fully incorporated into our use of force general order. And I'm proud to also say that we have met this bar. We do all 8, and we supplied our information to the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice is mandating some of these use of forces have to be in writing in order to get Department of Justice grants. So we submitted our use of force general order. We are in compliance. We are eligible for Department of Justice grants. So we are, again, leading the pack, doing things the right way. And then one more additional item, we are in the process of becoming accredited. It's been unbelievable, a lot of work. About 600 items have to be clarified, 600 different categories. You have to show proof that you're doing them and you're logging them, and not just on paper. We are pretty much done with the paperwork process. We redid all of our policies and procedures. We were trying to get certified in February next month, just couldn't do it. COVID really caused a huge slowdown. So now we're probably gonna be on board to get certified in June at the Michigan Chiefs Conference. So this June, Michigan Chiefs Conference, we're hoping everything's done and will be a fully accredited police department, which only a handful in the state of Michigan are. So we're well on our way for accreditation.
Thank you, Chief. I commend you for all the work you've done in your organization, really. I'd be happy to see that new order, too, if you could send it out to the council, because I'm so happy to see that we are being very proactive in how we're dealing with the public. That's all I have for you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone else, Council?
One more thing, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Mr. Moore. Hi, Mr. Moore. How are you doing today?
Morning. How are you?
I'm well. The one thing I was looking through both the memos surrounding the general personnel, and one thing that I know that we've talked about in the past, but I was hoping you could clarify for me. We hope to have a certified arborist on staff for our tree trimming program, but we do not currently. Is that the case?
That's accurate, yes. We have a tree inspector. The individual is not certified arborist. However, that's just a simple test. So we're thinking of some interesting ways, for incentives for that individual to take that test.
Wonderful, because one thing that I get called on, and I'm sure that my fellow colleagues do too, is the tree trimming program is going excellent in my opinion. It's really a benefit to the neighborhood. The trees look a lot better even 6 months after they're trimmed. When they first get chopped, that's when we get the calls. Everybody freaks out and says, oh, what are you doing to my precious tree in front of my house? But it seems that they do grow better. They look a lot better. And we're also not striking them with garbage trucks and fire engines and things like that. But I know that one thing people ask is, do you have an arborist who's overseeing the tree program? And we contract for that. But I think that bringing that in-house and having someone on staff who could look at trees and be the point person for that would be something that we really should do. So I would just ask you to really focus on that so the residents can be assuaged that we are not damaging their trees and we're making sure we're doing everything we can to be a tree city.
Absolutely, it's in our plan.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone else, Council?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. Just a few comments, couple of questions. First of all, we knew the day was coming when we needed more employees. For years, Mr. Vanderpool has touted that we have the lowest ratio of employees to residents around, and it's come to the point where I say that's not a good thing to claim. So I'm glad that we're looking at adding some positions to some of these departments that were essentially gutted in the recession. That being said, just a couple of questions to the chief. First of all, how much, I like your out-of-the-box thinking about closing the jail, although I like also that you're addressing some concerns that other departments such as the court has. It has a lot of moving parts. It sounds great in theory. If it can be done reasonably, I think it's a great idea. I would rather have more boots on the ground than paying for private employees to be sitting up in a jail. That being said, how much time would it take for us to transport a prisoner taking, would it be one officer or two transporting a prisoner to Macomb County Jail?
Yeah, so right now, if an officer makes an arrest on the road, like at 19 and Shaner, they would drive by themselves right here to our jail. They would just drive by themselves from 19 and Shaner to Mount Clemens, right there on the border between Clinton Township and Mount Clemens. It would probably, if you were at 19 and Shaner, you'd be at the jail in 10 minutes. But if you were at 14 in DeQuinder, you're looking at 20, 30 minutes to get over to Macomb County Jail, depending on where you're at in the city. It's no doubt going to take more time, and that's something that does stress me out a little bit, that it's going to take more time to get to the jail. And then when you pull up at the jail, there's two big roll-up doors. And if there was someone there from Chesterfield or Memphis PD or Romeo and there was an arrest or two in front of you, you might have to wait like in the driveway. When that arrest is done, they back out of the garage, then it's your turn to pull in the garage. They shut the door, it's a secure area. So sometimes you might have to wait. Though sometimes in our own jail, there might be processing a prisoner and you might have to wait, but at the county, probably more likely you could get stuck maybe 15 minutes before you can drop your prisoner off and then get back to Sterling Heights. So that's another thing that goes through my head.
It's kind of the same concern we have with our fire department because we have no hospital in our city. So at any given time, we have, at least 2 firefighters out of the city, either in Troy, Clinton Township, or Warren. So it is something to think about, less manpower in our city at any given time. As far as the community policing department, Sergeant Susala does an amazing job. No one can take that away from him. I'm wondering, though, instead of maybe 2 further sworn officers, maybe 1 civilian and 1 sworn officer, only because some of the things that Sergeant Susala does right now, such as social media, can be done by a civilian and done very well. We've had in the past social media managers in our city. So that is something that I believe a civilian could take on some of those duties. That being said, I think another officer as well in that department would suit it very well. As far as our high school resource officers, that was a near and dear to my heart, that we follow through on having those resource officers. When school is not in session, how do we utilize those 3 officers?
Yeah, so in the summer months, they can't really burn too much time during the school year because they want them in school. If they're gone, there's no police officer for their school. So a lot of them, they don't take vacation time very much. So when summer hits, they take huge blocks of summer time, weeks off in the summer. And then when they're not working if they're not on vacation, they can be assigned to the road. So there are supplemental staff on daytime patrol. And once we have 3 of them. And one of them would decide, usually on average, we give them the option, do you want to take cases as a detective for the summer, work on juvenile cases, like be a detective for the summer, or do you want to work on the road? And so one would always seem to say, I'm going to take detective cases for the summer. The other 2 would say, put me on the road, and we'd reassign them for those summer months. And they would actually jump in a patrol car, supplemental staff for the road. That's how we kind of been working it.
Okay. And the 8 can't wait that you showed us, how often do you review policies like that with our officers? Is it on an annual basis or?
Yeah, so we were never doing it on an annual basis and some of these things. So again, 2020 was an eye opener as far as what you should be doing, what the public demands. So we kind of revamped all of our use of force stuff. Now with accreditation mandates that every single year you go through all of the use of force, all of de-escalation. We'll do implicit bias, probably added right in our use of force every year. So that'll be added every year, which we never did before. We just did implicit bias for the first time ever just this last summer. So things that we never did, we are now doing, and we'll do on an annual basis. Some things are on a tri-annual basis, depending on what accreditation calls for. But use of force is every single year, and that's the power of accreditation. You're a professional organization, you're following the rules, and you're retraining the guys. And I would say that wasn't always the case, Councilwoman Schmidt.
Okay, and as far as our deputy chief, I am fully on board with that, and I would really push to have that deputy chief not be in the COA. I think that very good point. If they're going to be disciplining, they're not going to be disciplining their peers at that point if they're in the same union or not in the same union. I think we really need to push if that does come to fruition, that not be part of the COA. Other than that, I think I am good for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Council, anyone else? I think it's just me and you, Henry. Henry? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You too, Mrs. Koski. Go ahead, Mrs. Koski.
Okay. Funding proposals. The general employees, you're asking for 16 full-time general employees, which to fund them would take a small property tax increase. Average homeowners cost $20 a year. What are you basing the average home value on to constitute the $20 a year to fund the 12 general employees?
That's based on last year's taxable value average, which is about $76,000, so about $150,000 home.
Okay, so you said
So the taxable
taxable
value
value,
is 76,000. So
76,000,
about, again, you double that, it's about $150,000 home.
150,000. So if your home is 300,000, you would double that, so it'd be like $40 a year.
Yep, absolutely. The higher your home value, the more you would pay. That's absolutely true.
Okay. Water and sewer positions, there's 4. To fund those positions, the 4 positions, there would be an increase in water and sewer rates,
Correct.
and it would cost $550 per home.
Yeah, again, that is based on the average user. So the average user right now pays about $64 per month for water and sewer services. So that user would go up about $5 or $6 annually to pay for that. But obviously, if you use more water, you would pay more than that. But we usually try to, we usually talk in averages.
Okay. And I'm assuming that you have reviewed, or whoever put this together, the positions are all necessary for each department.
So each, and Mr. Bohorski may want to comment, but each director submitted requests for what they would like to see in their department. Those requests, which I believe were included in your packet, totaled around 40 to 50 employees. City management went through each of those requests and narrowed it down to what we believed were the most critical positions. And it came out to 1 or 2 in each department, really. So what we presented is what we really believe are the most critical positions at this time for the city to fund in order for all the departments to keep functioning at the high levels that we're all used to.
I don't know if you can answer this, or Mr. Bohorski should. 41A District Court, 1 full-time position, which I understand we combined the administrator and the magistrate together into 1 position. So we're going to separate that. We're going to go back for a court administrator. Wasn't there a part-time clerk that was to be made full-time?
We did make a couple deputy court clerks full-time as part of the indigent defense grant.
Can you take your mask off? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. The only ones I remember recently, we did make, I believe, a couple deputy court clerks full-time, but that was funded through the Michigan Indigent Defense Grant. I don't believe we did anything else recently, I can recall.
But they didn't. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, who proposed the 1 full-time position? Did the court do that, or did we do that?
Yeah, that's been requested by Judge Wiegand along with Magistrate Piatek. They requested it last year. Last year it was not approved. From my personal experience, that combination has been very difficult for Magistrate Piatek to be the court administrator and his magistrate duties. I mean, several days a week he's, in normal times, wall-to-wall busy with court cases. And then, I personally have definitely noticed, a decline in, it's just very difficult for him to do both of those. It used to be a full-time person. It was Lynn McKean, if you recall. And then when she retired, that was during, the Great Recession, and Magistrate Piatek stepped up and has been doing both duties for 5-6 years now. But it's very challenging for him, which I have witnessed firsthand. But
and that's something that we should
actually requested a special meeting with us and feels very strongly about adding this position.
Oh, that definitely needs to be 2 positions because both definitely are full-time positions. My question was, I thought they needed a full-time clerk also, and I was just surprised that either it was already done or just was not included, and that was where I was going with that. Who reviewed all of these requests from the different department heads? Was that done by your committee, your finance committee, budget?
It was done primarily in conjunction with myself, Mr. Bohorsky, and Mr. Vanderpool.
So the three of you went through the department heads' requests, and this is what you came up with?
Correct.
Okay. That's what I needed to know. Chief, the deletion of the jail, I have a problem with that because I was under the impression that we hired that, G4S, or I can't remember their name, that when we hired them, they agreed to take full liability for anything that took place there, that we were held harmless in regard to any incident that took place at the jail. That was the purpose of removing our officers from the jail and putting in an outside company there. We were outsourcing that job. And in doing so, I thought, had an agreement that we were held harmless in regard to any incident that would take place in the jail. Did I misunderstand that? Is that not true?
I would say with 100% probability, if someone died in our jail, G4S is going to be sued, and the city of Sterling Heights is going to be sued. There's no doubt about it. And I think the primary reason, back during the recession, we're looking to cut costs. And so I think a big driver of privatizing that jail years ago was to do it at half the price. Contract security costs way less than a police officer does. So I think that was the biggest driver with the jail back then. But maybe there was some stuff talked about liability that they would, maybe if it was $1 million settlement, maybe G4S would pick up several $100,000 of that, and Sterling Heights would be on the hook for $500,000. Maybe something like that was said years ago when this was done. I'm not an attorney. I know we would end up getting sued as well. Because it's our prisoner, our building, our lockup facility. We're hiring them to secure the prisoner. They'll claim that we hired a shoddy company. I can only imagine what the lawsuit would read.
It's the old story. They're going to go whoever has the deepest pockets. So yes, I understand that. But I thought that we had some protection from that company. I would really like some discussion between your department and the court before you move forward on removing the jail, because they interact with that jail also. And I'm thinking that by removing the jail, you might make their work very difficult. So before you promote that, I would strongly urge many conversations with them so that everyone understands exactly what you're going to do to the other person, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they were concerned. They knew that financially, they understood why. They understood that, we're really not getting much out of housing this prisoner there, but for their own reasons, yes, they were very clear that their job is much easier having the jail next door, having to call one guy, he does the paperwork, he can squeeze an arraignment in 1 minute's time notice. They love that idea. I get it. I understand that. So they're trying to wrap their head around it as well.
Well, I would like to find other means of financing, because I think that the 7 positions that you're asking for are great positions and much needed. I just would like us to find a money tree and keep the jail. So, thank you.
Mr. Yanez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for your presentations as well. I have a number of questions and a couple of statements. Chief, you might as well leave your mask off. I'll let you go first. Working backwards here. So this presentation or your proposal of the 7 POs, just to be clear, specifically, where would those 7 POs be assigned?
5 of them would be the road patrol. We have, it's called operations. That's the guys that are the traffic officers and the road officers, operations, the biggest part of our police department. The director patrol would be in operations. They would be in uniform. They'd probably drive like a semi-marked car, no lights on top, because we want them to be a little bit more covert, like our traffic guys. We don't want lights on top of the car because people see the lights. So they'd probably be in a semi-marked car. They'd be in full uniform, so when they get out, they can take policing functions. So those 5 would be there, and the other 2 would be the Community Services Bureau, which is our administration division. Doing community policing, that's where Sergeant Susala works, and he's out of admin, doesn't work for the road.
Okay, and then, you know, there's a talk of saving $600,000 if we shut down the jail, is the lockup. But is there going to be a cost from the county? Is it going to be $600,000 minus what the county charges us?
Yeah, there's no charge for us to drop off a prisoner. They have to accept our prisoners at the county level. A lot of times they're only with us for 1 day till they get arraigned, and they all go to the county. You can't make your bond or pay your bail, whatever. You go to the county, and they accept them. We get no bills for those whatsoever. I did, talking with the judges on Friday, they seem to believe that if you can't, she's checking this Judge Weekend, but if you didn't get arraigned the day you were arrested or within 24 hours of being arrested, and you had to stay at the county jail overnight, that the prisoner would be responsible for a $60 fee for spending the night, not us, the prisoner, and something like a $10 fee for a video arraignment fee, a Zoom fee, that there was a $10 fee that went to the person in the jail. You know, the defendant. So those fees would be charged to the person being, you know, housed at the jail, not us. When I talked to the sheriff and the captain who runs the jail, they said there is no fee to us to drop off our prisoners there.
So the true savings is $600,000?
Yes, yep.
Okay. And how much time, on average, because I know more difficult runs mean more difficult reports, but on average, would you say an officer spends on doing a report?
Wow. Like, so if someone broke into your house and we had to show up, the officer would be there until the evidence techs show up. They take photographs, fingerprints. They go through the entire house. They talk to the family members. They have witness statements filled out. Then they would sit down and actually type out the report for the home that was broken into with all the property that was taken, property sheets, evidence that has to be tagged or collected. That officer could be, I mean, being on the run for a typical, like a house that was broken into, that could take 2 hours or more. But the actual writing of the report maybe takes less than an hour.
That's done in a laptop in their car?
Yes, they'll sit down in their car and all the software's there in the car, yep.
So the idea of waiting in line to drop your prisoner off at the county jail, the officer could be working?
Yeah, if you had to wait in line, you could start typing the report literally in the driveway, yes.
Okay. And, you know, one of the things that we didn't even talk about here is something that's been brought up is the use of social workers in doing some of this work, and I'm not going to go any farther than that, but I'm a little disappointed that that hasn't even been addressed, and I'm hoping that gets addressed in the future. Mr. Radke, Councilman Radke brought up the same thing I was going to bring up. Does everybody have to be a sworn officer to do some of these jobs? And I appreciate exactly what you said. You know, the sign of authority in that uniform, I think, has a lot of weight to it. I'm just not so sure that the person in that uniform has to go through every single thing that a sworn police officer has to go through to present the message, and that goes back to the social worker aspect, and that's just a statement. I know that back during the Great Recession, one of the things that communities were tasked from the state was sharing responsibilities amongst other communities, and that leads me to animal control. Is there any way, any concept of sharing animal control and having a full-time animal control officer with other communities? And I just appreciate your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so animal control is very difficult. As you know, as council people, here I am just over 3 years as the police chief. I've probably had more drama in my life, more citizen complaints over feral cats and animal issues than police runs, real police runs. And I, as a police chief, think that's real police work. Feral cats isn't real police work. My day and time, and all of you have had to experience this. Animal issues are so emotional, so raw. It means so much to so many people. And so to rely on, so if you said, well, let's just hire the county, have them be our animal control people, we'll pay a service fee every year, you would get even way reduced service. You know, we have, 3 of our animal control officers. They're out there every single day, and they live, breathe, they are very good at what they do. Relationships with all these nonprofits, animal shelters. They do so much work for us, stuff after hours, on the weekend, and they really take care of all these nonsense, whether it's geese in a certain area that don't go away, or coyotes eating small dogs, or if it's feral cats. Think about all the stuff we've encountered here in the last couple of years. As council people, you're well aware of this. And it's our animal control people who've done unlimited hours trying to solve this and trying to say, oh, have an outside company or the county give that same level of support. I'm telling you right now, it would never happen. And you as council people would have to be, with your hands up going, well, we're trying to take care of this animal issue, but there's only one county animal control person assigned to Sterling Heights today. Well, good luck getting in line. So yeah, we could do it and offer a minimal level of service, and that's no problem if you're okay with a minimum level of service.
But not necessarily in addition to, right? We could have our own and tap into, I mean, we have mutual aid agreements with other municipalities for a number of things, right?
Yeah, a little bit more yeah, then you call them in for the overflow or extra work. Yeah, it gets complicated. Which ones do they handle, and how much do you pay for that service?
Okay, and that's all the questions I have. I just one statement, and I absolutely respect, I absolutely respect the work that police officers do. Absolutely, 100%. But I have to say that I think that we are lacking the, we're lacking technology out of this argument, right, or out of this discussion. It's not an argument, out of this discussion, especially when it comes to traffic control. I can tell you that if I pull down a street and I see a police car, I'm going to slow down. And there could be absolutely nobody in that police car, but I'm slowing down, right? So I think, and I'm not saying we should get rid of cops and just put police cars out there. Police cars never call in sick, by the way. Yes. And they break down. But the point being is I think that there are ways of being more efficient, both with manpower and cost efficiencies that we haven't even discussed yet, and especially using technology. There's one more question. Who's responsible for taking care of our drones?
We have Sergeant Carrion, Captain Hopper run our kind of drone.
But if they break, I mean, the technology behind the drone, does our IT department have any part in taking care of those?
What department?
IT.
No. So the drones are so specific, and they do break. Every time you go up for flight, there's a 10% chance something's going to break in that drone by the time you land. So we have Noir Technology based out of Troy. They are a full-service drone. They do God, so many people use drones now, from civil engineers, fire departments, police departments. It's everywhere. So they have a full, huge building there in Troy. So if our drone breaks, we go to Noir. They fix the rotor. They fix the landing gear. Issues with our remote controls. We've already had everything that can break on a drone has already happened to us, and they fix it and we get it back. Very, very specific type of work with these drones, and highly complex.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your time. Ms. Varney, I have a quick question for you. Actually, a couple. Ms. Varney. The amounts that you offer, the $20 a year and $550 a year, those are residential only?
Yes, that's correct.
So commercial industrial is not going to see any increase?
I'm sorry, what?
Commercial and industrial will not see any increase?
Oh, no, they would.
They would.
So whatever, again, based on, their taxes would be based on their property value.
Okay.
And their water and sewer would be based on how much they use, so yes.
And do you have a total for those? Yeah, I mean, it's $20 per property, but.
Yeah, so for the property tax, that raises about 1.2 million. And then for the, for water and sewer, again, I went with an average salary, again, salary plus benefits of around 92,000. So for the 4 water and sewer, it's about $400,000.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for you. Thank you so much. And then, Mr. Bohorsky, could just give me a second. I was really taken aback by your term perilously lean. And I'm just wondering if you could, in your own words, give me your thoughts on what you mean by perilously lean.
I could take up the rest of the day talking about why we're perilously lean, but I'll try to give you a couple concrete examples. So the city, and you were a longtime employee, I started with the city in 2001. We had a single person operating HR, one director, that was it, and some clericals, I think one clerical staff. It's very sad to say that in 2021 we're operating under the same model. It's just, to be very candid, we can't do it. And the consequences, Mr. Yanez, is really when council asks us, and rightfully so, I mean, this council is extraordinarily proactive. But when we talk about, diversifying the workforce, how do I go to that manager in HR and say, okay, this is a new initiative. We're gonna go out and we're gonna do the heavy lifting that is needed to diversify our workforce. Or frankly, even hiring people today. It's such a competitive market for talent. And municipalities don't always fare well, in competing with the private sector. Our jobs are harder. And, it's very sad. When I started with the city as, HR director 5 years ago, my goal was to build an HR department. Unfortunately, I'm still operating with one manager and one clerical staff. And I am an assistant city manager, but I devote a tremendous amount of time to 11 bargaining units, be it a grievance, negotiations, or questions, or interpretations. So what happens is when you don't have adequate staffing, the workload gets diffused in a lot of bad ways. You have people doing things they shouldn't be. You're delegating things to people that really, so it all starts to break down. And we're living and breathing that daily. It's a crisis. I don't want to alarm anybody, but we absolutely need bodies. I hope that answers the question.
Oh, it does. I appreciate that. One of the things that, we're going to be tasked to do is explain to the taxpayers why we're raising their taxes. And are they going to see something in their everyday life that's going to justify the raising of those taxes? And, we're sheltered. We're in a bubble here within city operations. The average person who's out there, shoveling their sidewalk today isn't necessarily going to see something that's benefiting HR or benefiting them because HR has been benefited. So, we really need to have a solid understanding of why this is taking place. One other question I have for you, I'm really curious about this is, and you've been here for going on 20 years now, right, is technology. And has technology shifted the demand on where our employees go? How many departments, we used to need a lot of employees here, but because of technology, we don't. But because of technology, we now need more employees. Can you talk a little bit about technology and how it's impacted our employee base?
I think from a long-term perspective, Mr. Yanez, technology has really kind of saved our bacon. When you're a lean organization, you just have to make technology work. And I think we've done that. I'll give you an example. When I started practicing law, every attorney had a secretary, and you relied on that secretary to do everything. I think now, most lawyers do their own, we called it word processing at the time, if you remember that term, or shorthand. Some lawyers, when I started, they still did shorthand. As that applies to the city, yes, we've implemented as much technology. I think Steve Dion in IT has been incredibly resourceful. I think you guys have even seen the good work they've done. But again, it doesn't really, to be very candid, I'd be lying to you if I didn't say it doesn't really move the dial. We need bodies. You know, I think that, you know, we've done our best to keep the ship afloat, but with some of the things that are planned currently and in the future under strategic planning, which I'm a big, you know, I'm as guilty as anybody. I'm a big proponent of it. But you have to have bodies. I guess I've learned from negotiating with firefighters over the years, as you know, you double up everything, redundancy, redundancy, redundancy. You plan for the worst, and you get good outcomes because of that. That's not happening in general employees. We don't have redundancy. Basically, somebody goes down. Unfortunately, our HR manager had a medical leave for about 4.5 weeks in November. You know, guess who took over HR? Okay, so was I much value to Mr. Vanderpool for those 4.5 weeks? Did my best, you know, but I had to keep HR afloat. That's just one example. And I don't need a pat on the back because I'm not the one on the front lines. There's many directors and managers can attest. You know, we've got managers and directors. I get emails, markets, midnight, and they're plugging away on their computer. You ask them why, it's because that's what I have to do to keep, you know, to keep it afloat. And look, they're dedicated people, and I'm not complaining, but I think my job is to bring to you reality, and that's the reality of what we have right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brahorski. Mr. Mayor, I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, would you mind if I interjected a point on, I just wanted to follow up on a couple of comments of Councilman Yanez. First, with respect to the social worker, I think you'd be interested to know that we did have a social worker budgeted. Unfortunately, that was a cut of the COVID casualty, but we do expect that social worker to be back in the budget that you're going to see very soon, that we're working on as we speak. In fact, that social worker, some may recall, was the outgrowth of our Safe Homes Task Force, where police and some of our other departments spend just an inordinate amount of time dealing with some of the hoarding and other problems we have in some of our residential areas, and we really do need the assistance of a social worker. Most recently, the chief and I talked about the need to get a top-notch social worker, fully funded, a full-time position. And we've explored partnering with FAN to share a social worker position, which has worked very well for us. And when you think of our community policing officers at the high schools pay half of those, half the cost of that position. And that works out very well for us. So I'm very confident that with council support, we're going to have the city's first ever social worker in very short order that works hand in hand with the police department on all the issues that they struggle with every day in terms of our policing effort, but also other departments that needs the individual's assistance as well. So I just wanted you to know that that is in the planning stage. You're going to see the proposal very soon. And lastly, I just wanted to comment that the city's lean, cost-effective policy has worked well for us over the years, but it does cause consequences. And what you're hearing in this session are the consequences. And while we could have come to you with a proposal to add the 40 to 50 that was requested from all departments, we believe the 16 general employees is a very prudent step in the right direction. It's cost effective. There is a significant value-added service for the community with those positions, especially the additional 7 police officer positions. So we only come forward to the city council for positions when we feel they're absolutely needed. And when you saw the graphs on the screen, even with these positions, Sterling Heights would still have a very cost-effective government structure. And in terms of our property tax rate, still among the lowest in the state, certainly the county. So, that's always been a guiding principle too. We want to be very careful and judicious when we bring any sort of manpower proposals to the council. Thank you.
Mrs. Zarko?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'll let you wrap up. I do have a couple more questions. Through the chair to the chief. When it comes to the deputy chief position, that isn't something that would be in the normal promotion structure. It wouldn't be, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and then deputy chief. Explain to us, is that someone that would have to go through the assessment center, and would it be open to anybody that wanted to apply, maybe from another community?
Yeah, so right now the position doesn't exist. So this is just hypothetical. It's literally what language would be inserted into the command officer's contract. Right now in the command officer's contract, it says chief of police. To pick a chief of police, it can be anyone from lieutenant rank or higher. You had to be a lieutenant for 2 years. And you can take the test, the assessment center. And it also allows for the city manager to accept outside candidates for the chief of police who would also take the assessment center. All those people, outside candidates, internal, take the test, and then there's a final list, right? 1, 2, 3 after that assessment center. The city manager is allowed to pick anyone he wants out of that top 3. He puts that confirmation in front of you guys on council, and that's how we get to the chief of police. Now, with a deputy chief, I'm sure it would be similar language, that it would be someone of this rank or higher, and if you're an outside candidate, maybe a lieutenant rank or higher with this, maybe not from a really tiny little department, but maybe from a larger department, so that you kind of understand how a large department operates. So that would have to be in there, and then they would take an assessment center test, and then I'm sure the language, just like for captain, believe it or not, captain, the city manager has his choice of anyone in the top 3. You don't even have to take number 1. So I'm sure with deputy chief would be the same language, that the city manager would reserve the right to pick anyone amongst the top 3 after that test. And whether or not we allowed outside people from another jurisdiction to apply, that would be up to the city, that what gets inserted into the COA contract, and then that person would get hired. And what I would think it would be, they would be in the directors union with me. So there's no blending of, I'm a member of the COA, but I'm trying to discipline someone from the COA. They're not in that union. They're completely exempt. But there's difficulties because then if say a captain were to become a deputy chief, there's no longer in his own union. You have to give him the right. So all of a sudden he doesn't like that job. And are you an at-will employee? What happens if you only have 20 years on the job and you're an at-will employee and the city manager says, I don't like this deputy chief, and they fire you? Well, that's devastating for police officers trying to get to his 25 years to get his pension, his health care. So there's a lot of risk to leaving a union, especially the COA or the POA, because they have, bargaining rights, they have grievance procedures that are clearly outlined, and there's security with a regular union versus directors union, a little different process. So there's little technicalities there.
And we can go further on that, because I know in some companies, if you go from union to a non-union position, say you're in the union for 13 years and you're in this non-union position, sometimes you have 13 years to go back into the union position. So that would be something that we'd have to think about. And we would keep the same number of captains, correct, if this deputy chief came into being?
So that's a whole nother idea. I've heard before, well, if you want a deputy chief, drop down to 2 captains. But I still kind of need 3 captains. I have the operations bureau, and that's the guys that wear uniform. Investigations are all my plainclothes detectives. That's a whole separate section of my station. And then admin it's a lot of going. It's my budget guy. It's my accreditation guy. It's all the stuff that is an investigation operation. So I really do need 3 captains to run our size police department. So this would be in addition. Because I've heard, we've talked about deputy chief years ago here, and someone said, well, just get rid of one of the captains. And I'm like, well, how would you work that? So it's another question.
Okay, and then how many other communities in the county do not have a jail? Because when you were saying there could be a lineup to turn in a prisoner to the county, how many other communities take advantage of that opportunity?
Yeah, there's probably 8 or 9 community small departments, like a Romeo, a Memphis, Chesterfield, smaller agencies that don't have their own facility go right to the county, but larger agencies like us in Shelby and Clinton, in Warren, we have, Warren has a large lockup as well, 20 or 30 cells. We have 24 cells, although to be really honest with you, when I started here in 1996, there would always, on a Friday night, we'd have 10 people up there in our jail, arrested, waiting for arraignment till Monday morning. Those days are long gone. We usually have 1 or 2 people in our jail, maybe 3 at the most, overnight. They get arraigned in the morning by the judge and they're gone. Sometimes 0 people overnight, or 1 person. So, as you know, going forward, there is a huge push on decriminalizing certain crimes. Cashless bonds, like you just have to get booked and processed and you get released. You don't have to post $100. They're making certain crimes like driving with a suspended license. We used to be able to arrest you, and if you couldn't post your bond, you'd sit in jail. They're now changing that. So we are moving forward on a legislative path of decriminalizing certain things, which means less incarceration, less lockup. So I foresee the next 4 years, less and less people going to jail and less crimes that you can be sentenced to jail. So if that's a little indicator of the future of the jail business, it's not so rosy because there will be less jail time.
Okay, and then lastly, and Mr. Yanis brought this up, was the amount of time that it takes for a report. But if you could explain the length of time it takes for a report if somebody dies in the home, because that is definitely a lot longer, and it could be 3 or 4 hours. So if you can explain how we service someone that is, you know, a family where someone's died in the home.
So like, is what we do or how long it would take?
Well, just from knowing that it happened in my neighborhood and what we by law have to do, you know, yes, how long it would take. You know, I remember somebody having to stay in the house where you couldn't, you know, police officer in the house, police officer waited for the coroner. So could you explain that? Yeah,
we'll show up, and if we think it's just a natural death, like you know, some 80-year-old gentleman that died, it looks like it's just natural causes, we will stay with the family. We'll make sure we call the medical examiner out. They'll say, yeah, hold on, we'll be out there in 30 minutes. It could be an hour, hour and a half for the medical examiner. Sometimes that is a big delay. Sometimes they'll say they're not coming out. That person was in hospice care, had clearly identifiable medical issues. They're elderly. Sometimes the medical examiner will release. They don't even come out to the scene. So it depends on what exactly happens at that. I've been on a lot of natural deaths in houses over my career, and some of them I've been there for a couple hours, and some of them 30 or 40 minutes, and I'm gone. And again, comforting the family, even calling funeral homes. I did that many times. I asked them if they had a funeral home picked out. They didn't, so I'd suggest a couple funeral homes, and then they didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to do with the body. I mean, just devastating for this family having to deal with this, and being a police officer, being a little bit more clear-minded at the moment to help them make some decisions. Those are very difficult runs for police officers. You know, for that family, they live with it forever. The officer, 10 minutes later, they're going on a retail fraud, or you know, it's just crazy what happens in the course of business for an officer.
Right, and you know, generally we don't think about that happening. You know, people don't think about it. They think about traffic, you know, police officers, but it's just another service that we need to provide, and it is a lengthy process. So it does take people out of, you know, away from doing something else. So nothing further, and thank you, Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zarko. Chief, why don't you stay up there? I have a few questions for you. The jail proposal, it sounds enticing to me. I think we should definitely pursue it. Why is it that Macomb County would take our jailers for free?
Yeah, so like I said, most of the time if they don't pass or they don't post their bond, or if it's a felony and they get arraigned, they're going to the county anyways. So the number of people that would, you know, be there overnight would be pretty minimal, and I think by charter, by the county has to provide a jail facility. Every Macomb County resident pays taxes for that jail building. Therefore, we're a Sterling Heights City, you know, Macomb County agency, and we are allowed to use that jail facility and drop off our prisoners there. And they have to take our prisoners.
What does Clinton Township do?
They have I think they have 5 cells behind their front desk area. So they would do the same thing. They would hold them until an arraignment that next morning, or hold them until the guy, maybe it's a $200 bond they have to post. They'd sit there until a friend drives up to Clinton Township with $200. They pay the $200 to the window, they get released. So you could be there an hour or 2 hours, or maybe overnight until an arraignment. And the same thing with our facility. you're there for a couple hours until you get bond money, or that the most you're held overnight till the next morning when you could be arraigned by one of our judges. And if they give you bond, you can post a bond and you're gone. But if there is no bond, or if you have no money, then we transport you to the county jail.
What would you say that the court's biggest concern is, or the judge's biggest concern about this?
Flexibility. They love, because, you know, as the day goes on, these cases come up, stuff pops up every single day. So they have a full docket. And so they want to try to get this arraignment done before the end of the day, because they know that person's been sitting in jail all day. But they have 3 other cases that kind of pushed into the line during the day. So they know they can call our jail right now, talk to Bill, the manager, runs our jail, say, hey, Bill, I need an arraignment done. Can we do it in the next 5 minutes? No problem. They pull them out of the cell, throw them in front of the video camera for the Zoom, and they knock it out. So they're really worried that now they're going to have to call the county and say, oh, Deputy so-and-so, I have a prisoner, I have someone that needs to be arraigned in the next 5 minutes, and they don't want to be laughed at. Like, oh, good luck. We have 10. At the county, we did a tour there. They had 5 like phone booths, and there were Zoom phone booths. So a video camera and a phone booth. There was 5 of them, plus 2 big mock courtrooms with full Zoom capability. So 1 to 7 different Zooms going on. And when we went in there, it was in their old gymnasium that they don't use anymore. There were 7 Zooms going on when we just did our walking tour. There was a person in every booth and 2 of the virtual courtrooms. So yeah, it's a busy load, and you might not be able to get a 5-minute arraignment. You might have to wait 30 minutes to get that person pulled out of a cell and arraigned. So they were concerned about that.
Okay. On the deputy chief position, is that in addition to the captains we already have, or is that replace one?
That would be, my preference would be an addition, and have 3 captains run the 3 different divisions, and then have a 4th person, a deputy chief.
Okay. The directed patrol unit. So you mentioned it, and you and I have spoken and texted a lot about traffic enforcement. That is the probably #1 police issue that I have addressed to me. And it's hard to explain to residents why we're not able to get out to every neighborhood. Everyone feels like their neighborhood is the worst, but there's, you know, looking at it as we do from the whole city's perspective, there are streets throughout the entire city that have habitual speeding and traffic violators that we just can't keep up with. And speaking with the police union, the way it's structured, there's difficulty in doing a lot of that traffic enforcement because your shift might start and you've got traffic accidents backing up and you've got to go to the accident, run the reports. As soon as that one clears, you might have another one, and it just doesn't present enough time. I'm trying to understand how this directed patrol unit is going to be able to address the 2 main issues that you've outlined here on the PowerPoint deck, which is that I thought you said that this would be primarily an evening unit. Okay, but I seem to think that the majority of the traffic enforcement needs to be done during the day. Am I wrong on that, or do you think that it seems like during the morning, the afternoon, and the evening rush hour is the time when the speeding concerns, you know, when kids are out playing in the neighborhoods, you know, in the early to late afternoon after they get home from school. Now maybe that's part of the evening shift, but can you address how those 2 how that would sync up?
Yeah, so like you said, during the school year, the kids are in school all day, so they get home at 3 or 4. I would say that our traffic, I was the traffic lieutenant for almost 7 years, so I literally lived with this every single day. I would say half of our complaints occur after the afternoon rush. It's at night, these guys are flying down my street, because that's when people get home from work, and they notice the cars flying back and forth. While they're at work, they don't notice so much, unless you're older or retired. So I would say half of the complaints do occur after that 3 or 4 o'clock time frame, and the other half are daytime complaints. Daytime, we definitely have way less traffic. After that morning rush is done, it's pretty sleepy in a lot of these subdivisions. Those early morning hours, there's almost nobody coming or going, but that ramps up considerably as school gets out, people start coming home from work. So the directed patrol, I don't know what the hours would be, but it would be primarily nighttime hours, whether or not they started at 1, 2, or 3 p.m. I don't know what their start time would be, and they'd work into the evening hours. They could address those afternoon shift and later day traffic complaints. But you're right, the primary focus of their job, 70% of their day would be on crime, directed patrol stuff, and then 30% or 20% would be, hey, can you hit this street and this street and just be out there, be visible, and write some tickets. That would be part of their job, but not the primary part of their job.
It would, to me, as the policymaker, I think 100% of their time has to be doing the crime, and another 100% of their time has to be doing the traffic enforcement. So they obviously don't have that. It seems to me that this would need to be increased. I'd like to know how, to the best that we can, what we say, and it says in here that the funding would come through traffic enforcement, and it makes sense. I mean, I'd like to find where the hidden costs of this are, and I know a couple of them, such as the officers getting overtime to go to court. But, you know, if you're right, if you're giving a ticket for, say, 5 to 10 over on a residential street, what does that fine typically run?
Yeah, so we've asked this question in the court. So maybe $120 to $150, somewhere in that ballpark is the overall ticket cost. What the city gets on is $80, $85 out of a ticket, to give you an idea of, like, if you want to do the math of what comes back to the city in, you know, as far as revenue on a ticket, an average ticket.
Okay, so $85 per ticket. If we get 100 tickets a month, that's $8,500 in revenue to the city, which is probably not going to pay for that police officer.
Yeah, so on the directed patrol, Mayor Taylor, we talked about the jail would be a savings of $600,000. And then in part of the deeper dive on the financing, maybe $100,000 a year written in revenue or tickets. That would make it $700,000 between the jail closing and tickets being written, somewhere in that area.
How many tickets can an officer who just said, if you said, we're going to hire you, you're going to work 4 10-hour shifts, and your only job is going to be sit on streets like Brome and Fox Hill and Shaner and just write tickets over and over and over. How many tickets can that officer write in a 10-hour shift?
Yeah, so we did this experiment back in the day when the recession hit. If you remember, we were losing money. The idea was cutting officers, laying off officers. So we came up with the Accident Prevention Unit, APU is what we called it. Accident Prevention Unit was subdivision speed enforcement. They did nothing but write tickets, exactly what you said. 10 hours of writing tickets 4 days a week. They wrote on a minimum, we told them that it was 10 tickets minimum for their shift. A lot of them wrote between 10 and 15 tickets a day. So, I mean, if you take the 15, that's 60 tickets a week, 240 a month, and then my math is losing me, but 240 times 12, whatever that would be.
Okay, but we can do the math.
Thousands of tickets for one officer. So so to give you I know back in the day, we said if those officers, those 4 officers wrote minimum 10 tickets a day, it would generate over $500,000 a year in revenue. And it did. And during the early days of the recession, the increase, obviously, it was great having all that extra traffic enforcement in the subdivision. It did generate about $500,000 in revenue, but then the onslaught of budget cuts, tax decreases, and as you know, as the recession dragged on, it just wasn't enough anymore to justify having those 4 guys just write tickets all day.
Okay. I'm going to move on because we're running out of time for this segment. But thank you, Chief. I do appreciate all of the information and presentation here today. Ms. Varney, for the what page is this? For the property tax increase and for the property tax increase, would it go into effect right away, and then that would just be the new normal? Would all the hires happen in year 1, or would hires be phased over time? How would that work?
What we're proposing is that all the hires would be in next year's budget. So it would be a permanent increase because, you know, those people obviously would cost money in perpetuity.
Right. Okay, and then the 4 water and sewer positions, does that include the 2 positions that are called, the ones that, the 2 account clerks, Office of Treasury?
Yeah, so so the water and sewer clerks are woefully understaffed as it is. You know, again, in addition to the other complaints you get, water and sewer is one of them, and it's very common, especially during the summer months, that, you know, there's literally 3.5 clerks that answer phones, and the first couple weeks after bills go out, that's pretty much all they do all day long. You know, you've received them complaints, I've received them complaints that people are on hold for a half hour, they can't get through. These are constant calls, and they're difficult calls. They're not fast. It's not a 2-minute phone call when someone wants to discuss their water bill. So, and then on top of that, as you'll hear later, we are proposing to implement monthly billing and changing out the water meters, both of which are going to add to the workload of water staff. So the 2 account clerks and the accounting manager position we are also proposing will also have a role in the water billing department going forward, assuming that we decide to implement the meter replacement program and the monthly billing.
Would these 2 positions be required if we did not go to monthly billing?
I would say at least one of them. Again, the current workload on the water department is very, very challenging. And if we don't implement some of the rate changes that we talk about later, I believe some of those rate changes hopefully would lessen the customer calls and issues. But if we don't do any of those things, you know, particularly during the summer months, you know, to be perfectly frank, that, you know, the water billing clerks are drowning. You know, it's just all day, every day of customers, you know, to be frank, that aren't particularly happy. And it's, you know, I've heard complaints.
Have you found one that is happy? In the whole city?
I don't know. Usually they're a little bit nicer if they get to me. But no, happy is a stretch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to spend at least this much time on water and sewer later this afternoon, but there's a proposal, without, you know, going into detail about it now, but the proposal is that there's going to be a rate change, and it's definitely not going down for anybody that's watching at home. Is this, I lost the page. Is this slide, it's our slide number 18, where it says 4 water and sewer positions average $5.50 a year. Is this on top of what's being asked later this afternoon? Or is this included? Is a portion of it included? Do you know?
I would say, you know, we didn't factor in those 2 additional people into this study because they were kind of separate things, and this came after. But again, the rate increase that was calculated by the consultant is an estimate. So I guess, to be honest, it's hard for me to say right now, because there's so many factors that go into a rate increase. The consultant estimated, you know, I know for example that I've already received the GLWA rate increase, and it was smaller than we had estimated for the study. So I guess honestly, it's hard for me to answer that question at this exact moment.
Okay. I want to ask Melanie Davis, if you could come up just for one final question. To piggyback off what Jennifer said, was that they're getting inundated with calls, and a lot of those calls are turning into complaints on Facebook. Mr. Bohorsky mentioned earlier that social media, while it's a great tool that helps connect, the residents to their city officials and to their city government, there's also an expectation that comes along with it of a higher level of service than we're accustomed to providing, meaning instantaneous, right? That's sort of the expectation. If you put something on Facebook, it just sort of sits there, and it's like, where the heck is the city? Why isn't Taylor answering? Why isn't a council member answering? Why did I call and it just is busy all the time? So is this position that's being proposed in community relations, you and I have talked about this, but my feeling is that we have to do a better job finding people where they are and getting their questions answered right where they are. They want to communicate on Facebook and they have a question on Facebook, they should get their answer on Facebook, either from me or somebody up here or somebody out there. And I know that sort of thing makes the lawyers real, oh, you know, who's gonna do it? And, you know, the problem I can see is that if we hire a clerk in your office, I mean, that clerk's going to have to then understand the difference between taxable value and SEV. Why the heck did my taxes go up this year? You know, what's the difference? Has to know water rates and sewer rates and planning and zoning and all those different things. Is this position going to be somehow used to better address those concerns? I read through in the backup material about the need to communicate more effectively and do, you know, planning, and there's the business about the print shop. But to me, the social media, as Jeff pointed out right at the start, creates new expectations, but how are we meeting those expectations?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's one of the things that we've struggled with ever since I joined the city team. And, you know, this position in general that we're asking to create may not address those specific things, but what it would do is it would free up the person who's doing those things to be able to more adequately address social media. So I hope that answers your question, but the idea behind that is right now, you know, in our team, we have some people that have like very specific and highly specialized skill sets, like on SHTV, and they do their video, but they're not going to be the ones that are on social media answering those questions. And we have people that are, you know, do events and that kind of thing, or run the print shop or do graphic design. But what we lack really is people that are good at being able to come up with messaging like that, where they understand the bigger picture of everything that's going on in the city and have relationships with people where they can get their questions answered if they need to, so that they can get residents answered. And so what we would like to see happen is somebody that can come in and that can do that and you know, look at bigger picture storytelling, public relations, messaging, but then also free up the person who's responsible for social media then to be able to do more and to be on social media and actually be more immediate in our response. Because what's happening now is the only people that we have that are actually trained in communication and social media and messaging are myself and one other person. And I am also responsible for being the director for that department, so I'm doing budgets and I'm doing staffing and I'm doing all kinds of other stuff. What we find we never have the time for are two things. One, the social media component, and two, the overarching bigger picture projects like strategic planning, like how can we make sure that our city magazine is actually as effective as it could be? How do we make sure our website is actually functioning and has good and accurate data on it and isn't, you know, 18 months out of date? So those are all things that we've been working on, but, you know, it's kind of like what Jeff said, you're on the hamster wheel a bit, and we never have somebody that can actually do that. We do the best we can. We monitor, but we miss things. In addition to that, I don't think that we've ever, this has probably been the first time, probably in the last year and a half, 2 years, that we've actually looked at answering residents' questions on pages that were not city pages, you know? So I think if we had a person that could be more dedicated to that, we could actually have that person, you know, create a relationship as an individual through the city, as the city's representative, on Facebook and say, stop tagging tag me. If you want an immediate answer, tag me. That's what I'm here for. You don't have to message, you can whatever, tag me, and then we'll get those posts more immediately. A lot of times we just don't see them fast enough.
Right.
You know, so the easy answer to your question is, yes, we are looking at that, and I think another position would help us address those issues a lot better than we can address them now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Varney. And Mr. Vanderpool, so are we going to be seeing these positions as part of the upcoming budget?
Mayor, yes, depending on feedback from council, and it sounds like, you know, we have received very good feedback. They would be in the proposed budget, and city council then would have an opportunity to debate them during the budget hearing process.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything they want to add or any final comments? Mr. Radke?
Mr. Mayor, I'll be very brief. I just wanted to piggyback on something that Councilman Yannis said. I was thinking about it during the time. I completely agree that a social worker that could be split between the PD and the building department for the Safe Homes Task Force is something that I really support and recommend, and I'm glad that we're thinking about that still. It was one of the things that we had to cut, but I know that Mr. Vezenko works very hard dealing with some of the hoarding situations and other issues in the city, and I'm sure that could be a person's full-time job, because in a city of our size, we obviously deal with things like that. That's all I wanted to add, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Radke. Right now, it's 10:45. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We're 10 minutes off schedule, but we'll come back at 10:55 and start the next segment at 10:55. So we'll stand in recess for 10 minutes. Order. We had a great discussion on our first item and looking to move on to the next item right now, which is making Sterling Heights a sustainable community, the case for implementing a universal curbside recycling program. We do have a presentation by Michael Moore. Mr. Vanderpool, do you want to kick us off?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. As I mentioned early on in my introductory comments, our session today is centered on continuous improvement in a number of areas. And as you know, as an organization, we pride ourselves in implementing best practices across the board. And when we find an area where we feel we're really not hitting the mark with respect to best practices, then we do whatever we can to get our that area aligned with the best practice. So in the spirit of our sustainability plan that was approved last year, at least the framework of the plan, and the city's first ever sustainability commission was approved by the mayor and city council. The next presentation is going to focus on an area that we feel does need to be improved, and that is recycling. We want to do all that we can to increase our recycling participation and rates in the city. And to lead this presentation is Mike Moore, our Department of Public Works Director. Thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Good morning, City Council, City Manager, and City Attorney. In 2018, the state of Michigan achieved an estimated recycling rate of 18%. The state has set a goal of tripling that rate to 45% over the next 10 years. For Sterling Heights to contribute to increasing the recycling rate, we need to rethink how we provide recycling in our community. As you know, the City of Sterling Heights does not have a universal curbside recycling program, and over the last year, we have been working diligently to receive the best possible cost from our refuse hauler, GFL Environmental, to introduce a citywide program to our residents. Today, I wanted to provide an update on where we've been and what we need to do to increase the recycling rate in our city. Please be advised, the plan you will see has been approved by the Solid Waste Management Commission and Sustainability Commission. So as you know, there's two options right now in Sterling Heights to recycle. On the left, you'll see our one remaining recycling drop-off center, and on the right, you'll see the recycling cart that's a subscription-based program through GFL. Every day, or the days that we're open, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday at the recycle center, we have employees that are using the clicker, and we're clicking about 1,500 different cars or residents that come to the center every single month. So that equates to about 1% of the city's population. However, on the curbside recycling program, we have 25% of the city that voluntarily pays the $57 a year, so about 10,000 households of the 40,000 households use this method to recycle. So where did we come from? Why are we talking about this topic? Here's some previous pictures of the drop-off center. Clearly not what we're looking for. Obviously, as we know, last year the topic of conversation was contamination, and at that time, my team, we wanted to really address that. So what we have now is our remaining recycle center, much cleaner, much neater, and we have staff that's there throughout the entire day performing the operation. So what do we have? Reduced contamination. I think we did a great job addressing those concerns thus far. And then increase the efficiency of the actual recycling process through the drop-off center. While we've done a good job thus far, there's still many more improvements we need to do at the recycle center to make it even more efficient. On the top half, you'll see proposals, some rough estimates proposals for bringing electrical service to the Clinton River site. And when I say electrical services, what we need is compactors. Previously, I explained that when we recycle plastic right now, residents will deposit their plastic into an actual trailer. My staff will keep it neat and orderly, and then they'll bring that trailer back to the 18-mile site, unload the trailer, compact it, and take the trailer back. So really antiquated, time-consuming method. If we want to do it right, we need to get upgraded electrical service to that site, which would also then give us the ability to have a structure for our staff to keep our staff out of inclement weather. Below would be no electrical service, where we would just need a few more trailers and a lower voltage of electricity to at least give staff the heating structure. And on the right-hand side, there has been some discussion in the past of reopening a site, so there's a significant investment should we choose to keep the recycle center. If I go to the cost of the recycle center, we're clicking 2,000 residents per month. If we take what it costs to operate the center divided by the 2,000 residents, each resident that comes through that gate, we could equate it to a $6.25 charge. However, we know there's repeat visitors there. We know that the resident isn't coming just one time. We see multiple faces. So we're estimating, let's say 1,000 residents come 2 times per month. That means that using that same methodology, it's $12.50 per time that resident comes through. So going back to best management practices, how can we reach that highest recycling rate and contribute to that increased recycling rate that the state of Michigan and we too want to reach? If you look in the foreground here, you can see a lot of recycling carts on the. So my team, we dug deep and we started contacting a lot of other communities, local communities, and said, what are you doing? And you can see on the list here of all the communities on the list, all of these communities do have curbside recycling, and none of them have the drop-off centers. So we thought, okay, sounds great, how can we get there? So we started applying for grants, and luckily we were successful in receiving 2 grants from the state of Michigan and the Recycling Partnership in an approximate total of $1.5 million to purchase the recycling carts, 40,000 recycling carts. The one disclaimer on that is there is a deadline for that. We're getting close. Eagle's getting a little bit nervous. They would like to see an answer soon, and with the Recycling Partnership. So while these funds are great, we don't have these funds forever. There isn't an actual sunset date, but there is some concern that other communities are waiting until we make our decision. So if we can look at these costs, so we have the grant, we've worked close with GFL, Jennifer Varney and I, the Finance and Budget Director, met with GFL. And what GFL is proposing, if hopefully everybody can see the pointer on the screen, GFL is happy to provide curbside recycling. However, to do so, they want a 5-year extension on their current contract. Current contract ends in 2024. So if you take a look at the visual, 2024 on the top line, 0%. Every year after that, for a 5-year extension, GFL is requesting 2.75% increase every year. In addition, to have recycling, it's at an estimated rate of $5 per month for the home. We'll get into that cost a bit more. And every year after, they're requesting a 2.75% increase to the contract. So should we choose, or should council desire to pursue curbside recycling, it does come at a 5-year extension. So let's look at costs. Same communities that have the curbside and don't have the drop-off center. Down at the bottom in blue, our current cost for the average home to have refuse and yard waste is $74 a year. Not bad. Should we choose to go with universal curbside recycling, it's increased to $122. Still bottom of the list. Still a good cost. Let's break it down to every week. We can all relate to taking out the trash, taking out the recycling now would be a weekly. So every time you take your recycling to the curb, should we have universal curbside recycling, we're looking at the cost of 86 cents a week. Your refuse, your yard waste on average per week is $1.42. So this is almost half, 86 cents with the grants. If the cost stayed the same and we didn't have the grants, we're looking at an increase to $1 per week. So for 86 cents a week, the average home, we can recycle. So these sound great, but how are we going to ensure that as we had our study last year of anti-contamination, how are we going to confirm that we keep the right products in the containers? With both of these grants come strict guidelines that we must follow and that we want to follow. And an anti-contamination kit from the Recycling Partnership we already have. Really, when you envision a kit, it's not a box of items, it's more of a plan. And what that plan is, some of the items you see in front of you. Be an extremely robust education and advertising campaign before curbside recycling work for kickoff, if that's the path we choose. In addition to that, there has to be consistent messaging and information to all residents, whether it be from information cards. When the carts would be delivered to residents, it would already come with packets of information. We would have a big advertising push. They'd receive their cart with a bunch of information, but it can't end there. There would still be more information coming, whether it be monthly, quarterly, or annually. Information would continue as the recycling industry continuously changes. In addition, not to skip around too much, but in the previous presentation talked about manpower, we're seeking an environmental safety supervisor, and this would be one of that individual's tasks, would be to focus solely on the recycling component for the city. So it brings us to the recommendation. We see as there's 4 potential options. Option 1, proceed with universal curbside recycling, actuate the grants in a somewhat timely manner. This would increase the refuse millage by 0.58, discussed, for the average home, 86 cents a week. And this program could be in 2021 summertime. Option number 2, solicit information from the community survey this summer of 2021. We're going to hear more about that today, so there's an option to have this information or question asked on the survey. Option number 3, request universal curbside recycling cost at the next contract. As I mentioned, the current contract ends at 2024, and we could choose to hold off and just ask for this cost as part of the entire package. Or option number 4, we stay status quo where we're at. That concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Anything else, Mr. Vanderpool, before we go?
No, Mayor, we're happy to hear questions and comments from you and City Council.
Okay. Doesn't look like there are any residents, so we'll go right into the City Council. Who'd like to be first on curbside recycling?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Mr. Moore. We've talked about this a lot, I know. I guess just to start, we talk a lot about residential recycling. Could we mandate commercial recycling and leave residential alone if we wanted to? Because right now, I think we focus a lot on the residents, but what about recycling citywide, not just by the residents?
I guess as far as when you say mandate.
We could pass an ordinance that says that they have to recycle.
Can we do that? Is that your question?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I guess that would have to be a question we'd have to take under consideration with the help of the legal team. I'm not sure if we can mandate that they recycle.
Because right now, you know, we say that a commercial business has to have a dumpster, for example. Could we also say that they have to do a certain amount of recycling? I guess other cities, it seems to me, like Ann Arbor and other places, they either encourage businesses to recycle or they make them in some form recycle. I'm not sure about Michigan law. I know in other states they're required to recycle. So I'm curious about that because I know we talk a lot about residential recycling, but I'd like to think more about this as a whole body. You know, if we're just talking to the residents, we're missing a significant amount of commercial activity that happens in the city that is ripe for recycling. More than that, I think that a 5-year contract extension with GFL, I think what it was called now, GFL is just a no-go. When this contract was first being discussed by this council, and I sat in that audience out there, they offered us at about, I think it was $12 a year, give or take, recycling way back when. And the council at the time did not accept that. I thought it was a mistake, and I voiced my opinion from the audience about how it was a mistake at the time. Now it seems like they've quadrupled their cost. And it seems to me there's no real savings between the subscription service that we currently operate and what the city would charge each resident, which kind of shocks me. You'd think there'd be some kind of volume discount that if we allow everyone, or we mandate everyone has to have curbside recycling, that there would be a savings to the recycler that they could pass on to us. But it seems to me with your negotiations with them, they're unwilling to do that at this juncture.
Well, I think from their perspective, it's a huge capital investment of a dozen trucks costing, upwards of maybe $350,000 each, as well as all the employees to do it.
Also, I know that you're asking for more manpower in your department. How many employees currently work the one recycling center that we still remain open?
Three.
Are those 3 full-time employees or part-time employees?
Part-time.
3 part-time employees? If we were to cut that if we come to an agreement on recycling carts for, the citywide or whatever, we close that recycling center, would those 3 employees be able to be reassigned elsewhere in the department to do work?
If there's vacancies, yes, they would. Those positions would be eliminated. Currently, we have vacancies, and as was mentioned previously, the part-time position, sometimes, for lack of a better term, a revolving door. So there's always an opportunity, it seems like, at least in our department, of a vacancy or other vacancies. So, yes, and we've thought long and hard about that, too. We don't want to come in one day and tell these folks,
right,
no longer employed here, so we'd want to make sure we have a position for them.
I have 2 residents who really care about the employees at the recycling center that is open, and know that right now one of them is sitting in his car trying to stay warm to monitor the site. And I think that it's incumbent upon the council to come to a resolution on this question. Either we make capital improvements to the one remaining recycling center to make it work, or we decide just to cut the recycling center, which I think would be my preference, would be to eliminate it and go to universal recycling. The problem I'm having, and it's kind of like squaring the circle right now, is that this cost, I believe, is just too high. So I don't have an answer to the residents who both want curbside universal recycling at a cost that I believe is affordable. I think that because of your aforementioned comments about GFL not wanting to invest, and because I think we already have a very good rate on our garbage contract, it's almost impossible, because I can't see raising people's taxes $50 a year to do universal curbside recycling when it was just so much cheaper a few years ago. Now, I understand that the recycling market has changed, but the idea that the costs have gone up more than 4.5 times from what it was offered to us just, I think it was 5 years ago, that seems shocking to me. So I don't know how we're going to solve this problem, but I'm willing to listen to my colleagues and hear what they have to say. But I do think that we need to have a more holistic approach for the entire city in recycling, engage our business owners as well as our residents, because we talk about how our business community thrives, but if they're just throwing everything in the dumpster and we're asking more from our residents, that to me seems to be inappropriate. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Schmidt.
So let me get this straight. Right now, we have 26% of our households recycling in one way, shape, or form, either curbside or attending our recycle center. We are going to ask the ratepayers for a 0.58 mil increase. So now, folks, we're looking at 0.83, really, because our initial presentations, we were going to raise at 0.25. So now we're up to 0.83. I'm just letting all this sink in. What do you tell, Mr. Moore, there are residents who have seen the statistics of recycling really not taking place and who are very skeptical about paying this extra fee or being forced to pay an extra fee when they see all the documentaries about how recycling has changed and so much doesn't go to the landfill anymore, or the contaminations which causes things to go to the landfill? How are we supposed to let those residents know that it's okay, we're going to do this anyway, and rest assured all the stuff that you recycle is going to get where it's supposed to be?
Well, we do know with conversations through GFL that 80% plus of everything that's placed into the cart is being recycled. Some of those items, clearly 20% is contamination, but I think now is our opportunity to show the public that we care about the, the green side of things, and we want to take the right approach. And albeit it does cost money, but I think it's quite a statement to the community that we want to take the approach that everybody now will have the opportunity to recycle right from their house, similar to what, the graph showed of all the other local communities are doing the exact same thing.
So would a resident be forced to take one of these big green containers if they did not want to participate in curbside recycling?
Great question. I don't think we would force anybody. There would definitely be a lot of logistics worked out on the front side as far as advertising, communication, and I strongly believe that if a resident desired to, or desire is not the right word, if a resident chose they did not want a recycle cart, we would not force a cart onto their house.
Plus the additional cost of the mailers that we have to send out and an added supervisor, and these are all added costs. I, as well, am not in favor of going for a 5-year extension. I think, if anything, we may get much better rates because of A, the size of our city, and B, companies will want to give us a good bid. So I'm not in favor of extending with their automatic pay increases over the 5 years. I don't know where this goes either. Personally, I would like to see the recycle centers remain open. I know it's probably not the logical solution to this, but I'm not so sure that there are over 50% of our community that are on board with recycling at all, quite frankly, if we're just getting to 26% now. So, and the fact that because it's a millage, everybody's going to be paying different for their recycling, which brings up my recycling is going to be much cheaper than someone who lives in the vineyards recycling. So that's another concern of mine. And that's really all I have to say. I have no solution, just comments. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Ms. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'll start with, I'm not in favor of extending the contract for 5 years in order to get these prices. And one is, we all know this is a very, very competitive contract. And if people want it bad enough, they're going to give us the price that we want to pay. So I would not be in favor of of extending that contract now. I do know, one of my concerns with the recycling centers, and even opening the one on 15, is that we have non-residents that actually use that center because it's not monitored. So when I have people call me and say, oh, when is that center going to open up? And I know that they don't live in Sterling Heights, it is a concern that I'm great that, it's great that somebody's recycling, but yet at our cost. So when my husband was alive, he was the one that broke down the boxes. I would wash all this stuff, so he would take everything to the recycling center. Currently, I have a cart because it's just easier for me to put that in the garage and haul it out to the street. So I know in my, the lifestyle, I've made a change, and it's easier for me to put things in a cart. Somebody else sorts them out, and it works. But we all know that recycling now is a national concern, is that what do you do with all this stuff? Some of it's reused, and others, and other things just can't be. So I don't know what the answer is to this problem, because that's what it is. It is a problem. And I think if we don't renew this contract, just go with the way things are right now, let people voluntarily do this, explain to them that this is something we're going to be, seeking in the future. It gives them an opportunity to plan. So That would be something that I would be open to, because we have a long time then, in 2000, well, you have another 3 years to start educating, you know, our residents that this is what's going to happen. And then between water bills and other bills that we send out to residents, we have a way of cutting down the cost of letting them know what's coming in the future. So that would be something I'd be in favor of. The other thing is if we decide to go with the curbside recycling, would there be and you can answer all these questions when I'm finished, would there be an opportunity for more hazard waste days and shredding days? Those are, I get calls about that all the time, is when are we going to do it again? When are we going to do it again? And it doesn't even mean that, you know, it has to be on our site. I know that, I think it's Cornerstone Credit Union, I believe, actually uses, I think, Mr. Kashubski's office parking lot, and they've done shredding days there. With Lakeside, all that empty parking spaces that are there, it's something I think that we could handle there if we couldn't handle it at DPW. So those are things I think about, is some of those services that aren't all the time, but people really use. And if we could just put the processing in place somewhere else, we could still do some of these things. But then another thing is if we're doing it for our residents, we have to make sure there's some kind of identification. And I guess the question would be is if the rate for all of this is going up for everyone, there would be some people that were paying for a service they're not using. They're still receiving it, they're just not using it. And are recycling centers now only open to residents in the community, or can businesses in the community in Sterling Heights use those one recycling center that we have open? And those are all my questions for right now.
Okay. So the recycle center that we have remaining open, IDs are checked there, and that is for residents only. Should we allow commercial or industry, it would reach maximum capacity far too fast, therefore not allowing the remaining residents to have the opportunity to recycle. Hazardous waste days, we're excited to host that again. We have the dates already set in place, and that'll be back at the DPW from electronic waste, all of the hazardous materials, and then the paper shredding. So we're excited that this spring we have, I think, two dates in April, maybe one in May, three in a row. I forget specifically where they were, but so those events are coming back, which, as you mentioned, are highly participated, and we receive calls throughout the year about those as well too. I'm not sure if there's other questions in there, or it was more comments. More.
No, I think you answered. You told us how many employees were at the recycling center right now. I think a lot of it were comments, but you did answer my questions. Yep, really, and I think I would agree with my colleagues that I would not be in favor of extending that contract for an additional 5 years now. Nothing further.
Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The waste hauling contract is up in 2024, correct?
Correct.
We have 3 years. In the next 3 years, I believe we're going to be doing a survey of the residents. I think we should ask the residents, would you like curbside recycling? Get a feel. What do they think? What do they want? And let's assume that they say, yes, we consider it. Then I think we should have a program where we educate them. Your little recycling kit, as an example, let them know how to recycle. We have to get the residents to buy into this if it's going to work. We've got 3 years. Let's see if we can get them to buy into it. In the meantime, I use the Clinton River Recycling Center. The place is beautiful now. My son pulls out his driver's license showing that he's a resident, gets in the right door and out the right side. I would like to see the 15-mile road set up the same way. I think we need to provide something for the residents in the next 3 years, because I don't see curbside recycling happening until after this contract expires. We go out for bids and, again, depending on what feel we get from the residents. But back up, I'd like to see 2 recycling centers. I would like to see them cleaned up. I would like to see them monitored. I would like to see the people know that it's strictly residents using them, and just take our time and see what happens, one step at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Koski, Mr. Yanis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My colleagues always do their homework and they always ask great questions, so a lot of my questions have been answered. Just a couple of things, though. GFL says that 80% of the materials, the recyclable materials they get, are recycled. Do we know if that 80% number is the 20% that's not getting recycled? Do we know if it's because of waste or because people are throwing non-recyclables into the recycling cart?
Non-recyclables.
All right. And Mrs. Schmidt brought up Councilwoman Schmidt brought up a great point. If someone doesn't want a cart, what if someone wants a bin? If they're a senior citizen that doesn't create a lot of waste, can we get them a bin?
This proposal did not include bins. We did speak about that, but this would be one 64-gallon cart for all residences, no bins. Because
that's pretty hard and fast, no bins. I mean,
that would change their proposal as far as their equipment. The 64-gallon cart can all be picked up one way. With a bin would require either A, the driver to get out, or B, a second employee on the truck, which increases cost.
Yep. Okay. I kind of get it. Do you know if every waste hauler that recycles owns their own MRFs?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I would suspect that typically they do not.
So if somebody came to us in a couple of years and said, we just want to bid on the recycling part of the contract, but they don't own their own MRF, and so they're at the mercy of GFL or somebody else, we might not necessarily save money just because we're using somebody else, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Point of inquiry, MRF is a material transfer station?
Recovery facility, material recovery facility?
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's where the recyclables go and get separated.
Okay, thank you. That's all
I apologize. And have we discussed, because I see that in your cost analysis here, part of the cost analysis is not only refuse but yard waste, which I know is a very limited time, but do we know what it would cost to eliminate yard waste?
Yard waste collected 36 weeks out of the year. I don't have that cost with me today, but we do have that cost broken out, absolutely. So I will be able to find that number very quickly.
If you could get back. Yeah, I appreciate that. And then, so just a couple of comments. I appreciate that some of these other recyclables, the electronics, which I save all this stuff and it drives my wife absolutely crazy. She's tripping over my electronic waste because I'm waiting for the day I can recycle it. The idea that I like that we have these days. I don't know that we can have enough of them. I'm not so sure about them being scattered around the city, and then you have to get the information out to people where they're at and what time and so forth. I'd like to see something more streamlined in regards to that, because there are, especially with electronic waste, there's a lot of heavy metals in electronic waste. And the other thing, and we talked about this with adding somebody to our communications department, it was brought up about how to recycle, but I think we also need to talk to people about why we recycle. I mean, some people just grow up and they grew up with recycling, and it's something that you do, and I'm not sure everybody understands why recycling is important. And I think that needs to be part of our communications as well, to help encourage people to recycle. And I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Deanez. Can you summarize what the Sustainability Commission reported back on this issue and if they made any recommendations?
So presented, myself and City Planner Chris McLeod presented to the Sustainability Commission and the Solid Waste Management Commission, and they both had great questions, a lot of good feedback, but ultimately they felt that to pursue going green for the city, they believe that the charge that was presented today was a fair charge for the residents to begin to recycle from the curb, so they were supportive.
Okay. I have a bunch of questions. I'm not sure how to do it so it makes sense from a sequencing standpoint, but to be clear, the 15-mile site is closed, right?
Correct.
Not open right now. So when you put the recycling center preliminary cost, this is if it were to reopen, and it includes 3 part-time employees, which is not as part of the Clinton River site because that's already being funded. Do you have any way of estimating how many people would use that site? And maybe it would be based on, did you ever keep track of how many people used the site before it was closed?
We did not, and the reason we did not is because the sites, 1 site, 2 site, or 3 sites as we had previously, were open 24/7, 365. So we had no way of keeping track of how many vehicles or residents came into each site. Since we've closed the last 2, and now we focus solely on the 1 site on Clinton River with staff, we have the ability to count every resident that comes through, but we were not able to keep track before.
Do you know offhand how the volume compares, though? Like, does the volume at the Clinton River site, is it comparable to the volume before we closed the other 2? Is it much more? How does that compare?
Clinton River collected the most volume of the 3 sites. Since they've been closed down, the volume at Clinton River has increased, but it was the busiest site of the 3.
Do you know if it's doubled, if it's
not doubled?
Not doubled, okay.
25% increase.
Okay. I guess that still doesn't really help in terms of how much volume it's getting that the other sites were getting and how many people. I've gotten the calls where people say, I'm just not recycling anymore, so I hope you're happy. And I say, well, I'm not, but there's got to be shared sacrifice here if you want to recycle. Let me jump to, well, on the topic of the recycle centers, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense from a financial standpoint. There's no way somebody could look at this and say it makes good financial sense for these things to stay open. What you're also not including, okay, you track each driver's license as it comes in and out, right? Right. Not going out, but as it's coming in, obviously. Do you keep a record of that, or do you just check it to see who that resident, or just to confirm it's a resident?
We just confirmed Sterling Heights.
Okay. You're estimating that there are 2,000 people well, you've got data that shows 2,000 people, 2,000 cars coming through every month, and you estimate that it's about 1,000 unique residents, right? So 1,000 people, and would you say on average they come twice a month to drop off? Do you have any way of estimating that?
Talking with the staff there, they've met a lot of friendly people, a lot of familiar faces. So the estimation is of the 2,000 vehicles that come through, roughly 1,000 cars come twice per month.
Okay. So that's basically, for those residents who are using the drop-off center, it's costing the city $12.50 per month for those residents. And then it's costing, as I've said to residents, assuming you have a 1-mile trip there and a 1-mile trip back, the IRS reimbursement rate is something like 58 cents. So it's costing you $1 each trip. So you're spending $2 just in vehicle expense to get there per month, plus the $12.50 that it costs. So it's essentially $15 a month for those residents, whereas I'm paying $5.70 a month. So it doesn't make any sense. From a purely financial standpoint, this would have to be closed. It doesn't make any sense to keep these open. One thing I hear is, well, I live in a condo or I live in an apartment and I can't get a recycling cart. What's the response to that? How do we work with condo associations and apartment complexes? Can they get a cart that they put in a common area or somewhere out by the dumpster that residents can go fill it up? What is the solution for those sort of multifamily use?
Absolutely. We had that exact conversation with GFL when they provided the proposal, and GFL is willing to work with said apartment complexes or condo complexes. And as we've done on somewhat similar but different topics, put a bank of carts at said location that residents can use.
Okay, so if the contract expires, and that's good, I appreciate that. If the contract expires in 2024 or the year before, we can start putting this out for bid, and we can look for competitive rates elsewhere. I mean, I'm looking at the analysis you provided on page 52 of this is the universal curbside recycling comparison to other municipalities. So it looks to me at the very bottom, if you could pull that up so that, yeah, that one right there. Is the bottom one, is this wrong? So the green one, where it says, the green bar at the bottom, where it says annual cost $122 to Sterling Heights, would that be yes on universal curbside and no on drop-off center?
Great catch. You're right.
Okay, that's what I thought.
The blue line is current, and actually you are correct. The green line should then be vice versa, where it'd be $122 yes for curbside.
Okay, and that would be, and so going back to 51, but I don't want to spend too much time. I want this to stay up. If I'm looking at page 51, it says that 122 would be in the first year of the contract. Actually, it looks to me, this is a bit confusing. Go to 51 if you could, please. So in 51, it says if we go to universal curbside recycling, in 2022, the cost would be $45.80, but then it drops down. Can you explain again, why does it drop down?
Sure. The grants that we have, albeit they're great, $1.5 million, but it does not cover the entire expense of purchasing the carts. So that first year, there's an upfront cost to still fund the purchase of carts.
Okay. So the 122 would really be, it would be 118, 120, then 123, then 127, then 130, 134, and 138. And so in 2029, at the end of the rate, or at the end of the new 5-year extension with GFL, we're paying 137. And then if we could go back to 52, that would still put us at the bottom end of this, below every city except for Roseville, Southfield, and St. Clair Shores. Let me ask about the city of Warren. Warren has these are, I take it, all cities that contract their waste hauling out?
Correct.
Does the city of Warren do their own recycling? I know they do their own.
They do their own refuse, and I'm pretty certain they do their own recycling as well.
They do.
Okay, so it's just hard. And I mean, my understanding is the last time I looked at Warren's budget, they budgeted like $10 million for refuse, sanitation, whereas we're in the $5 million range. So they're spending quite a bit more, which is sort of in line with some of these other communities. So we'd still be well below these other communities. Do you have any idea what the participation rate is in communities like you have listed here, Rochester Hills and Shelby Township, Macomb Township, Clinton Township? What is the recycling participation rate in those communities? Do you know?
As far as how often are they putting their cart at the curb?
Yeah, I think it was Mrs. Schmidt brought up, if somebody doesn't want the cart, they don't have to take it, right? So do you know, do the recycling companies, does GFL or any other company provide information on how many of these, of these communities, what percentage of the population uses the service?
90%. We asked that exact question.
Okay, so the average is, so would you expect that if we went from a subscription-based model and the recycling centers, which are negligible, 1% is negligible, would you anticipate that we would go up to 90% over time?
Absolutely, yeah, yes, I would. I think a lot of residents would be excited at the opportunity to recycle, but then also, too, as a few council members have mentioned, we'd have quite a robust education and advertising campaign, so they would be knowledgeable of what they need to do.
Okay. The contract expires in 2024. When, do you know what the contract is for our curbside? Does our curbside recycling contract with GFL, which is a subscription-based model, line up with that?
Yes, it does.
Okay. There was something at the beginning, it didn't sync up at the beginning, but I guess it syncs up at the end. And are we able to get out of that contract if we want?
Great question. We can look into it. I don't know if we're able to opt out of that.
I think GFL, so the last time I talked to representatives of GFL, my sense is that they would love for us to just get out of it. They're losing money on recycling, which is, I think, part of the reason Mr. Radke brought up, you know, shouldn't we be getting a bulk discount? The reality is, I think we negotiated a very good rate back in 2016, a rate that they can't afford right now. And they've been trying to find a way out of it. So I think that they probably would get out of it, which would lead me to ask, is it possible for us to, if GFL says, well, we're not going to give you curbside recycling at this price unless you extend the contract out, is it possible for us to cancel curbside subscription with them and then bid that out with another, you know, either to GFL or to Waste Management or, you know, Republic or anyone else? Can we do that? Do you know?
I feel we've had that discussion in the past, and I believe in the contract that those rights are reserved solely to GFL as the refuse hauler. I'm not sure. City Attorney to comment.
Do you know, Mr. Koszubski, if we're able to carve this out, if we were able to get out of the subscription base, could we bid out just the curbside recycling portion?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question. I'd have to look at the contract specifically, but generally speaking, both parties, if they came to an agreement, would be able to amend a contract. Pretty basic contract law principles would still apply. So I would think that if both parties were willing to amend the contract to drop out the recycling, that would give us that option.
Do you have any sense, Mr. Moore, where the recycling market is? Everything I've read is that it just sort of flipped, that it used to be that the recyclers would get a little bit of payment from China or from, you know, where most of this was ending up, and now they're charging the recycling companies to take recycling materials. Is that still the case? And if so, do you have any sense of where this offer that GFL has made is? Is it competitive? Is it?
So to answer the first part, you are correct. Recycling commodity is absolutely down. However, talking with everyone at the state level and in many different states, that there's a strong belief that sometimes there's ebbs and flows in different portions of the economy, this being one. And there's a strong belief that the recycling market will once again pick back up. In fact, there's billions of dollars being invested through the state of Michigan for recycling infrastructure solely to address all of these concerns. Instead of sending all of our materials out of state and overseas, there's billions of dollars being spent here, grant money here, to build that infrastructure to accept it here. So that's the answer to the first question. As far as my personal opinion on the rate that GFL is proposing, I think it's a fair rate. I think that everyone has pretty much identified the contract we got in 2016 was a phenomenal deal. The numbers don't lie. We won't get that again. I don't believe that. All the conversations we've had, those costs are only going to go up, as Councilman Radke has previously mentioned. They've gone up since the first contract, and I suspect they're going to go up again. So I think their cost is a fair price for doing business. This is a big city, and we have very high demands on the way we want our service conducted here, and they know that. So we want extra equipment, and we want the right people to do the job right.
Okay. Is the Sustainability Commission looking into like a cost-benefit analysis here to help show the community what the benefit is of recycling over sending all of this, cardboard and paper and glass and plastic into the landfills? Is that part of the sustainability's charge to us, is to help, and is that something that you think that they can do?
Absolutely. I think I can work with City Planner Chris McLeod and give the Sustainability Commission that direction, and yes, that's exactly what they're here to do.
In my experience, I look at this page 52 and I see universal curbside recycling costs when you combine refuse and curbside recycling. And if we were Chesterfield Township and we were the board of Chesterfield Township and we said, we've got a great proposal, it's going to take curbside recycling and refuse collection, and we're going to be able to reduce it to $137 per annual cost. They would say, that is phenomenal. City council or board, you guys are incredible. You've done a phenomenal job. We are so happy to have you. But if we do it where we're going from $74 to $137, people say, are you out of your mind? You're doubling our cost? What is wrong with you? So part of it, I think, is educating and getting the message out that we have been using a model that we've gotten away with for all of these years that we've been a city, but that doesn't make sense. And probably the number one thing that I hear from new residents is, I can't believe you don't have curbside recycling. Why do I have to pay for it here? So it's going to take some effort to get the community on board, but if all these other communities are recycling at over 80% or close to 90%, then I don't see why our community would be any different. And I certainly think, we hear, well, we have elderly residents and elderly residents aren't going to want to use that big trash cart. Well, there's elderly residents in Chesterfield and Rochester and Bloomfield and Waterford and Orion and Commerce and Shelby and New Haven and Rochester and Macomb and Clinton. We're not the only city with elderly residents. We're not the only city that has apartment complexes and condos, but we are the only city that has a drop-off center. And to me, if we want to be a progressive city that's attractive to businesses, residents, and be part of, the new 21st century economy, then it doesn't make sense that we continue with this broken model that we have. And timing-wise, I can sense that it might not be a great time to, we have high priority needs with manpower. We have high priority needs in the water and sewer side. And although I find this to be a high priority, it might not be the highest priority. I think probably a reasonable middle road here would be to talk about including this in the community survey and doing it in a way that we can get really good feedback from our residents. So it kicks the can maybe 1 year, but it maybe would not be great to put all three of these different increases on the backs of the residents at one time. So those are my thoughts, but they're pretty unrefined right now. I would have to give it some more thought. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Just if I could, I'd like to answer Councilman Yanez's question about the yard waste cost. Jennifer did have it at her fingertips, and to answer your question, the annual cost for yard waste is $907,000.
How does that translate into the weekly cost? Do you know?
If we go back to the slide, I can tell you, oh, here we are. Weekly cost for refuse and yard waste at $1.42. There's a little bit of math behind that because yard waste is clearly 52 weeks, excuse me, refuse is 52 weeks, yard waste is 36 weeks. So you cannot cut that number in half, I'd say. And half of that number is 70 cents, maybe 50, 60 cents.
Okay, but we pay, so we pay like $5.2 million though, right? For refuse, it's in the $5 to $5.5 million range. So if you say, if that's 900,000, then it's less than 20% of the total cost, right? So
we're at, for the total contract cost for refuse is 4.6.
Okay, 4.6. So it's between 4.5 and 5. So then 900,000 would be roughly 20% of that. So couldn't you just take 20% of the weekly cost?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay. It was an interesting question from Henry. I don't know how we would, I mean, I don't know how we would be able to pull that out. Go ahead, Mr. Yanez.
So the point of the question is a couple of things. One is the cost. And sorry, there was 907?
907,000.
Okay. But there's also, you know, we have to not only pay to haul it away, but part of that cost is for GFL or whoever takes away to take it to a site to make sure it's properly processed. When the fact of the matter is, you know, if leaves and grass is an issue, you get a mulching lawnmower and you just mulch it back in your lawn. You don't have to bag it. We could set up a central location at their Clinton River site if people really want to bag it and let them take it to the central location. Then GFL only has to come to one location. There'll still be a cost to haul it away. But I think that there's a way that we can reduce our cost simply by educating people on what to do with their yard waste and not have to pay to have it hauled away. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no question. That's a good point. I don't put out very many yard waste bags. I mulch it, and then I mean, it saves. When I see people raking all their leaves, I think, why are you doing that? It makes no sense to me. It's better for your lawn to mulch it, and it saves like all the time. So anyway, that's a good point, but I think that would be a very difficult thing to explain to the residents. And you know, yard waste is something. In my experience, people are asking for more yard waste. You know, extend it out into December, extend it out even farther. So it gives us something to think about. So I appreciate the presentation and the information, Mr. Moore and
Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Koski.
Yes, just one more question. Just to make sure that I understand this correctly, the increase in refuge millage would be 0.58, 0.86 cents per week for the average home. Now, again, did you base that on a $150,000 value home?
That's correct.
So that means I can double that if I have a $300,000 home?
Yes, same methodology as the previous presentation.
For me to recycle, my tax bill is going to go up $89.44, not $122. So when this is advertised, which I'm assuming that's something that we're going to do, make sure that the residents understand that this is based on a millage and give them the formula how to multiply it out so that they know what's coming out of their pocket. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Moore, and thank you to our Sustainability Commission and for that information. A lot to think about moving forward. Mr. Vanderpool, just to put a cap on this, what sort of direction are you looking for from the City Council on these four options and recommendations presented, and what timeline would you like to see that back? I mean, obviously, we only make decisions up here at council meetings? Is this going to come on to an agenda item? How do you think we should proceed?
Mayor, what I glean from the discussion is that there's great interest in asking a survey question with respect to curbside universal recycling. So that, unless I misunderstood that, that seemed to be the consensus I took away. So that means that this would not be an item that would be in the proposed budget. This would be an item that would be under consideration pending the results of the survey and would be an issue for consideration in the fiscal year 23 budget consideration. So it'd be 22-23 budget year.
Okay, I think that's a fair assessment of the way the discussion went. I would say there's no clear consensus to negotiate the increase with GFL and to implement it right now. So let's proceed with that. All right. Next item on our agenda today is Transformational Redevelopment, the Rebirth of the Band Dyke Corridor, and more. We have a presentation from our Senior Economic Development Director, Luke Bonner. And Mr. Vanderpool, do you want to make opening comments on this item?
Sure, Mayor, thank you. The good news is we are just 2 minutes off schedule, so we'll probably make up for it on this presentation. So obviously, notwithstanding a really difficult year, you know, the pandemic has caused all sorts of hardship for businesses across the city, no doubt. I don't want to belabor that point. At the same time, we have had a number of really interesting and exciting economic development projects that are still moving through the pipeline and through the planning stages and so on. And so our economic development advisor, Luke Bonner, is going to talk about some of those initiatives with a really major focus on the North Van Dyke Corridor, which we've been focusing a lot of time and energy on over the past year. So at this point in time, Mr. Bonner will walk us through this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. The other good thing is lunch is next, which means I really have to go fast. The other good thing is I'm not asking for anything serious. So as Mr. Vanderpool noted, it has been a very difficult year for many residents and citizens. There's almost a tale of two economies going on. You know, on one hand, we have restaurants closing. On the other hand, we have restaurants opening. The pandemic has accelerated a lot of different trends. For example, online shopping is something we are all very familiar with. Well, that's really accelerated the trend so much that there isn't enough warehouse and distribution space to satisfy the demand for the amount of people that are now buying almost everything online. And we've also seen a lot of benefit from consistently low interest rates, which is part of what has fueled some of the local investments and development in our community. But overall, if we're looking at Sterling Heights in 2020, there were about $300 million in total building permits issued last year in all sectors, commercial, residential, industrial, I think, which is a very valuable and noteworthy number. First slide, please. Do I have slides? Excellent. We are going to talk about North Van Dyke, but before that, I want to touch on a few data points reflective of what's happened in the community the last year, and then I'll dig into more about North Van Dyke, the Corridor Improvement Authority District, and some things that are currently under planning. First thing I want to take a look at is we are very much a regional economy. We have, I would say, the third largest population in the state, surrounded by a major population base, and with a major population base, a major job base. So the graphic on the left really illustrates, you know, the amount of people that are coming into and out of the community for work. We have about 48,000 coming into the community every day to work. We have about 52,000 people in our community that leave every day for work, and we have about 6,000 people that actually live here and work here. So that is a very interesting concept. I know that a lot of times on our tax abatement programs, there's a lot of interest on what jobs are made available to Sterling Heights residents. But we very much are a regional economy, and there's a lot of inflow and outflow of jobs into our city. Overall, standing steady last year, 2020, we have about 11,000 companies that employ about 65,000 people. The average earnings of those jobs, not of residents, but of those jobs, is about 67,000 overall. And even though unemployment rates have continued to rise, we have about 11,000 people that were unemployed in the community last year. When we look at the strength of our manufacturing base, gross regional product is pretty strong at $7.9 billion. I know we have looked at this particular data point before for some of the bigger strategic projects we've worked on, and our gross regional product is actually bigger than a number of states, just to show the strength of our city's economy. And even more so if we look at imports and exports for our manufacturing companies, about $60 billion total in imports and exports in the community. And then lastly, the industrial and retail vacancy rates at the bottom. This is from August through the end of last year. The industrial vacancy rate here remains incredibly low at 1.4%, which means there's literally no space, which we have seen obviously multiple new industrial developments start last year, and the number in the hopper. And then the retail vacancy rate is probably no surprise. Local retail has taken a significant hit this past year, and therefore we have seen an increase in available space from the retail standpoint. You know, from a business retention, so companies that are already here and continuing to grow because they've done well and they need excess capacity, we had a couple of really cool projects break ground and announced. First is what is now the FCA PSA merger, or Stellantis, opened their 210,000 square foot facility. It's a $14 million investment and 150 new jobs at Sterling Enterprise Park. Aperam, which has been in the community for a long time, is completing their new project on 18.5 Mile Road. That's a 100,000 square foot facility. It's about $9 million of new investment. Only 5 new jobs created there, but there's 35 jobs that are retained in the community with Aperam moving to that location versus going somewhere else. And then we also had a recent announcement about AGS Automotive, again, investing another $5 million into the community and adding an additional 100 jobs. So these are very good bright points to point out. These manufacturing jobs help what fuel a lot of what happens in our local area. On the business attraction side, another Amazon facility is coming to Sterling Enterprise Park. This is about a 450,000 square foot facility, about $20+ million of investment, another 125 jobs. That puts us close to 1 million square feet of Amazon facilities in the community. And the two other interesting ones, and there are a lot of samples we could pick from. For example, we could pick from Portillo's, which obviously is a great restaurant coming into town. But from a business attraction standpoint, I wanted to pick 2 projects that are happening on Van Dyke. At the John R. Fuel site and in the property adjacent to it, where there historically have been 3 older homes. There's 2 developments taking place. On the John R. Fuel site, we have the Pioneer Surgery Center, which is actually being built. Who is building that? I draw a complete blank. Saxey Construction, thank you. High quality, clearly high quality construction, high quality facility. And then we also have the Woodspring Suites Hotel, which will be accompanied by McAllister's Deli. This is the 3rd McAllister's Deli in Michigan. There's one in Lansing in Grand Rapids. The reason I bring up those 2, because on the Van Dyke Corridor, we have seen a significant amount of higher end investment there, commercial and office. And we had talked about this before, where the $40 million overhaul of Van Dyke has really made a difference in terms of how that corridor is perceived and how it looks. And we're really attracting a different kind of development to Van Dyke. You could say it started back with the BAE Systems redevelopment of the old TRW site as a great launch for that. But between Christian Financial Credit Union, Pioneer Surgery Center, True Hotel, this hotel, we are seeing a very different type of development. And I know council took steps last year to also create the overlay districts as part of the Band Dyke Corridor to take a look at the massive parking areas and the larger footprints of buildings that could be assembled or redeveloped into a higher density mixed use development. So those are of note, and hopefully that trend continues as we move forward into the future as well. Also wanted to highlight the opening of the Element co-working space at Velocity. Co-working, remote working, working from home has been very much an accepted practice based on the pandemic. We have 3 new tenants in this space already. We have a number of companies. It's typically one entrepreneur or one lead engineer or lead salesperson coming in from another company that's looking to establish a footprint here in the region. So we have high demand for this space already. I think this lends to a different kind of entrepreneur coming out of the pandemic as well. We've also partnered with Alchemist Ventures, a new service provider for entrepreneurial services at Velocity. And they have launched a complete virtual training program called the Grow Big Accelerator, which they've already filled out. There are 14 training seats for that, and it has gone live in a virtual session as of a couple of weeks ago. Now if we can get into North Van Dyke. So the Corridor Improvement Authority was created in 2008. It was created when we went through a recession. And so at the time, you know, we were establishing a development plan based on new investment and increases in real estate property values. The recession took a big chunk out of that momentum, if it didn't take the entire chunk out of that momentum. So fast forwarding, there has been new development in the Corridor Improvement Authority. There is tax increment finance dollars that have been growing. So we were able to take a step back, your leadership and your direction, to say, okay, what exactly is going on today and how does that impact the future of the Corridor Improvement Authority? And how can we really prioritize any potential investments up there to make a difference? We have been going through a master planning process, one of which many of you have participated in, either in individual calls or some of the community input sessions. But we started this project back in September of 2020. We went through a pretty elaborate research process with our development consultant to take a look at population trends, real estate trends, land use trends, and help identify new opportunities in that corridor. So we've gone through concept planning, we've gone through a number of community workshops, and where we are today is essentially to the point of sort of finalizing what that master plan is going to be and how are we going to implement that. But there have been a variety of things, all taken through public input, which has been one of the more fun parts about this project. I give a lot of credit to Design Workshop, our consultant on this project, to create a very nice platform for reaching out to the community and taking the pulse on what residents really want to see here. But here are some of the priority items that have come up over and over and over again of what residents want to see in this corridor. Walkability and bikeability are very important, you know, really leveraging the Clinton River, and the Riverland connection to Clinton River creates a nice opportunity for that. Being very authentic in terms of the identity, making sure that we are establishing the future identity of corridor for what it truly is today and what it can be in the future. There's a great demand for park space and civic spaces based on our conversations, and also a mixture of uses, a high density mixture of uses. So one of the projects which has actually been taken almost 5 years now to move forward, but the Chaldean Community Foundation project is a high density project. That the way that site plan has come together and the way that development is proposed really embodies a lot of these principles going forward. So a brand identity concept has been developed as well. For those of you that participated in that public session, there are a lot of different components that went into the branding, the identity, the color patterns, and ultimately this has been sort of the final branding that will be used for the corridor going forward. And it is a combination of industry and it's a combination of recreation, which is represented in that area. You know, the recreation from the Clinton Riverside and obviously industry because there is industrial in that area, and we do have an industrial history. So this is a very nice blend of both, I think, that comes across very subtly. And thank you for those that have had a hand in actually creating this logo specifically. And then lastly, it's a very busy slide. So I don't want to go through all of the detail on this, but the slide is meant to create sort of a long-term development concept. And really, the corridor is broken up into different nodes. Each node sort of banking on certain characteristics, going from the south end all the way to the north end. And certain nodes within that corridor represent either an industrial base, a maker space kind of vibe, a craft beer area, higher density mixed use specifically for residential, a mixed use area for residential and commercial, and then different areas for public recreation or public connection points from the corridor to the Clinton River system. So our final bit of homework here with our consultant is to get through these nodes in a little bit more detail and start identifying priorities, investment priorities, using Corridor Improvement Authority funds, of what can we do in each of these nodes, or one of these nodes, to make the biggest impact. How can we capitalize on investments that have already occurred? How do we potentially capitalize in the Chaldean Community Foundation mixed use project? How do we capitalize on the Clinton River now being so accessible and used? And prioritize those investments going forward to then set the stage for what happens next down the road in this district. So, with that, my presentation is complete, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bonner. I'll open up to the council. Anyone want to be first? Going once, going twice? I'll go first if nobody else wants to. I have a number of questions and thoughts. I appreciate, Mr. Bonner, your attention to this project. It's been something we've been working on for quite a while. The first element of placemaking on the slide is that you, I think, not immediately before this, but the one before the logo is walkability and bikeability. How does, so there it is. Now going back to that last one, the last slide on this page 66, this deck 66. How does walkability and bikeability work with the existing Van Dyke and Utica infrastructure? Did the consultants here provide any sort of feedback about what we can do there, or is that not part of the proposal?
No, it very much is part of the proposal. And so there probably are going to be different phases of how we make this happen. You know, if we were to go to, you know, the biggest all-in phase to make them both happen right away, it's going to be extremely expensive. It's probably going to be the most expensive part of this project. And it's also going to consist of major, what's called road dieting. So, you know, bringing the roads in, eliminating lanes, adding medians where necessary, a lot of traffic stops, a lot of pedestrian crossings. Because as it sits right now, not a very inviting area to ride your bike on, for sure. Definitely a lot of areas for potential walkability, and those probably are a lot easier to do first versus the bikeability side of it.
Yeah, so I was talking with somebody recently who brought up a good point, which is that in Sterling Heights, we've got all of these roads that are seemingly designed to get you out of the city of Sterling Heights as fast as possible. Shaner Road, 3 lanes, you know, as far, when you get farther north, it's 3 lanes and get out of here, right? M59, 4 or 5 lanes, keep moving through. Van Dyke, we've got an expressway to get you out. Ryan Road, it's 5 lanes and people drive 55, 60 miles an hour. And we have to be deliberate. We should be thinking about ways to, once they're here, to keep them here, right? And we know that Shaner or that Van Dyke and Mound exists to get people you know, through the city, just like 16 Mile Road does. But Ryan Road doesn't have to do that. And certainly this, of all the roads we have in Sterling Heights, this is the one that I would say is the biggest candidate, Van Dyke North candidate for trapping people in, right? And of course that's, you know, I shouldn't say that publicly, but the reality is we want to keep people from using this to just get out. There are other ways they can get out of the city if they want to get out of the city. But this should be a road that's really solely focused on providing the amenities around it. If you want to get to M59, there are better ways to get to M59 than going up North Van Dyke. And if you're coming from north of M59 and you want to get to Metropolitan Parkway or to 696 or to anything else, North Van Dyke is not a great road to take. So I think we can be very aggressive in doing what you call the road diet, shrinking the road, making it less about vehicles and more about pedestrians. And I think that would be, that's sort of the way that you have, the only way I think you're going to activate the street level is by getting the traffic counts down and getting the speed down. Because nobody's going to want to, you know, like, for example, a lot of this is like retail commercial, that's, you know, boutique retail right on Van Dyke. Residential townhouses right on Van Dyke. Like, you're not going to want to stroll right out of your front door and walk your dog on Van Dyke if cars are buzzing by at 50 miles an hour. So, so that to me is the number one thing we've got to do. And then I just want to comment on how, you know, there's some really interesting things here, like Civic Space Industrial History Museum. What are your thoughts on that? How have the discussions gone? And, you know, explain to me what that sort of use would look like. How would it be funded? Who would own it? Is it a city space? Is it a partnership? Is it what does that space look like to you?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I won't be able to answer all of those questions because we're still sort of pinning down kind of this implementation phase. And then also remember that this is sort of a long-term development master plan. So there are some things that are already in the district today that you couldn't necessarily do these things here because there's an operating business or, you know, whatever. But the idea behind the Industrial History Museum is really to pay homage to the industrial roots of the community. We have a lot of sheet metal fabrication firms in this community. We have a lot of automotive heritage in this community. And aside from the GM Heritage Center, which isn't necessarily accessible to the public, there isn't really anything that does that. And that could be combined with a makerspace, so a workshop that you can come into, weekend hobbyists or, you know, home projects or that sort of thing, almost like a hands-on museum that is used for, you know, education purposes, but also just you know, opportunity to go back and see what kinds of things have been made here historically that have major importance on the planet, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's important that we do more. We have very few cultural amenities in the city of Sterling Heights, you know, like a civic theater or museum or, you know, you name it. There's just very few cultural amenities that bigger cities have. Like, sort of, to me, the difference between a big city with a vibrant downtown area and a city like Sterling Heights is that those cities offer cultural amenities that draw people in. So, like, I like the idea of putting a satellite library in this corridor. When I spoke with design experts across the country about the challenges and the opportunities in this district, you know, one of the things that's shaded out, but you can see it north of Utica Road, or I guess it's west of Utica Road, is the mobile home park. And the mobile home park is, to me, actually it's a great opportunity for this district because it's denser housing than in normal neighborhoods. I shouldn't say normal, in your average neighborhood in Sterling Heights. It's denser housing, and it's generally residents who maybe are less reliant on, an automobile, maybe more reliant on public transport. And so giving them the opportunity to access all of these amenities by foot or by bicycle, I think is really, really an exceptional thing for the city to be considering and doing. I see we've got a brewery distillery, which we've always been trying to get, and we don't quite understand why we don't have that yet. But, I think this is a really exciting proposal, and I'm optimistic about the Chaldean Community Foundation sort of being a first catalyst there. Very briefly, before I hand it over to my colleagues, the Velocity Center's new operator, how is that going? It's been a few months now, right? Any major successes or challenges to report?
Well, I think the first success for them is really getting a virtual program out the door. And they're doing that, what I call is, it's called the Grow Big Business Accelerator. So they have a training partner that is basically doing sales and business development training in a virtual environment. It's very collaborative with all of the people that you train with. They had 14 seats. The 14 seats filled out pretty quickly. Their second program that we're launching, we've done this 5 or 6 years in a row, but it's called Manufacturers Engage, where we're pulling in manufacturers together to collectively sort of problem solve what the issues are. So they are taking that on to work with manufacturers and entrepreneurs to come up with solutions to their business problems. I mean, they're going to have ongoing coaching after that. So all of the companies that participate in that, hey, we're dealing with this issue, and this issue, they will then go through coaching with those companies over the course of this year to help facilitate the solutions to those problems. So it's, I would just say in general, it's Velocity isn't what it was pre-pandemic. No events that are going on there. A lot of people have opted not to come into the office. So for them to spin up a couple of things virtually, I think is pretty critical to making sure that those entrepreneurs are available to resources. So we've been pretty happy with it.
Good. Very good. Okay. Anyone else on council on this item?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Zarko.
Okay. We keep going back to this, this project, and it's going to be a long time before we see a lot of this happen. But it's something, I guess, it is something to look forward to. But there were a couple of comments that you've made, this morning, and all of it ties into the pandemic and the changes that we're going to see because of that. And one of them is office space, is where, are we going to have an overabundance of office space because people are going to choose to work from home when they didn't before? So, and statistics say that probably 30% of the people that are working from home now will never go back into an office. So how is that going to affect us? How is it going to affect this particular part of the city? But what I keep thinking is how there are so many different businesses that are coming out of the pandemic differently than others. And I think part of it is that they are looking at what they can do instead of what they can't do. And I think that makes a big difference in the attitude of whether it be a restaurant or, like you're saying, the Velocity Center. It's always having that positive spin on things. So hopefully this is going to be completed sooner than later, but I'm really looking forward to the Roaring 20s, because they said after the influenza pandemic in, the 1920s, that there was a big boost in the economy and that things really people started doing more. And I'm looking forward to that again. I know it's coming, but we need to be patient for it. But I think the plans are here to have something that's very, very successful. It's just a matter of finding the people that have the same vision that we do about this corridor. So I don't have anything else to say. You're doing a great job, and we'll just keep plugging away.
Well, if you want me to answer your question about office.
Yes, please.
So there really hasn't been, there's been very little movement in office, with the exception of some really well-known projects out there. Like REI, for example, is the big outdoor sporting goods company that they've completely abandoned their office. Everyone's going to work from home. But here locally, it seems like nobody really knows yet. So no one has walked away from their office. Nobody has not renewed their lease, with a couple of small exceptions, because I don't think companies know how they want their workforce to be yet. Do they want them all to come back to the office? What jobs can work remotely? What jobs, like sales jobs, can they have in some other remote office somewhere else? So nobody is walking away from their office space yet, because if you do, then you lose it permanently and you can't go back and get it. So I think that still remains to be seen. I do think that there is a social acceptance for working remotely because people have had to. So I think from an efficiency standpoint, that will definitely lead to what happens with office. Do we need that much space anymore? Do we need more space, less space? Do we need 2 offices instead of 1 central office? So I think that's going to really evolve, but I don't think the commercial mortgage markets have seen office buildings going back to banks yet. So I think that's still sort of kind of wait and see. I think co-working style spaces, you know, pre-pandemic they were really hot, and then middle of last year you had WeWork in serious trouble. There's a group called Notel that's like a WeWork space that also is in serious trouble. But now coming fast forward to this year, there's an expectation that co-working spaces are going to be in high demand because not everyone's going to go back to the office, and they'll need these smaller, you know, co-working spaces. So I think that still kind of remains to be seen overall.
And I have to agree with you, but it's like, I think the pandemic is, as much as we've been distracted by it and how it's limited to us as to what was normal for us, is that it gave us a chance to pause and maybe restructure things, which we've been doing, and finding out what we should be doing and what we should be doing differently. But I still think just knowing that everybody's going to come out of this differently. And yes, there are some businesses that didn't survive. But I really think that there are some that are going to thrive. Some people have opened new businesses during this time. So hopefully this will continue. So nothing further.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Zarko. Ms. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions in regard to your little map here. I see what I think is Riverland and the cultural dining plaza, the nature park. Is that back of the Chaldean community building?
So the cultural dining and plaza, if you notice, that is pointing to that upfront area on Van Dyke, which is in front of Zep Zone right now. Mm-hmm. So part of that concept is, like we see in other big commercial areas, there's a ton of parking. Probably don't need all the parking anymore. So how do you utilize the really underutilized land uses that have way too much parking? So that's the first one. And the second one, the nature park is sort of concept right now, but as part of the Chaldean Community Foundation project, there's about 7 acres out of the 10 that they can't use because it's floodplain. So what we'd like to do is make sure that that property is accessible to the public. So if you actually can scroll in on that, if it's possible, there is a connection point highlighted from Van Dyke to that nature park. So you want to take advantage of that property because it's still pretty valuable from a public appreciation standpoint. So that is you know, part of the plans of this.
So the city owns that or will own that?
We don't own it yet. We have discussed a way to partner with the foundation on using that property in some way, shape, or form, more of a public purpose, because from a development purpose, they really don't have a need for it. So we're still kind of holding tight to see how we partner with them on that.
Is it possible to have any kind of recreational facility there to access the Clinton River? Because that looks like the Clinton River at the end of it.
It is, and from a structure standpoint, that is a little bit more difficult, and that's actually part of the problem with a lot of those properties on the east side of Van Dyke there, is they're in a floodplain. And those floodplains are really difficult to build in because of the amount of fill that you have to put in the floodplain to be able to support a foundation, and the amount of property you then have to cut in order to compensate or get filled in. So we don't necessarily have on that part of Van Dyke any proposed new recreational structures, but definitely trying to make more of that property available in general.
Well, I know that they did quite a bit of work on the Clinton River down Hayes area. Isn't there grant monies or something that we could possibly look at where they would go in and clean up the river there and shore up the banking and turn that into some type of a nature trail or access for canoes or kayaks or something to that effect?
Well, I think we'll definitely explore public grants for those types of improvements. I'm certainly not an expert on recreation grants and that sort of thing, but they'll definitely be pursued in conjunction with whatever we work on here.
Well, I see that you have the art walk there and you have the connection to the Nature Center. I think maybe you should make friends with Candace Miller and see if she would like to put a little trail through there and plant some of her butterfly plants and turn that into a real nature attraction. My suggestion.
Not to say that we're not friends, but certainly good recommendation.
Thank you.
Mayor Taylor?
Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you for your presentation. I am so excited for the future of Van Dyke. I think it's perfect to go along with what Mayor Taylor was saying, not just the road diet, but I think we need to take a real holistic examination of both the design standards and the setbacks for that area, so it all kind of conforms. Because right now, even with the overlay districts on Van Dyke, we have a huge amount of property from the roadway to the sidewalk, then a huge amount of property from the sidewalk, because some of the setbacks there are just enormous. And if we want a true district that really is, I see porosity as one of your things on here, that enables you to go from one space to the next without friction, you really have to bring those design standards down to the pedestrian level. That's one of the biggest problems I think we have, where we have great ideas, but Sterling Heights was laid out for the automobile to get people through this town. And I think it's funny that what Mayor Taylor said earlier, because one of the biggest things that I've always complained about is that Sterling Heights has very high speed limits. Everybody just powers through our town. If you want to go get lunch, you go to Troy. If you want to go shopping, you go to Partridge Creek, and you kind of power through the city. And one thing I know that, I used to live in Ann Arbor, and you did too, or you do now. Their downtown has very slow speeds, so people will window shop. They'll get out of their cars, they'll walk around, they'll experience that more friendly pedestrian angle. And I think that's the most essential thing to make this district work. I was hoping that before they finished their master plan, they'd circle back to council, the design team, because they were phenomenal. I was on one of the calls with them, and they thought that they were doing great work. But I'd like them to circle back with us and kind of talk with us before they finalize, because I know that we've not, at least as a body or even on an individual level, have a chance to really speak with them. We spoke with them on a call with residents and other people. And the other thing I wanted to really focus on is, I love these ideas, and these are just ideas. We can't make property owners give their property over, and we can't make them design or build anything here. They have to want to go along with the plan. And if we start it strong, I think they're going to see the value in going along with our type of planning. Maybe not the exact buildings or uses that we want, but I think they'll go along with our vision for the district. But I think it also takes some buy-in from the city of Utica too, because it could be great, and then right where Utica hits Van Dyke, if it's a wasteland, not that it is right now, but if it's just totally different in feeling and in perspective, I think that it's a missed opportunity. So I hope that Utica's on board. I don't know if you can have a multi-jurisdictional TIFA district or anything like that, but it's something that I think that maybe we should talk to our partners in the legislature about, because to make this work, it really needs to be a partnership between our two cities. We need to have their buy-in, not just with what we're doing here and what they're doing there, but even if we could get some kind of partnership for the whole district, because I see opportunity all the way up to M59 in their community, but they're gonna have to want to go along with what we're up to. I like the design. I think it's amazing. I think this is going to be really a transformational project. I just hope we can put it together, because the easiest part is designing it. The hardest part is convincing enough property owners there to go along. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Bonner. First of all, help me understand something that the mayor touched on. So these bike lanes, is it the chicken or the egg that comes first? Do you put the bike lanes in and these little boutique type businesses evolve from us condensing to bike lane traffic and more pedestrian friendly? Or do they coincide with each other? What's usually the time frames?
That is a really good question. I think it could probably happen both ways. I think in this case, however, I think we need to create the public investment and therefore create the demand for people to be there. Sometimes the demand happens first, and then you come in with the appropriate public investment afterwards. But, you know, we obviously have, in this area, haven't seen that demand seep in yet. Which was part of the original idea of creating the Corridor Improvement Authority. You know, we build the public infrastructure and amenities, then we create the opportunity for people to come in. So I think it's more likely that we're going to have to probably build out some of this infrastructure first to create the demand for the area.
Okay. And years ago when we did the CIA, this was pretty much what we had in mind originally, was to have this sort of development in that area, or redevelopment in that area, along with facade. We had different facades for the different businesses to choose from. And that's pretty much what I'm hearing today. With this development, is that still the case, or?
Yeah, so the one thing that we never did the first time we created this plan was have this kind of concept plan for the corridor. Our original plan was very general, and the type of improvements the Corridor Improvement Authority could make were very general and in broad brush categories. So we didn't really get specific. We got specific in the facade design guidelines, which are still in place today. Actually, planning still uses those guidelines when anything new is coming in the district. So we still have those, and they are utilized towards these projects. But we've never had this to really help guide us. And quite frankly, over the last 5 or 6 months, we have had a number of inquiries for new developments in this area don't fit the plan that we were already beginning to work on. And we let prospective investors and developers know that that's not where we're headed anymore in this. And, doing that may not get necessarily public support to do what you're doing. So this allows us to really sort of, anchor in terms of, let's protect the vision for this long term and make sure that we are trying to procure the type of uses that we now have envisioned here.
I'm excited by this. I think the mayor also touched on bringing in some culture to our community. I would love to see something like Ann Arbor has the hands-on museum for the children. I think we need places like that to engage our youth and to be family friendly. I also like the adult the breweries and the beer gardens and stuff. I think it provides something for everyone. And I would be really excited to see this come to fruition. I know it's right now a dream on this page, but I know also that you're a very hard worker in promoting our city and bringing businesses in. So that is, a tool in our toolbox. Thank you. And I look forward to seeing how this evolves. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Schmidt. Anyone else on this item? If not, thank you, Mr. Bonner. Appreciate the information very much, and very, very excited about this. It's 12:45 right now. Our tentative schedule is to break until 1:15. I think I'm going to ask that we break till 1:30 just to give us a little extra time and push everything back by about 15 minutes so that we're not rushed during our lunch break here. We've got pretty significant time in the back end to cut into, and we've got an hour budgeted from 5 to 6 for mayor and city council general visiting comments, and I'm not sure what there's going to be left to talk about at 5 o'clock, so we can cut into that a little bit. So we're gonna break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30, so our meeting will be in recess until 1:30. Meeting back to order. We left off with the Van Dyke Corridor, item D, and so we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is E, the case for early voting, leading the charge for statewide election reform. Mr. Vanderpool, lead us off.
Thank you very much, Mayor. As I mentioned early on, all the presentations are really centered on continuous improvement. And here again, as we get into this next presentation, we talk about the need for early voting reform. It's really important considering what we just went through, really an unprecedented voter turnout with the primary election, then the general election. And we feel that the city can play a leadership role statewide in initiating some change in the state legislature. And as you well know, our city clerk, Melanie Riska, has received all sorts of accolades because of the good work that she does in administering our elections, but also the great teamwork that's involved in our city for our elections. Notwithstanding that, we think there's some room for improvement, and Melanie Riska is now going to lead this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Mr. Vanderpool, members of the audience, those of you who are watching today. I want to share with you today some history on absentee voting and where I believe voters and election administrators could benefit from some election reform. The 2020 presidential election is in the record books as having the highest voter turnout in history. Michigan experienced a record high number of registered voters at 7.8 million, a record high turnout of 5.5 million, and a record high absent voter turnout of 3.3 million. These extraordinary absentee ballot numbers left election administrators across the state scrambling to accommodate the will of the voters and submit their ballots early. Most communities like Sterling Heights experienced triple the amount of absentee turnout that they had in the past. As early as 1850, as outlined in the 1850 Michigan Constitution, members of the military have had the ability to vote by absentee. In 1914, a 1914 amendment afforded any voter who was absent from their residence for certain reasons to vote by absentee. The 1914 amendment also gave legislators the power to expand absentee voting for reasons other than those specified in the Constitution. Public Act of 1954, which is referred to as Michigan election law, expanded reasons by which voters could obtain absentee ballots, such as a voter they expected to be absent from the community, they may have been 60 years of age or older, they may have been unable to get to a polling location. But since then, no significant changes or expansions to absentee voting occurred until 2018, when voters overwhelmingly approved the Promote the Vote proposal, commonly known as Prop 3 of 2018. Prop 3 significantly expanded voter rights by amending the state constitution to allow for same-day voter registration and no-reason absentee voting. Voters are no longer beholden to the 30-day registration period and can obtain an absentee ballot without providing a reason. In today's fast-paced society, where people are more mobile than ever, it was necessary to further expand voter options. Voters are now able to change their registration on election day if they just moved, rather than be beholden to that 30-day registration period where they have to go back to their old jurisdiction one last time. Additionally, as I mentioned, voters can obtain their absentee ballot. Any voter can obtain absentee ballots and avoid the long lines at polling locations. These simple changes have dramatically changed the landscape of elections. In fact, Sterling Heights experienced a record-breaking voter registration and turnout for 2020, with registrations growing an astounding 12.4% from 2016, and absentee ballots grew 172%. More importantly is the fact that the permanent absent voter list has grown by 323%. and that is still growing. That means that nearly 34,000 people will automatically receive an absent voter ballot application every election cycle. That number will grow as we continue to review the AV applications from 2020 that were sent out by the Secretary of State, which included the option to be placed on the permanent absent voter list. Prep 3, same-day registration, and no reason AV changes, coupled with the COVID pandemic, prompted the city to open the first ever election center located at the senior center to provide a safe environment where we could serve our voters with all their election needs. The election center was wildly successful and was highlighted in many news articles. The picture on your screen shows just how busy the election center was the weeks leading up to the election. Of course, the success of the election center led to extremely long wait times for voters. We processed an average of 600 voters daily, and it was typical for voters to wait 2 to 3 hours long. You know, had we known that there would be this much in-person turnout interest, we would have planned very differently. Many voters ultimately were surprised when after they waited those couple hours, were surprised when they finally got their ballot and they found that their ballot would not be tabulated on that day, but that it would in fact be held in an envelope and not tabulated until election day. So an election center moving forward, just to kind of give a little bit of perspective of moving forward, we'll continue the practice of having an election center. Ideally, we would have a dedicated election space that could house all of the variety of functions needed to pull an election together. However, it would be extremely costly to have a dedicated space. So the clerk's office has worked with Parks and Recreation Director and the Community Center to develop the plan for the 2021 local elections. And we have to focus on 4 primary main priorities. And one is the election center. So half of this room will be the election center, and that's going to be needed for about 8 weeks for each election. The AV office, that's my internal team that assembles absentee ballots, stuffs the ballots, labels everything, and gets them ready for mailing. That will be in the seminar room upstairs, and that's needed for 11 weeks. The absent voter counting board will move from this room to one of the community center gyms, and that's needed for 3 days, the day before and then the day after for cleanup. And then, of course, our receiving board will remain in the hallway in front of the gyms, as you see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And then the lobby area will be that will be for the chairs and co-chairs when they come back to the receiving board on election night, and that's only needed on election night. The 2020 election cycle has shown that less and less voters are interested in going to cast their ballots on election day at a precinct. Rather, they want to vote early. Historically, absentee voting is a by-mail process where a voter sends in an application, we send them their ballot, they vote it in the comfort of their own home, and they return it either by mail or by drop box. Absentee ballots remain sealed until they're open on election day and counted. Conversely, generally speaking, early voting is when a voter appears in person and is processed much like they're processed on election day. They're issued a ballot, they vote that ballot, and they insert that ballot into a tabulator. Early voting votes are then reported on election night. Each state has its own election laws, so some have all mail-in ballots, some have early voting and absentee ballots, some only have absentee voting. So it's easy to confuse the models when there's so many different variables. This past election season, when there were so many local and nationwide efforts to encourage voting in any form, the terminology that beat out absentee voting or vote from home or vote by mail was early voting. Third-party special interest groups led mass efforts and opted to use the universal terminology of early voting to encourage people to vote. Even the Secretary of State and Bureau of Elections published documents that encourage voters to visit their clerk's office to vote early and vote in person. So here are just a few headlines that you may have seen in the days leading up to the election. While many articles and websites made clarifying statements, saying that early voting by absentee, saying that early voting was actually voting absentee in Michigan, the terminology early voting led many voters to believe that they would actually be tabulating their ballots if they picked it up and they voted it in our office. So I know of a few people who came to our election center, received their ballot, and then turned around and said, you know what? I don't want to vote my ballot here. I'm going to go to my precinct and vote it because I want to put my ballot in a tabulator because I don't trust what you do with the ballots, when they're put in an envelope, despite the fact that we explained to them what the process was. So all of that led to some voter confusion, and it also led to a lot of mistrust when, voters anticipated to be able to tabulate their ballots. So as I've mentioned, each state has its own election laws. Most states have some form of absentee voting. The National Conference of State Legislators reports that more than 20 states allow for early voting in the traditional sense of a ballot being inserted into a tabulator. This proves that early voting is a viable option for legislators to consider. Let's consider the terms early voting and absentee voting. Some have they've somewhat become interchangeable, and now that nearly half of the country already provides some form of option for early voting, the next logical step is for some election reform in Michigan to implement a hybrid method to include early voting and absentee voting. So there's a number of benefits that come with early voting. We expand voter options. Voters like options. So rather than limit a voter and say that you can only vote it, by absentee and put it in an envelope, why not give voters the added option of, well, if you want to tabulate your ballot, if you want to insert it yourself, you can go ahead and do that early. It also saves money, it expedites election results, and I'll get into these a little bit more. It minimizes, the need to duplicate ballots in an absent voter counting board, and the voters then have the ability to, quote unquote, correct their ballots and not leave that up to the absent voter counting board. So the benefits of expanding voter options, that's pretty apparent. Voters like options, like I said. Rather than belabor that issue, I'm going to dive into the other benefits of early voting. As you can see, increasing the number of absentees to be processed comes at a cost. While some believe that these costs are offset by less cost at in-person precincts, that simply isn't true. The precincts must still be open and staffed. So we have 45 precincts in 32 locations. I'm still mandated by law to have all of those precincts open, which means I have to have the equipment, I have to have the supplies, and the manpower to run those precincts. In addition to that, I have to staff the AV office and staff our absent voter counting board and order all the additional supplies that are necessary with increased absentee voting. As I mentioned before, a substantial amount of voters who visited the election center expected to be able to tabulate their ballots. And some even left, saying that they wanted to go to a polling location instead. So if you look at the chart that's on your screen, if you can see those numbers, if even 30% of our permanent absentee voters, what we anticipate will vote absentee, if even 30% of them decide to early vote in the sense of, come get their ballot and insert their ballot directly into a tabulator, it would save on average about $30,000. So we live in a time when people expect instant everything, right? You want everything you want it right now. And elections are no exception to that. So at the November election, it took 26 hours to process and tabulate 41,000 absent voter ballots, which was a feat in and of itself, and the team did really, really well. So the picture you see on the screen is of the AV board, which was housed right here in the community room. Counting that sheer number of volume is a massive undertaking. Implementing early voting would minimize the need for such a large AV board because it would drop our absentee numbers. And we would ultimately get our results earlier. Just think about those 30% of people who would come and tabulate their ballots. Those results could be uploaded with just a few clicks as they are at the precinct level. So ultimately, we would get our results sooner than the next day or the days following. Excuse me. Since the passage of Prop 3, voting prior to Election Day has become a popular option, and voters expect these easy options. As I've said, our absentee ballots continue to skyrocket. The more AVs we have to process, the later we are going to get results. So why not alleviate and just implement early voting? We can alleviate some of that time. With just a few clicks, our early voting election results can be reported. So the absent voter counting board duplicated more than 500 ballots at this past election. I don't have an exact count, and I won't have that until after we go through our audit, but my assumption or my guesstimation is about more than 500 ballots. Military ballots must be duplicated because they're emailed to a voter, so they have to print them, complete them, and return them, and then we have to duplicate them onto an actual ballot so it goes through a tabulator. The AV board must also duplicate any damaged ballots or any ballots that were marked incorrectly. So if a ballot is torn, if it has a coffee spill on it, if somebody marked their ballot with a purple crayon, the tabulator is simply not going to read that, so we have to transpose those votes onto a new ballot, and that ballot goes through, then goes through the tabulator and is counted. So all of those votes are valid, right? But the equipment, because the equipment won't read them, we have to put them on fresh ballots. So as you can imagine, after working those long hours, you know, there's room for error when we go ahead and we duplicate the ballot. Not that the vote's not going to count, the vote's always going to count, but there's that possibility of the vote counting in a different precinct because it gets transposed onto, you know, a precinct 4 ballot might get transposed onto a precinct 5 ballot. So in the picture, you can see, actually it's where you're all sitting right now, on the stage are our tabulator inspectors. Those are the people that are running the ballots through the tabulator, and those that are sitting at the tables in front are the people who are reviewing ballots to see if they need to be duplicated or not. Implementing early voting will allow the voter to make that correction. So if you've marked your ballot with a purple crayon and you insert it into a tabulator, the tabulator is going to kick it right back out and say it can't read it, so then you can get a new ballot and redo it right then and there. So we leave that power in the voters' hands with early voting as opposed to leaving it in the hands of our election inspectors who are incompetent but, you know, very tired after 26 hours. So what does early voting reform look like? Early voting is legislation that has to be passed at the state level. It's not something we can do at a local level. However, being a large community with, you know, such a large absentee turnout, that can give us some leverage with our legislators and our stakeholders. So when legislation is required, we would want to set, you know, a set number of days that early voting would be allowed. 14 days is advisable. That's from my research. That seems to be what, you know, most of the states agree to is 14 days, and that seems to be our busiest time for, you know, walk-in absentees, in-person absentees, if you will. We would set restrictions and protocols for securing early voting tabulators. So the tabulators have the ability to be programmed to where you cannot run election results until a set date and time. So we could program the tabulators to say you can't run those results until 8 p.m. on election night. And that would secure the vote and prevent early voting results to be shared or disclosed, which is one of the main points of concern with the opposition or the opposing views of early voting. Many states already do this, so we don't need to reinvent the wheel. In fact, New York State just passed legislation in 2019, which assumingly would have the, you know, most up-to-date, tried and true provisions of early voting. We would need to lobby legislators to propose and pass a bill. That's where council can have a huge impact in talking with their fellow legislators. Voter education, I put this in here because I think it's really, really vital. You know, currently we experience poor voter education because each community does everything a little bit different. So, you know, if we did roll out early voting, it would have to be at a state level in educating voters. Support from election administrators across the state. Increased absentees obviously have taken a toll on clerk, and after the scrutiny of the last election regarding absentee voting, many clerks they're very open to the option of early voting. I am the president of the Macomb County Clerks Association, And I've already spoken with those clerks, and they are all on board with that hybrid method, early voting and absentee. I also sit on the Michigan Association of Municipal Clerks Board of Directors. I'm the education chair. I also sit on the legislative committee, and we recently had a meeting with our legislative committee, and everybody in that committee was on board as well. So I'm already starting to get the buy-in from clerks, you know, to support this type of legislation. So that'll be helpful, you know, moving forward. So how do we get there? You know, implementing any new legislation is challenging, especially when it comes to election legislation. I know elections are kind of at the high point right now, so everybody's really talking about it, and I think people are more open now than ever for some election reform. So consider that, you know, election administrators, we tried for years to get no reason AV with legislators, and we were unsuccessful. So it took that constitutional amendment in the vote of the people to get that done. Early voting, I know, has been discussed in the past in Michigan. No action has ever been taken on it. This past election cycle shows that we need to revisit that idea. The strain of absentee voting put on a local election administrators just simply isn't sustainable. Regarding, you know, manpower, we talked earlier today about having running so lean. I mean, even in elections, we run very lean, and elections are very, very costly. You can, you know, I'm sure you can talk to Director Varney, and she'll tell you that our budget, we blew our budget out of the water with elections this year. You know, we are the 4th largest city in the state, you know, and I think we can really have an impact on any legislation moving forward and implementing early voting. So soon, we plan on bringing to council a resolution to pass endorsing early voting, and that will be sent to all of Michigan legislators. We'll then begin to collaborate with those stakeholders that you see on your screen. But we do have to start now, because if you think about it, the midterm or gubernatorial elections, they start in about 18 months. So, you know, it's really vital that we start, you know, working on this now. So as voter participation, you know, grows, we can't wait anymore. So that's all I have. I thank you for your time, and I am available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Riska. Still seeing no members of the audience. I'll open it up to the City Council for any comments. Mr. Yanez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. I noticed on your presentation that if you're on the permanent AV list, you get sent an application as opposed to a ballot. Why is that?
Michigan election law requires that we have an application on file for the election before we can send you a ballot.
Okay. Fair enough. When you redo the ballots, do you notify the poll challengers from the party poll challengers? Do you let them know so they can watch somebody actually make the ballot out?
So at this last election, we had 7 challengers in our AV board, and it was open to them. I walked them around. They knew exactly where the duplication was happening. Duplication happened all day long, so they were able to watch any one of the processes.
And my last question is, you had mentioned that New York State is working on early voting legislation. Is anybody writing legislation that you're supporting, your groups, your organizations are supporting, or is there a piece of model legislation out there that they're supporting?
To my knowledge, nobody has written that. I do not know if there's a model that we could follow. I haven't got, this is a very new project for me, so I haven't delved into that. I would imagine that we can take a look at, you know, New York passed their legislation in 2019. In 2020, they had 2.5 million people vote early through their new early voting process. So I would imagine that we could take that legislation and take a look at it and, you know, glean some legislation of our own from that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Anyone else, Council?
Mayor Taylor? First of all, to have so many voters that we have to worry about this is fantastic, I think. It just means that there's so many more people engaged in the election process and democracy in our city and country, and that makes me happy. Just a couple of questions. So what you're proposing something that can be done, changed legislatively, or will it have to go to a vote of the people?
It could be changed legislatively. In the current in the Constitution, it talks about absentee voting and allows legislators to expand absentee voting. It doesn't prohibit legislators from implementing early voting.
And I understand what you say. You know, there was that huge confusion about voting early and voting absentee in person. And to explain that to a lot of our senior population, it happened quite often because there were a lot of false things being put out there, unfortunately. So I think it's a good thing. It blew my mind that a few days before Election Day, I was here and saw the lines around the building, thinking to myself, these are people waiting for absentee ballots that could really just go to their precinct on Election Day and not have to wait in line because of all the people that voted early by absentee ballot, but they stood out there. I kind of am not sure about the registering the same day as voting. I think that's really cumbersome on your department, and it was the will of the people, so that's what we have. Just for my own knowledge, if people come here to vote early, and I have a different precinct than Mr. Yanas, and we have different representations at, you know, at the county level or whatever, how do you know, how does the counter know how to count these different ballots if you're putting it into the same machine?
So the tabulators can be programmed to accept multiple precincts. So we could have, you know, we could have one machine set up to count or to accept all 45 of our precincts. And the tabulator itself will identify the timing marks that are located around the ballots. If you recall seeing a ballot and there's black boxes all around, those are timing marks, and in those timing marks it tells you what precinct that ballot is for, and it will drop it into the correct bucket.
And how do you even know what supplies to order anymore, absentee ballot wise? I mean, potentially everybody could vote absentee. So how do you even plan for that?
That would just be experience and, you know, doing some statistical analysis, right? You know, if we have 34,000 people on the permanent AV list, you know, we have to send out all those applications. Not all 34,000 are going to come back. So it's kind of a, you know, a juggle and just, you know, experience in trying to come up with those numbers. But, you know, we always have the ability to order more if, you know, we're going on, and which we've done in the past, so.
Well, I have to say that election night, Mrs. Yarko and I had the privilege of coming into this room and watching the whole process, and how I was impressed with, you know, we had a Republican and a Democrat at each table, and where they were duplicating ballots, we had a Democrat and a Republican. For goodness sake, they couldn't even go to the restroom without there being a Democrat and a Republican. So kudos to you for really toting the line and making sure that we were above board and did things. It was so organized in here. You wouldn't have known that you processed the amount that you did. And you know, kudos to you, your staff, and every person that was here that night and the next day working on all those ballots. It was a phenomenal sight to see, and I have retold that story to many people who doubted the accuracy of the absentee ballots. So I assured them that Sterling Heights was above board, and am very proud of that fact. So thank you very much. I have nothing further, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Anyone else? Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First of all, I think we all have been concentrating on the election results because we've heard so much about it in the last several months. But I'm going to agree with Mrs. Schmidt as far as what we witnessed here and across the street. We knew that we were in good shape here, and that anybody that voted, their vote was counted, and I was definitely comfortable with it. It certainly is something to see. And it's just a shame that you couldn't record something like that so people can see what actually happens behind the scenes, and it might take some of the doubt away as to whether the vote counts. That being said, I really think that early voting and having, you know, you fill out your ballot and being able to put it into a tabulator means something to a great number of people. Just yesterday, I was on a Zoom meeting with Michigan Municipal League, and there are different committees that you can sit on. And I chose municipal services, and the two parts of municipal services that are actually had to have subcommittees this year because there was so much interest was public safety and what needs to be done as far as reform in public safety and elections. So right now, I think that changing things to make it, one, easier for people not only to vote, but then to make sure that that's tabulated and it's easier for the people doing the job is, it's a focus right now for the entire state. So some of the ideas that, you know, we present, I hope will be able to, you know, come to fruition. So I think what you've mentioned today is, is something that people are on board with. So it might not be as difficult to do as we think, as all the city clerks across the state, you know, voice their opinion on what could be done better, more efficiently, and certainly in the best interest of the voter. So I still think we will see progress, and pretty much what you would like to see done, I think could pretty much come to fruition. So I'm not predicting anything, but I think it's going to be a lot easier than what we think. I guess my other question, or my only question really, is through the chair to Mrs. Riska, is how would you disqualify a ballot? I mean, if you really just had that there is no way to transpose this into what you thought the voter, you know, what it was saying, when do they ever get just tossed? Or do they not ever get tossed?
They don't. Once the ballot comes in and the signature is verified and it's in our process and our system, everything is counted.
And I think we all would agree that after watching what went on here for our last election and knowing that we're going to have that many people on the permanent AV list, that we will need an election center, and I'm glad that you were able to work that out already so that moving forward we have a plan. Nothing further.
Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Riska, you talk about legislation and reform. What would you like to see done as it applies to Sterling Heights? How would you like the elections to read, legislation-wise, for Sterling Heights?
Well, Michigan election law governs elections, so I don't know that there's much that we can do at the local level, but, you know, obviously there's some legislation statewide that, you know, I'd like to see early voting. I would like to see, you know, expanded early processing of absentees. You know, we're already going through a redistricting phase at the moment, and we're going to be redrawing our district lines and our precinct lines by the end of April of 2022. So I think because we're governed by state law, you know, I don't know that there's much that we can do at the local level. I know that when there's anytime, you know, I follow election law pretty closely, so anytime we can make some changes to make our process better, I implement those changes. And anytime we need equipment, you know, we come to council, and council's been gracious enough to, you know, allow us to order the appropriate equipment that we need. So I think right now from a local level, I think we have everything we need.
When you talk about changes, what would you like to see change? Like early voting, how many days before do you think that should be allowed?
Yeah, early voting, I think it should be no more than 14 days. You know, between 10 and 14 days would be sufficient, in my opinion.
When do you think absentee ballots should be counted?
Absentee ballots, I believe we need to expand early processing of absentee ballots. In other words, allow us to, currently this past year, they allowed us to open the envelopes, which we did not partake in, but they allowed us to open the envelopes and take the ballots outside within the secrecy sleeve and separate the original envelope from the ballot. That's the extent of what they allowed us to do. That didn't go far enough, in my opinion, which is why we didn't partake in early processing. So early processing does need to be expanded as well, tearing the stubs off, flattening the ballots, maybe not tabulating beforehand, but getting them prepped for tabulation. That would be another piece of legislation, though.
How quickly would you like to tabulate them? 24 hours, 48 hours?
Tabulating, in my opinion, I think we would fare well with the early processing, not necessarily tabulation. If we wanted to tabulate, I would not want to tabulate any earlier than 24 hours before.
Any other major changes to make your life easier?
Nothing that's cost effective.
Okay, thank you. We'll work on those.
Mr. Radke. Thank you. Just briefly, Ms. Riska, I had a brief question. I know some people are afraid of changing the current absentee ballot system we have. One thing that Michigan has exclusively, I think, amongst the states is that if you don't like who you voted for up until, right before the election, you can come in and call back your absentee ballot and change your vote. With early voting, that would not be possible anymore, correct?
That is correct. With anybody who tabulates their ballot early, they would not be able to take their vote back and change their vote.
Once it's in the machine that's ripped off, we don't know whose ballot is whose, right?
Yeah, when the stub is ripped off, and it goes into it's done.
Right.
Yeah, as soon as that ballot's ripped off, we have no idea of identifying whose ballot that is.
How many people on average do come in and spoil their ballot and ask for a new ballot for whatever reason?
Well, it's different for every election. So presidential primary, a good percentage. I would probably say 25, 30%, right? But for this last election, it's a really nominal number. So a lot of times people come in, they spoil their ballot, not because they want to change who they vote for, but because they voted for too many people, or they, used the wrong marking device, or they tore their ballot. Those are really the main reasons for an election that is not a presidential primary.
Well, I support your efforts on early voting. I think we need to balance the ability to call back your ballot with the time constraints. I think that at least a week of early voting would be appropriate, if not 2 weeks, just to kind of take some of the pressure off Election Day. I was going to further ask, do you know of any legislation or ideas in Lansing to maybe allow more precinct consolidation? If we have a third of the population of voters on the absentee permanent list, I don't think we need as much facility on Election Day, I would think. And I hope legislature is thinking about that. The idea that we could hopefully combine some more precincts, not have to have full employees and full structure and full tabulators and all these ballots, which will go to waste because people aren't going to show up.
So we have discussed that with MAMC and our lobbyists there, and there was somebody who was trying, and I don't have the name, but there was somebody who was trying to draft legislation to say, if we didn't get to that threshold, but if you have 30% of your precinct is on the permanent absentee voter list, then you can increase your precinct size from 3,000 to 5,000. So those discussions have begun, but there's just so much uncertainty right now that, nobody's willing to pull the trigger, if you will, on getting that done. And then the other thing to consider is every municipality is different. So there's rural communities that have very, very different needs than an urban or a suburban community. So, legislation has to take into consideration all of the variety of municipalities that we have in the state.
Oh, it's definitely interesting. Just looking at different communities that are even similar to ours, like Canton Township had something like, I think it was 63% voted absentee, which is just phenomenally insane if you think about it. And almost, maybe we need to have another election cycle or two for really to get into legislators' minds the idea that people are changing the way they vote. And if we're providing infrastructure for the old way, not the new way, we're making I was here during the election period, and our staff was scrambling. The line was out the door. I've never seen the amount of people who wanted to vote this year. And hopefully that enthusiasm carries over to other elections, even municipal elections, because your voice being heard is the most important thing. But I think that there's a need for new infrastructure and new ways of thinking about how we're doing the infrastructure. And hopefully the legislature will wake up and start to think about the best way to engage with us and other communities. Because I'm sure that you're not the only clerk who is running around on election day trying to deal with this crush of people outside. I don't think it was a unique to Sterling Heights problem. I think there's probably a lot of clerks who want to change the law right now. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Radke. Do you know, Ms. Riska, what, I know I saw a news article, and I was trying to pull it up just now, but wasn't able to get it, that the state legislature is taking on election reform. Do you have any idea where in that process they are and what the likelihood of it is? If we were to just sit back and do nothing, what's the likelihood of the state passing something anyways?
So that's kind of a complicated question in that, yes, the talks have started about election reform, and we're talking about a number of different avenues in elections, right? Not just early voting or early processing, but, signature reforms and, MasterCard reforms and all of that. So ultimately, the discussions have begun. There are going to be multiple proposals that go about. If we don't start to lobby for something like early voting, I think it will get left behind, with somebody else that may have, have a bigger passion for a different piece of the reform that's necessary. So I think it's important for us to, start lobbying now.
Ms. Zarko is very involved in the MML, obviously, as many other members of the council are. They have lobbyists that work on this sort of thing. I would think we should be in touch with them, just like the MAMC has lobbyists that are trying to push this through at the state level. I wonder if it would make sense for us to, we've done it in the past where we've hired lobbyists on specific issues. Would it make sense to do that here? Do you think, or would there be a structure that we could propose to other cities similar in size and demographics to us that might share the expense of that, do you think?
So Mr. Vanderpool and I have talked briefly about the possibility of maybe having to hire a consultant or a lobbyist, if you will. At this time, again, this is very early stages, early project for me. I really want to, I'm starting to reach out to our legislative committee with our lobbyist at MAMC, and, he does a lot of the lobbying for us, and I do plan on, working with all of those shareholders that were on the screen. So at this time, I think it's just premature to think that, or to go out and start talking about getting a consultant. However, I do agree that this needs to be a combined effort with other municipalities, so it's something that we can work together on.
Okay, I don't quite understand what's happening at the state level here. I think maybe Henry has a better understanding of how Lansing works. Certainly he does than I do. But I would say in my experience dealing with other municipalities as a mayor and as a council member, I would think the council members here would say the same thing, is that when you go to these conferences like with the MML or the U.S. Conference of Mayors, somebody will say, I've got this great idea and it works really well in my city, and everyone else does it. Like, they don't do anything different. They just do that, And that's what's so great about this sort of industry, if you would call it that, if you go to a trade show in any other industry, you don't want to give out your best ideas because your competitors will take them. Whereas here, it doesn't even matter. Everybody wants to do whatever is the best. So I turned on the news on election night just like everybody else, and at 8 o'clock, the state of Florida had like 50% of their returns in. And then at 10 o'clock at night, they had all their returns in except for, people will say, like, why did Michigan take so long? Well, if you look, Florida took that long too on the last scragglers, but they got them almost all in before people would go to bed. Whereas in Michigan and many other states, I think that thought the solution was expanding absentee voting. There were all these problems, okay, and the allegations that there was all this fraud which ultimately, did not pan out to be true. But the system of how the absentee process works makes it easier, I think, for people to think that there is fraud. In any event, I would say, why don't we just do what Florida did? Like, isn't it that simple? Like, what is it that these other states are doing that they count all their ballots on election night? Why don't we just do that? So, and I mean, you don't need to answer that. That's pretty rhetorical, but it would seem like we don't need to have we don't have to have a blue ribbon panel and weeks or months of committee meetings in Lansing to just say, okay, this is what other states are doing. This works. Let's do it. And I hope that'll happen. And I would say I would be on board with doing whatever we need to do to help get that message to our state legislators. And if it involves hiring a lobbyist, I would say we could do that. We should talk with other communities. I do know that in my sense is that in Lansing, you have a lot of chairmanships that go to leadership in the outstate counties, like fireworks, for example. Like 80% of the population, 80% of the mass of the state of Michigan loves to have fireworks, but they only have like 30% of the people. So it drives us crazy. But the person in Kalamazoo Township who chairs the committee, or, the people up in Cadillac, fireworks are no problem. So what is it how would a rural county or community have different needs and expectations that might impact legislation? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, just off the top of my head, some rural communities, they don't have a team of people, right? So the clerk wears many hats. The clerk might be part-time, wears many hats, and actually, house records in their basement. So they may not have the ability to have, a tabulator up and running for their voters to come and tabulate ballots early. But those are all things that, we can work through, Again, every municipality is going to be different. We're fortunate here in Sterling Heights that, we run a very lean city, and we're very budget conscious, and we can do some of the things that other communities can't. But, it's just resources, and I'm sure there's a plethora of other things that I don't even know about.
Okay, on page 74, it's the election center moving forward slide. Walk me through what the early, I guess this is what you're proposing without early voting, right? This would be, if we just continue like we have in the past, this is what we're going to need. So let me try to understand this better. So the election center is the first bullet point, election center, half of the community room here. So should I picture what was over at the senior center? That's what would be in here? Or how would it work? Like if somebody wanted to come and get an absentee ballot and vote their absentee ballot early, and they're 6 weeks out from the election, where would they go and what would they do?
They would still come to the election center. So early voting isn't going to change the model or the needs with regard to the election center, AV office, and AV counting board, and so on. What it would do is it would change how we use the resources. So how do we use the personnel? Rather than using personnel time to assemble absentee ballots, put them in the secrecy sleeve, put them in the envelope, label everything, write the numbers on them, record all that, they wouldn't do that. They would be servicing voters instead, right? And we could minimize the staffing level there. In the AV counting board, we had 90 people in our AV counting board this election. If we cut that, we could go back down to, originally we only had 40, so maybe we'd go to 50 people in our AV counting board. So the model itself, the election center, AV office, counting board, and receiving board, that would all have to remain. We would just reallocate resources or allocate resources differently.
But to the extent that somebody is coming and using the election center to vote, where would they actually do it? They would do it here?
Yep, so the idea is that this back half of the community room would be our election center. We would have 10 or so maybe laptops to process voters. We would also have booths for voters to vote, much like we already did at the election center. The difference is that we would have pre-early voting. They would just drop their absentee ballot into a drop box that we had here, just like we did this election. But once early voting started, rather than have their absentee or have their ballot issued to them in an envelope, they would just issue it in a secrecy sleeve, and it would go directly into a tabulator. And the tabulators would be housed here. They would be stored in a secure storage area on a nightly basis. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I guess I'm sort of more focused on, right, for this instant, on the way the law exists right now. I'm optimistic that it'll change, but if, you know, we can't really predict what it's going to be and when it's going to happen. So, but what we know is that we probably have an election coming up in August. And with the August election coming up now, we're about 6 months away from that. And you're saying you need this room 2 months prior to that.
Yep.
You know, I would anticipate we're going to be in this room in August. So what do we do? Have you taken that into account? And if we're still in here in August and there's still a rush of absentee, you know, we're still going to have 33,000 or whatever permanent AVs, you know, what are we going to do? So do we have a contingency plan?
So for the
Like, could you move the election center to the city council chambers, which is completely empty?
So that, you know, anything's a possibility. I think that would, the purpose of us wanting to move an election center off-site from City Hall is because of the construction, and we wanted to be able to keep people safe. So,
right.
And not to mention, I think the council chambers is being used for something at the moment.
What is
it? But as far as, you know, using this room or half of this room for the election center is more easily, we can more easily pack it up, right? So if I had to figure out a way, I mean, if we had to stay here and we couldn't use another room in this building, we would just figure something out to be able to pack the election center up to set the chairs up for a meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, in the long term, we could make it work. I mean, our council meetings are just twice a month, and it would really just be impacted probably for 4 months during this upcoming election. So 8 days. So we could figure that out. But long term, going forward, you know, we should start thinking about facility management and how we're going to be handling elections, because whether or not the early voting happens, the changes in the state law have essentially created a new function for cities, I should say, and municipalities that require significant facilities. And it's sort of like another unfunded mandate that you have to run these elections that are very costly, that are that require a large footprint, and we're not really giving you any funds or any help to do it. So a lot of thought has to go into that. Do you think, so on that topic, do you think that if early voting came in as you proposed would be best, you think, for the city, would all of that early voting happen here or wherever the election center is? And do you have any way of like anticipating or predicting, would we be able to handle it? Would we have lines like we had before? Would it take a long time to process those votes? Or would you think it would go pretty quickly?
One, I think it would go quicker just in this one location because now we are prepped and we're primed for it. We don't have the, we wouldn't have the stuffing aspect of it, and, you know, the assembling and the labeling and all of those things that go along with absentee voting. Additionally, because we are aware of what the needs are now that we weren't aware of before, we can plan on having more stations to help issue ballots to voters and get them through lines even more quickly than we were able to before. But the other thought is that There's always the possibility, you know, if we do implement early voting, in having a vote center at a different location, you know, for 2 weeks prior an election. What that looks like, I'm not sure at the moment. It could be, you know, partnering with the Chaldean Community Foundation because they are a nonprofit entity, or the Macedonian Cultural Center, to have a vote center in those locations. But those are, you know, I really won't know until we kind of see how this election, the next couple of elections work out.
Okay, well, I think that it makes sense that we're talking about it early and learning from what we just went through. So I'm all in support of whatever we have to do to impress upon the legislature how important it is, and make sure that they really do understand that there's, I mean, it's first of all, it's just not reasonable to ask people to work under the conditions that they worked under. It's just totally unreasonable. You would never expect people to work under those conditions. Like it violates pretty much every principle that we have. I mean, to work 20 to 26 hours straight. I mean, come on, it's absurd. And it's not like, and it's a function that's high. It's a critical part of our government that we're expecting people with very little sleep, overstressed, in very difficult circumstances to perform. It's totally unreasonable. So we got to get that message to Lansing, and hopefully we succeed on that. So thank you very much, Mr. Risk. Anyone else? Mr. Radke.
I just had a quick follow-up question from what you said. If the legislature was to implement early voting, would that be the only option during those last 2 weeks? Or could people still get an absentee ballot if they wanted to take it home or fill it out at their house?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We would not. I would never advocate for taking away options. Okay. So absentee voting would remain. This would just be in addition. This would be giving voters an extra option.
They give a choice. Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
I'm not even sure this is even feasible, but I'm thinking about all the empty space at Lakeside Mall and how we may be able to utilize that as an election center so that we're not disrupting the community center. I'm not even sure that would be feasible, but is that something that we've maybe considered?
I have not had that discussion, but that is a good idea, and I can look into that. I don't know what the long-term capability of that option would be, but we can look into that.
Okay. Nothing further.
Good idea. Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Through the chair to Mrs. Riska. You know, we've been talking about numbers. We're talking about what happened, you know, in November. But we know a lot of the changes that happened was because of the pandemic. Moving forward, do you think that there might be people that voted absentee in this last election that will go back to the polls? I mean, there is no way to predict this, because I think we've talked about this, and you said before, usually you could analyze something, you can come up with, you know, some percentage or a number within a couple of points, but with everything that went on, with the pandemic, with it, and the election itself, just so many more people, you know, people wanted to get involved in it and to vote that it's hard to even predict what's going to happen with the next one.
Yeah, so and you're absolutely correct. It's hard to predict. What I can say, though, is that we had an increase, a 12.4% increase in the number of registered voters. We also had an increase in turnout. The voters that came and voted absentee, that, you know, tripling of that number, I don't know if those were new voters or if those were voters who, in fact, would go back to the precinct. So it's very, I mean, I could probably figure it out because I could, you know, pull names and do lists and do all of that, but that would be time consuming. So my point is you're absolutely right. I have really no way of knowing. I don't know if the voters that came out to the absentee or to the election center would vote absentee again, or if they would go back to the polling locations. It's just kind of, we're in that unknown at the moment.
And I guess, would it be because some of the people that came to the election center, say the weekend before, were registering for the first time and voting for the first time?
Yes, there is a substantial amount of those people.
Okay. It's a work in progress. And as Mayor Taylor says, this is like the foundation of our democracy is voting. And we do have to make it easier for the people that not only vote, but for the people that process those votes. Because my next thought is how would you secure the tab? I mean, other states do it, and you used Florida as an example, but Georgia had early voting too, and how long did it take for those votes to come in? And so did Arizona and Nevada. So when you look at, you know, it didn't matter, they all had early voting, but look at the time frame to get the results back. So there's got to be, you know, there's got to be some kind of process.
So in some of those situations, and I can't say for sure if Georgia's the situation, they say there's early voting, but it basically is the same thing as we have here. It's early absentee voting. So they still have to count those ballots after the fact. When you have ballots that are actually tabulated before Election Day, that machine can hold those results until you send those results on election night. And you talked about security, which is a huge issue, right? And a lot of the opponents will say there's no way you can secure that machine. There are security measures that I mean, elections is all about security. It's all about checks and balances. It's all about chain of custody of equipment and paperwork and so on. So I'm confident that we can come up with a method to secure our equipment with seals and with, you know, the chain of custody paperwork and with, you know, designated rooms where you can see who has access to those rooms at all times.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sarko, and thank you again, Ms. Riska, for all the information today and really throughout the entire fall. It was like just a wealth of information about the process and everything that was happening, and we appreciate it. And for a election that was, well, more ink was spilled over this election probably than any in history. We feel very confident that it worked as well as it could here in Sterling Heights, given the you know, given the fundamental deficiencies that exist in the process. But we appreciate your work and hopeful that with your leadership we can get a strong change in the legislature to get something that makes a lot more sense. So with that, we're just going to skip the next one and reduce water rates across the board. And so
Made at least one person happy in this room.
And save you a lot of aggravation, Miss Varney. Well, no, so certainly I think probably if somebody asked me what is the one thing in the community that everybody is united in, and I would say it is water and sewer rates and their concern over the rising costs of water and sewer rates and what can be done about it. And so with that, we're going to go on to the next item on our agenda, which is, I'm sure, important to everyone in the community, which is entitled Charting a New Course, the Results and Impact of the City's Water Rate Study. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a few introductory comments on this because, as you noted, it's something very important in the community, and we receive a lot of feedback on water and sewer bills. First, I just want to remind everyone, I think the problem I know the problem in Sterling Heights and some other communities is probably threefold. First, we promote through public education our monthly average water and sewer bills. And for 2021, it's $64. That's monthly average for water and sewer. Now, if you were to break that down, water individually, sewer individually, in simple terms, it'd be about $32 a month for each. Now, think about that. $32 a month, a little more than $1 a day, for water. That's bathing, toiletry, drinking water, laundry, washing cars, irrigation. It's everything. Little more than $1 a day. The same is true for sewer. Little more than $1 a day. All your water usage, most of it, gets treated through a very sophisticated, highly complicated sewage infrastructure. So we don't have a high cost problem per se. What we have at $64 a month on average is a very competitive utility cost. Think about your electrical monthly bill. Think about your monthly natural gas bill. Think about your monthly cable TV bill. All of those far exceed the average monthly bill in Sterling Heights for water and sewer, which for next year will be on average $64. So what's the problem then in Sterling Heights? Why do we get the grief that we get? Well, secondly, the reason we get grief is we bill quarterly. You don't pay any of those other bills quarterly. Imagine if you did pay your electric bill quarterly and it fluctuated. In some quarters you paid a high one, it could be $200, $300 that quarter. In the next quarter it's $100, but on average, the cost for electricity in the United States monthly is $110, far more than our average cost for water and sewer. Same thing for all your other utility bills. You pay them monthly. So a quarterly billing makes it very difficult to plan, very difficult to estimate. There is no smoothing out, so to speak. And the third problem that we have is the irrigation months, the summer months. Now, the $64 includes irrigation. That includes irrigation, but we don't bill it that way. We bill out irrigation in the summer, and it's a high bill. It could be $500, $600, and that upsets customers. So what you're going to hear in this next presentation is a solution to this problem, which also includes moving to monthly billing, smoothing out the costs so that residents see the $64 we're talking about, even moving to a monthly budget plan that smooths it out even further to make it even more closer to the monthly average. So thankfully, we have spent a lot of time on this, and our budget and finance director is going to now talk about ways to solve this problem, and we're ready to implement it expeditiously. So I'd like to introduce Jennifer Varney to lead us through this discussion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, for stealing all of my thunder. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. In November of 29, the City Council approved a comprehensive water and sewer rate study. Raftellus Financial Consultants was chosen through an RFP process to perform this study and has been working closely with city staff over the past year on this project. So why did we do a rate study? We had a few goals. First, we wanted an in-depth look at our water and sewer rates with three main goals. The first was to create greater equity in our rate design and to make sure our rates accurately reflect the cost of service for different types of customers. The second, and very important, was to provide a potential solution for the bill fluctuation caused by summer irrigation. And lastly, to build a sustainable financial plan to ensure adequate cost coverage, as well as build fund balance to recommended levels. In addition to reviewing the rate structure, Raftellus was asked to also analyze our current capital fees that are charged on new developments and redevelopments. This portion of the study is still in progress, and the results will be presented to City Council at a later date. And lastly, we asked Raftellus to take a preliminary look at forming a stormwater utility. In your packet, you'll find their report on that, which is primarily right now an opinion on the potential and what it would take to create this type of utility. Further analysis would be required, and the study to implement the stormwater utility would be quite extensive if that's something City Council wanted to pursue in the future. But right now, today, we're focused on the rate structure changes in this presentation. So what are the main recommended changes for the residential rate structure? The first thing is to implement a fixed meter charge for all customers based on meter size. So we already do this for commercial customers. They receive a fixed charge every month based on their meter size. And the proposal is to do this for residents also. And this would replace our current minimum bill. So right now, the quarterly minimum is 9 units. So if you use 2 units as a resident, you're charged for 9. It's confusing to explain to customers. They don't understand it. But yet, our rate structure still needs to recognize that there is a cost to providing service, whether you use 1 unit or 100 units. We still have to, lay the water main, install the meter, read the meter. And so this is a fixed meter charge that basically recognizes that cost. It's easier to understand. It would replace the minimum bill and along with the 2 other small fixed charge that we currently have on the bill. So the resident would see a fixed meter charge plus their volumetric usage charge. And then the second main change we're proposing for residential customers is to implement what's called the average winter consumption model for irrigation. And this would pretty much solve the irrigation issue that we talk about every summer. And it is a commonly used practice throughout the country. And 3 local communities, Ann Arbor, Kalamazoo, and Midland, all use this model in at least some fashion. So what is average winter consumption? So average winter consumption means that we take your winter, in this case, we'll just stick with quarter, your winter quarter. So let's say, for example, January, February, March. How much water and sewer do I use in the winter? And then that sewer amount, again, there's be no irrigation in January, February, March. So say, for example, your winter quarter was 20, you were billed for 20 units. So now the other 3 quarters, you will be billed your actual water usage, but your sewer is now basically a fixed charge at 20 units. So what it's doing, it's assuming that whatever your usage is in the winter is kind of your baseline usage, and anything above that is irrigation. Now, I mean, it's an estimate. It's not going to be perfect, but it's an individual basis. So again, my winter consumption may be different than Mrs. Schmidt's winter consumption. So it's going to be on an individualized basis per customer. So the big advantage of this over the second meter is there's no cost for the resident. So if you remember from all the many times we've talked about second meters, $1,000 to $2,000 per public works by the time you buy the second meter and pay the plumber to install the second meter, which is going to be a barrier to many residents. It's a very long payback period, as we've discussed, for the average resident. Probably, the average lawn irrigation user would be an 8 to 10 year payback period on that, which to me means most residents probably wouldn't make the investment. So the good thing about the average winter consumption is there's no upfront investment, and all residents would have the potential to benefit from the average winter consumption model. I think I went through that. So basically, it has the impact of smoothing out the sewer cost over the entire year. So I'm sure you want to know how these changes are going to affect the average bill. So as you may have recalled, and as Mr. Vanderpool mentioned, our average monthly water and sewer cost is among the lowest of our communities. Now, this is a chart from 2019 that's in the budget book that has us at $61. And as Mr. Vanderpool mentioned, our current average is $64. So this kind of shows for the average household how their bill would change over the next 5 years with all of the rate changes that are recommended in this study. So when we calculate our average user, it's about 9,000 CCF for the year, and it does assume some irrigation. So the average customer pays right now $64 per month for all water and sewer services. In the first year of these rate changes, this customer would actually see a slight decreases because the rate increases will be offset by what they're saving on the sewer charge by using the average winter consumption model. And then you can see in the subsequent years, the rate increases that are recommended in this study would move the customer up a few dollars per year for the next few years. And as Mr. Vanderpool also mentioned, again, at $64 and even into the future, the water and sewer services are really a great value compared to the other utilities. Electricity here, and these are national averages at $110, natural gas $72, internet $60. Again, you're paying just a little bit more for water and sewer, which is a necessary service as you're paying for your, on average, for your internet services. So what else are we trying to do to improve the customer experience? So 2 important initiatives that are proposed to begin next year are the water meter replacement project and the transition to monthly bills. So the water meter replacement program was originally planned to begin this year, but it was cut due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And as you may recall, our current meters are more than 50 years old and are in desperate need of replacement. And new meters will have many benefits for the city and for customers. So our current meters are still read manually. We still have meter readers go out to people's houses, 40,000 houses, and read the meters. And as you may recall, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were forced to estimate almost all those readings for about 2 months because we didn't want to send our meter readers out in the middle of the throes of the pandemic. And so this would not have been necessary if we would have implemented the new meters already. So for customers, daily reads will be available, and there will be a customer portal that will allow residents to monitor their usage in real time. And implementation of this new meter system is really a critical step in facilitating the transition to monthly billing. So here's a little more information on the customer engagement portal that would be available. Customers would have the ability to set up high usage alerts and really take control of their water usage and therefore avoid the surprises in their bill. You would be able to set up alerts while you're on vacation that could help to immediately notify you of a potential leak while you're out of town. And these alerts would be available via email or text, and there would also be a smartphone app. So monthly billing. So as the new water meters are installed, at this point, we're proposing a phased-in approach to converting customers to monthly billing. And monthly billings have many advantages. As Mr. Vanderpool mentioned, smaller monthly bills will be much easier for households to pay and budget. Customers will have access to more timely information. By the time you get your quarterly bill that covers June, July, and August, and it's higher than you expected, it's too late to do anything about it. It already happened. So if I get a high bill in June and it's more than I intended to pay for water, I have an opportunity to adjust my behavior before the July and August bills come. And again, the monthly bills will further help to smooth out the irrigation spikes. And if a customer chooses to enroll in budget billing, you can get rid of the cyclical fluctuation altogether. So here I want to walk you through how all of these changes would impact a typical customer. So this customer is what I would consider an average family, an average irrigation user. This family probably has a decent sized lawn that it waters on a regular basis. So you can see that the normal quarterly bill for this customer is $125 to $175 a quarter, but then your summer quarter, you're getting a $560 bill. And so this is a customer that's a little bit above average, about $82 a month. But again, because of the way we bill, it makes it difficult to budget and plan for this kind of expenditure. So this is how that same customer's bill would look in the first year of our rate implementation changes, and this includes implementing the average winter consumption model. So you can see that the total annual cost decreased from $985 for the year to $814. So again, the sewer is only charged on the winter consumption. So although there's still a spike in the summer, because again, you're still charged for your actual water use, those 3 summer months now add up to $369 versus $550 on the prior slide. So you're still going to see a spike in the summer because, of course, you're using more water, but you're not going to see as large of a spike. And if you look at the other bills for the other 3 quarters are a little bit higher than they were on the previous slide, because again, the sewer rate has to go up overall to make up for the revenue loss from the average winter consumption. And so here, this is the same customer. If they chose to enroll in budget billing, they would instead just receive a bill every month of $68 and completely smooth out any cyclical fluctuations from summer irrigation. So paying bills is never fun, but however, the goals of these proposals, as well as other improvements we have made in water and sewer billing, is to improve the customer experience. Our goals are to simplify the rate structure, making bills less confusing and easier to understand, to create a more equitable rate structure that recognizes the cost of providing service to different types of customer classes, and to smooth out billing spikes throughout the implementation of average winter consumption, and to give customers more control over their water and sewer consumption through the meter replacement program, and to make budgeting and paying bills easier through the implementation of monthly bills, as well as currently available features such as electronic billing, automatic payments, and budget billing. Thank you for your attention, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Varney, was that my bill? I think it was.
No comment.
No comment. Thank you for taking the late fees out of it. No, I think that really was, because I paid $558 in the third quarter. So if it wasn't, it's somebody that's very similar to me, and I think it's a good way of actually illustrating, because that's my problem, is that in the winter we use very little water. In the summer we water our lawn, and we have I wouldn't say a huge lawn, but we water it pretty regularly, and so that, I think, gets to the heart of what the issue for a lot of people, especially the heavy irrigators, are, which is that we've been subsidizing the non-irrigators, whether it's right or it's wrong, and this is a really interesting solution to the second meter problem that hadn't occurred to me. So, Mr. Vanderpool, anything to add?
No, Mayor, we're available to address any questions.
Okay. I'll open up to council for any questions, comments. I'd like to go first. Mrs. Schmidt.
Thanks. Just a couple of questions. The average winter consumption, would that be reset every year and recalculated?
Yes, so every year we would look, our new, one of the things that makes this possible now, well, first of all, it was our consultants that brought this idea. It's not something I had ever heard of, but we did, of course, confirm with our new program, BSNA, that they could do this, and they have a function, it's called seasonal billing, and yeah, so every year we would reset the rate based on that particular winter, however we define it. If we go to monthly billing, it would, maybe be the winter months, but in this case, so we'd look at the winter quarter and then reset that for the following year.
So how does that work for maybe snowbirds that aren't here for the winter?
That's an interesting question that we probably didn't think of, to be honest.
Because they won't have any usage or very little usage.
Yep. That did not come up in our thoughts.
That's why we're here today, right? And as far as the electronic billing, are there fees associated, like, let's say, to pay with an e-check or credit card online? Are there fees associated with that?
So actually for water and sewer bills, there are no fees no matter how you pay. So we recently, with our new system, allow you to receive your bills electronically. You can go to our website and sign up for that. And the past 3 bills have had a flyer inside to promote that. And of course, there's no cost to that. I signed up for it. I got my bill via email. We have 3 ways to pay your bill on electronically. Automatic debit, in which case it would just come out automatically every quarter, no fees for that. You can now go on to our website and pay either through e-check or through credit card, and there are no fees for that for the water and sewer bills, so no fees at all to pay electronically.
Okay, awesome. I think this is great. This is great for our residents for sure. But I just had that one question.
It's a good point, and we'll have to think about how we would handle that.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Council, Mrs. Zarko.
Hey. First of all, thank you for explaining all this, and it does make sense. As far as, I like the idea of the budget bills. I think a lot of people will find that it's easier just to do that on a monthly basis by just averaging out what you would usually use and pay for the previous year, I think is how it works. My question is, do we have to have the new meters before we go to the monthly meeting or billing, or can we start doing the monthly billing with the meters we already have?
Well, the problem with monthly billing right now is equipment. We read our meters manually. Our equipment, as I mentioned, our meters are 50 years old, and so is the equipment to read them. I know that Mr. Moore in DPW has been trying very hard to get more meter reading guns. So right now, I could hire more meter readers, but I only have 4 guns to read the meters. I know that Mr. Moore is trying very hard to find the equipment, and if we are able to do that, we could implement it sooner. But obviously going to our new meter reading system of remote read meters would make that, very easy to do.
So is there any time frame as to when this could start? We're saying that we need the meters, and then, so are we saying 6 months? Are we saying a year? So before we can get the equipment in, before the meters can be installed, is there any kind of time frame for that?
Well, the meter project will be in next year's budget. So they're actually finishing up the RFP for it right now with the idea of starting the project July 1. And I believe the current process, they believe it'll take 2 to 3 years. You got to remember they have to get into 40,000 people's homes and change out their meters. I know one of the things that and I don't want to speak for DPW, but we will discuss as part of the RFP process is how can we get it done faster? But again, keeping in mind that we have to get into 40,000 homes. Right now, the estimate is 2 to 3 years. So assuming, again, we are trying very hard to get the equipment so that we could do this before that project. But if we can't, the current thought is that we would replace the meters by section, and as that section is replaced, we would implement monthly billing for that section of the city. So it won't be like 3 years from now we'll implement monthly billing. We would do it, on a rolling basis as the meters are changed out. But again, we haven't given up on trying to do it sooner. It's all just based on if we can get the equipment to read the meters. Because again, you're talking about reading 3 times the meters in any given quarter. So right now we have 4 meter readers that read about 12, to 15,000 meters a month. So now we have to read 40,000 meters a month. And right now the problem is the equipment. And, we also need time, in my opinion, to do a robust campaign so people understand that now they're going to get a bill every month. So you can imagine, if we send a bill out in January and, you just assume that's your quarterly bill, and then all of a sudden you get a February bill, we have to make sure we get good communication out to the residents so they understand that this change is coming.
Is this comparable to the meter that we're already using for commercial and industrial sites?
I'm going to let Mr. Moore.
He was jumping out of his chair, so maybe he.
Thank you. And Jennifer, good job pointing all that out. This is a very technical project, a lot of logistics, and Jennifer nailed it. To get into 40,000 plus homes is going to be quite the monumental task, but we're up for it. We've faced many difficult challenges at Public Works, and we'll get through this one no problem. To answer your question, yes, these are similar to the commercial meters where they're radio read. We began installing those a couple years ago, and our hope is, well, our goal is to transition all the residential homes into that radio read as well too. That takes the probe that you stick into the house out of the equation. B, the probe connects to a handheld PC unit, an employee, and a vehicle. So they all would just be reading through towers, which would be, 2021 technology. So,
would there be any entry into the home in order to do this, or is it all done outside the home?
We'd have to get into every single home.
You have to get into every single home?
Every single home we'd have to get into, yes.
I think you've answered all my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Through the chair to Mrs. Varney. Or maybe it is, I think Mrs. Varney will start with, we'll start there. Looking at the confidential rate study that we have, I have a lot of questions about it.
Okay.
Is this the proper forum to address those questions?
Sure.
Okay. First off, in the confidential study, which I have right here, it says on page 295 of our packet, the city currently applies the same water rates to all usage and bills, sewer based on metered water. Basically, we treat, as far as I understand the study, we treat commercial users and residential users the same right now. Is that true?
On a rate basis, yes, that's correct. So commercial and residents pay the same rates. That is correct. They do, the commercial does pay a fixed meter charge, but rate-wise, we treat them the same.
Do other cities treat them differently? Or
Yes, and even this proposal actually changes the rate for commercial a little bit by eliminating the two-tier structure for commercial and going with a flat rate that is basically the same as the first tier for residential. And the reason for that is, so a big portion of what we pay the GLWA for water is based on what is called our peak usage. And so the peak usage is really driven by irrigation, which is driven primarily by residents. So what Raftellus did was called a cost of service study. So they tried to look at the cost of providing water and sewer services to residents versus commercial. Commercial customers do not, in general, do not fluctuate as much on a monthly basis as residents do, and therefore they are, in general, not the cause of our peak usage being high. And so therefore, that is why Raftellus recommends that commercial pays a flat rate while residents stay on a tiered rate, which in essence is approximating paying a higher water rate for your irrigation usage.
Okay, reading this, and it's jargony, and I'm not an expert in water rates. It strikes me that Raftellus is basically asking to shift some of the cost burden from commercial users onto residential users. And that struck me as not the direction I would want to go in our city.
I would say you have to look at everything. So they did propose eliminating the tiered rate structure for commercial, but also if you look at the fixed meter charge for commercial customers, it is increased significantly. And I'll just give you one example of a 6-inch meter. We're currently charging $54 a month, and this study recommends increasing that to $405 a month. So, you got to look at all the pieces. So we're increasing, again, and again, that's recognizing the cost. There's a bigger cost to someone that, uses a larger meter. But then, again, they are recommending, basically, like I said, just eliminating that second tier. But again, the residents are now going to have the advantage of this average winter consumption model, which we are not proposing for commercial. That would be for residents only. And so again, obviously that depends on your level of irrigation, how much you save from that. So there's a lot of pieces.
I still have some concerns about the average winter consumption model, because in the study on page 22 of the study, it says, eliminating sewer charges on outdoor use requires rates to be higher on remaining units billed, which is the same with a second meter.
Correct.
Essentially, some residents would pay less while the vast majority of users, I assume, would pay more.
That is true. So the average winter consumption model does not change the fundamental premise that if I'm collecting less sewer revenue over here, I have to collect more somehow. So it doesn't change that, but what it does do is it makes it accessible for all residents. Again, I really like that it eliminates the barrier to entry of the $2,000 for the second meter. But I do, again, if the sewer rate in general, right now, we pay $5.09 for a CCF, and in this model, now this rate I'm going to tell you also includes the rate increase, so it's everything. It's the rate increase, but it would go to $6.25 for sewer. So there, again, sewer, as we all know, we've talked about for years, it's fixed. I've got to collect $30 million somehow. But again, you know, what Reftelis did for the whole study is looked at the cost of service. What is the cost of providing service to different kinds of customers, and what is the most fair way to distribute the rate? But you're right.
There's ways to slice it differently. You know, fairness and equity aren't the same thing sometimes. And what I'm wondering here is if it's equitable. We talk about trying to use water rates to encourage people to conserve water. But if we go to the AWC model, it strikes me that we're going to reduce the cost of people who already use the most water, right? And we're going to start charging people who use less water slightly more. And to me, I'm not sure if that's equitable. Right now, we have a few very loud residents who I assume fill up their swimming pool and use a lot of water every year who complain. But my concern is if we go to this model, now we're going to have a fixed income users calling us to complain, because not only the guy with swimming pool is getting a break, but now, for lack of a better term, you know, the granny on the corner, her water bill is going to go up. And it's going to go up significantly to her. And that to me is we're going to benefit a few users who are very loud. We're going to annoy a lot of other users who up to this point, they're concerned about different things, but this is going to give them a whole nother issue in which to complain, I guess. And I guess I have real concerns about that. I also, you know, we brushed over the stormwater utility, but I think at the end of the day, that is the most equitable way to pay. And it also benefits us because it charges for impermeable surfaces. You know, right now, there is nothing is constraining developers besides their own budget from building massive parking lots that have very bad drainage, and all that goes into our sewer rates. And we pay for that through our taxes, essentially. We pay that sewer bill from our taxes. So, you know, Meyer has a giant parking lot, and, you know, my neighbor is paying essentially some of the freight because it's not divided up by commercial user or residential user. It's divided across the entire tax base of the city. If we go to the stormwater utility, which needs a lot of work, I read the report on that, but I think it's the best way possible, because then we can start charging some of these massive concrete monstrosities that are existing in our city, and we really make them start to think, is that the best model for my business, to have a giant parking lot I don't use? Off the top of my head, Meyer, almost all the auto plants, they have miles of parking lot they don't use. Lakeside Mall, well, their bill would be massive, I would assume, for the impermeable surface that they don't do anything with, but have no impetus to change because they're not being charged for it right now. We're paying their freight. So I guess I would urge the city to do a stormwater utility. Other cities are doing them. Detroit does them, and it made Detroit's water rates a lot more equitable, because a lot of commercial users were kind of skating by, not paying very much, until they reviewed all their impermeable surface they had on their lots. All of a sudden, their rates jumped, and the average users plummeted, because there were some users, like the state fairgrounds, that just kind of abused the process. I think the stormwater utility really corrects that. Also, I'm concerned about the 8% year-over-year cost increases. I mean, it makes my eyes go like this. I'm very excited for next year, and we are in a budget crunch because of COVID and so many other things, but 8% a year over year is going to make people howl. And I don't know have we not been putting in preventative maintenance? What is the cost increase coming from that 8% is the right number year over year? Because you took it 8%, 8%, 8%. I guess that's a lot of money. Is it because we're changing the meters? What's driving the cost?
So it's a lot of things. So 4 to 5% a year is probably, again, we never know until we get the numbers from GLWA and from the county. But, you know, I would say 4% a year is what we average just passing on our cost increases. The other issue is fund balance. You know, prior to the 08 recession, we had a $30 million fund balance in the water and sewer system. We lost $15 million over the Great Recession. And in the past few years, we've been closer to break even. But the truth is, it's been very challenging to set rates because we are trying to collect a predominantly fixed cost on a variable, on a volume. And over the past decade, the overall system volume has plummeted. At one time, you know, we were in 800,000 MCFs a year. Now we're at 570. So, you know, there was a few years in there where, to be perfectly frank, you know, we based rates based on an average volume that we were expecting, and the volume was significantly lower, and therefore we lost money. Our current fund balance in the water and sewer fund is at about $5 million. And part of this plan is to get that back up over a 7-year period to 90 days. Again, and that's important because we can plan for certain things like the infrastructure under Mound Road. We're issuing a bond for that, to pay for that. We can't plan for every water main break, for, you know, we need to have fund balance for emergency repairs. And again, the other idea of building up fund balance is that hopefully we don't have to bond for every repair. So the 8%, you know, is an estimate. It's a combination of passing on our normal rate increases. It includes a bond payment for the meter replacement project, along with some other capital improvements over the next 5 years. But it also includes getting our fund balance up to a 90-day level, which is, you know, the standard and what we have in the general fund.
Some other cities have had issues with rate setting. I believe it was Shelby Township got sued and lost in court because they were overcharging their residents because it's a utility rate. A rate can only be for cost recovery and the actual expense of managing the system. And I guess Shelby Township was overcharging.
Yeah, so what Shelby Township was doing, so you have a right to build up your fund balance to a reasonable level in your rates. What Shelby Township was doing is they had a big fund balance, and they were including depreciation in their rate structure. So every year, let's just say the water and sewer at Sterling Heights, the assets depreciate like $6 million. They included that $6 million as a cost in their rates. So they were funding depreciation, which in theory isn't terrible, but on top of already having a healthy fund balance. And so that was the crux of their lawsuit. You know, I'm not a legal expert, but that's my understanding. We do not fund depreciation through our rates. We never have. But again, you know, it is acceptable to use your rates to build up a reasonable fund balance, which is what this plan, what's not acceptable is to, and then my also understanding what they were doing is they had this huge fund balance, but then we're not using that to pay for infrastructure improvements. So, you know, if you've got $50 million and you shouldn't go bond for $1 million meter replacement, you should pay for it out of your 50, you know, if you're over and above what's, you know, considered. So that's my understanding. We do not do that in Sterling Heights. Right now, our fund balance is low, to be honest. So I don't, you know, part of what we did ask RefTel to do was make sure we weren't doing anything in our rates that we shouldn't be. And I am very confident that we are, you know, we are doing everything properly and are, you know, shouldn't get sued.
As a larger water user, do we have any room to negotiate with GLWA? Are we just at their mercy? Because there are politicians in other cities who are claiming that they're going to either sue GLWA or basically negotiate with them for a better rate than we're all getting right now. I see it in Macomb Township and other places where people are making a lot of noise as a way to try to lower what they consider to be outrageous water rates.
The biggest thing we could do in the city to affect our rates downward is reduce our peak usage. And, you know, I'm not ready, I'm looking into it now. I mean, we have the voluntary every other day watering. If, you know, could we possibly consider, you know, maybe not making that voluntary? What can we do to encourage residents to water their lawn overnight, which does not go into our peak usage calculation at all? That is the biggest thing that we could do to get our rates down as a city that we control. The problem with it is it's not immediate, because how it works is when our contract comes up, that's when we get to renegotiate our peak usage. And we have say in that. The DPW director, we meet with them, we look at what our peak usage has been, we pick a number, but again, if we go over what we say, there's big penalties for that. So it's a balancing act. You don't want to pick too high, but you also want to pick too low because there's big penalties. But, you know, if we could get the city in general to use less use during those peak hours, over time, that could have a big impact on our rates.
Is that why Westland has opened a water cooperative with their neighboring cities to try to bring down that peak usage? I know that they basically are installing a huge water tower, for lack of a better term, to try to draw water when it's affordable and release it when it's more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, some cities do have their own storage, which is what you're saying.
Well, they're doing it as a multi-city group. And I'm wondering, maybe we should reach out to Utica and Shelby Township or some of the other communities that border us as a way to bring down rates, maybe. Because in Westland, they argue that's going to save them money, but it's an experiment. And I'm wondering if there's other creative ways that we could work with maybe some of our other, because think about us, between us and Warren. Warren doesn't have a sewer, they have their own sewage plant, so they're a little bit different. Just for drawing water, for example, we're two of the largest communities in the state. I think that would give us some leverage in the market, because I'll be honest, a tax increase for employees, a tax increase for recycling, 8% on top of raising everyone's rates because we recalculate the way the sewer goes, I don't agree with that at all. You're going to hit people in the pocketbook this year. And that strikes me as, especially coming out of a recession, you know, and with COVID, a lot of people, you know, the unemployment rate jumped. I just think it's asking a lot. So with that, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Barney, the 8% rate increase, that is the highest I've ever heard. I remember days when it was 3 to 5% increase. Could you go back over some of the reasons why we need that? Why did we lose money out of our fund? What is the cost of the meters? And I'm assuming that all residential properties have to have the new meter. Mine is only 19 years old, but I'm assuming that that has to be replaced also, correct?
Yep, so as far as...
And can we do advertising like we did before as to the peak usage hours, reinstitute the voluntary every other day, and when to water and when not to water?
Okay, so first of all, the last couple of years, the rates increases have been 4% to 5%, and again, you have to remember there's a big part of our rates that we have no control over. The GLWA passes on a rate increase. The Macomb County Public Works passes on a rate increase. We have always tried very hard to keep our rate increases as small as possible. We have had a few big ones over the past few years. In fact, the first year I was finance director, we had a pretty significant rate increase. The problem why they have been getting bigger is the decrease in usage. So again, if all things being equal, if GLWA gives me a 3% and Macomb County gives me a 3%, I raise rates 3%. But again, the problem is 100% of sewer and 60% of water is fixed. So as our usage has gone down, that requires more of a rate increase. Right now, I hope that we're at a good level for our volume. This year, we budgeted based on a volume of 570,000 MCF. Our estimate from the GLWA for next year is very close to that. So the good news, I hope we've bottomed out on our usage decline. During the Great Recession, I wasn't the budget director then, but I think it was probably two things: a desire to keep the rate increases as low as possible during that very difficult time, plus an unprecedented really decline in usage over the past 10 years. So like I said, last year, I budgeted rates based on a 5-year average usage, which I thought was a reasonable thing to do. Our actual usage was significantly less than that. So again, we've seen significant, and that is, the whole GLWA system has seen that. Just people in general are using less water, probably because the rates are going up, but unfortunately, it's like a circle. You lose less water, and then the rates go up more because, again, we still have to pay for all of the infrastructure, which is, as Mr. Vanderpool mentioned, is a very significant cost. Whether 1 drop of water flows through it or 1 million drops, we still have to pay for all the pipes in the ground. So the 8% is, so again, it's factoring in what I would say, a conservative estimate of our normal rate increase. It does factor in the bond payment for the water meter project, which we are estimating at $12 to $15 million. We also issued a bond this year that council approved. We haven't issued it yet, but we'll be issuing it this month for $15 million of water and sewer infrastructure under Mound Road. So that's another bond payment that gets passed on through the rates. And then again, trying to, in a reasonable, again, at first we looked at 5 years to try to get our fund balance back up to 90 days. We stretched it out to 7. But again, to try to have that fund balance there to, one, for unexpected things, but also water usage in general is going to go up and down. A dry summer like we had this summer, we're going to have higher usage. A wet summer, we're going to have lower. Having a good fund balance can help you, and again, you're setting your rates based on an average usage. So having a fund balance helps you weather those ups and downs of usage, which, we really can't control. Obviously on the every other, we can absolutely do a campaign. Mr. Moore and I have discussed it to try to get people to stick to the every other day, to remind them about the overnight usage. I think the hard part of it is they don't see any immediate impact from that. So it's, it's not like if you water overnight, we're going to charge you less money. It's a long-term impact in our rates. So we absolutely can do it. We can work on with community relations on a campaign. Some communities, and I'm sorry I don't have this information yet. When I was talking to the GLWA about this, they are going to send me some examples of communities that make it mandatory. A representative from the GLWA told me that Shelby Township is currently working on mandatory restrictions. But again, mandatory requires enforcement. I don't know if it's something we would want to consider, but it is a thought. Maybe, even the word mandatory would maybe make some people comply. But that's just very early stages of thinking about that.
Well, I think you're going to have to develop a Brian Baker look when you say you can water only when. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Koski. Anyone else? Ms. Sarko? Did I already get you? I did. Okay, I have a few questions and comments. So the budget billing, if somebody wanted to go to the budget billing, they can do that now, right? They don't have to wait for a new meter. They can call up who do they call? DPW?
Water department. So
Water
yeah, we have
department.
budget billing now. We only have about 80, we have less than 100 people on budget billing. With our old system, budget billing was very difficult to administer. With our new system, it is easier. So, not that that affects the resident, but it affects our excitement about implementing it, I guess. But yeah, absolutely now, you can definitely do it now. And so how that works is, you know, we calculate a 2-year average, that's your quarterly bill. But of course, one of the 4 quarters is going to be your makeup bill that's going to make up for whether you were above or below your average. So basically, it results in 3 of your bills being the same, and then your 4th bill being either higher or lower depending on your actual usage, which I believe is similar for consumers or DTE.
Okay. And so the monthly billing can't be implemented until the new meters are in, is that correct?
As of now, yes, but we are trying, Mr. Moore is trying very hard to get the equipment necessary that would allow it to do us sooner. But at this point, we don't have the equipment to do it. Our original thought was we would hope if we could get the equipment, we could try to implement it July 1st. Obviously, again, we would still need some time to advertise and do a public education. You just can't switch people from quarterly to monthly billing with just a letter in their bill. I don't know that that would be enough. But at this exact moment, we don't have the equipment to read the meters. That's the issue. I can hire 20 more meter readers, but I don't have the equipment to give them. We have 4 meter reading.
We can't buy it? It's that difficult?
Obsolete. Our meters are 50 years old. I believe, and again, Mr. Moore could probably speak to this better than me. I know they've been scouring eBay, advertisement in different communities, the AWC. Again, the truth is it's obsolete equipment and no one has it anymore.
Okay, so we really don't have, Mr. Moore, do we even have an option here, right? We have to replace these meters if we can't even source equipment to read them. I mean, how did we get to this place where, why didn't we do this 10 years ago?
Well, I guess to answer the question, Jennifer Varney hit the nail on the head. The equipment's obsolete. We searched everywhere we can. We're contacting the manufacturer who made this equipment back in 1985. Can they rebuild it? We have a working unit. We're sending a working unit out to company ABC. Can they manufacture this old equipment for us to read these meters? But again, that's one piece to the puzzle. We still need the part B. The probe is part A, okay? We can't find that. Then we still need B, that the probe sends the information to, that we take back and upload to water billing. So trust me, we are checking every avenue. American Water Works Association, they are connected to the entire nation of water infrastructure folks, and we have no responses from them. So we're doing everything we can. To be quite honest, I don't think it's an option. I don't. We are going to continue to go down that avenue of trying to find equipment, but I do believe the best option is if we are able to pursue the water meter replacement program. All signs are indicating that if we have funding July 1, there would be a very thorough and robust advertising and marketing campaign July, August, September, and the goal, as Jennifer Varney mentioned, is October meters start to go in the house. But be advised, this is a couple-year program. So you said it correctly. There's going to be a route that's finished in, say, winter. Those folks can switch to monthly, but we still have 5 routes of folks we have to get to that are still going to be on the quarterly billing.
Okay, so you think that if with an approved budget on July 1st, they can start going into the houses on October 1st, and it's going to take 2 to 3 years to get through everybody's house?
That's where we're at right now through the RFP process. We did our initial interviews, and we have many more interviews to conduct, reference checks, but in a nutshell, yes.
How are the locations of the new meters going to be chosen?
Every house.
Yeah, but how is it going to be prioritized? Is it going to be prioritized? Is it going to be totally random?
That's something we're going to have to look at internally. There's typically a certain route, and I can think of a specific route on the top of my head in Section 3 of the city that has older homes, typically older meters. So we want to get those out first. So we will probably be strategic in which route we choose first.
Okay. And so the newer meters are going to provide monthly billing. They're going to be able to provide link to your smartphone so that you can have daily, like monitoring of your water usage, right?
Yes.
What other benefits are they going to provide?
So with the new meters, you can have, as you said, the daily reads, should you choose to monitor it that often. You can set up limits that says on your account, only send me a notification if I use more than X gallons per day, so you can be notified without even knowing anything about it. There was a comment brought up by Councilwoman Schmidt, if you're a snowbird. And to that point, let's say you are a snowbird and you're in Florida and you can check on your smartphone, you can check your usage, and if you see usage on there, well, you know there's a leak. The same concept is evident for nighttime. If you wake up in the morning, you can look backwards and see how in the world was there 10 gallons of water used at 2 a.m. Additionally, we're still working through this process, but with that technology, there also is a lot of help center through your smartphone or your PC. Should you have questions about any of these items, you have a direct link or a direct phone number to the meter company that residents can interact with one-on-one. They can screen share. So if, let's say, a resident is having trouble, I don't understand how to access this, they can screen share and communicate directly to the resident.
Okay. All right. What about dynamic pricing? Is that available with the new meters? Because whether we can force mandatory water conservation or not, if we go to dynamic pricing, then that might be a solution.
As far as the meters go and that entire project goes, we haven't opened pricing yet, so I'm not sure what the pricing is, and if that option, being we're doing an RFP process, I think we have the ability to negotiate. So until we see that pricing, I'm not quite sure what the pricing models are at this time.
Okay, maybe Ms. Varney, you can comment on that. I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, I don't know the answer, but I think what you were asking is, would the new meters allow us to have a different price for water if you used it overnight? I don't think, so do you know the answer to that question? No. Okay, we'd have to find out.
Okay.
The answer to that question.
Because I think that would be worth pursuing, and if we could advertise that, market it, and say that if you use, you'd have to probably set a floor, like I wouldn't want dynamic pricing during the day in the summer so that if I'm, taking a shower or washing pots and pans, but if you get over a certain usage amount, then it's obvious that you're watering your lawn. Or maybe, or just, if that's what's causing the rates to be higher, then people should know that. And I think I differ with Mr. Radke here in that I think water is something you use. You consume it like any other product you buy. And when you purchase products, whether it's equitable or not, everybody pays the same price for a gallon of milk. Everybody should pay the same price for a gallon of sewer usage, in my opinion. And so, to me, the, what is it called? AWC, average winter consumption model, that makes sense. And it's an elegant solution to me because it doesn't even require the you know, the fixed cost of installing the second meter, and it probably will pretty accurately reflect what you're using. I would guess that there's a method, just like we have a minimum water usage for everybody right now, we could probably institute a minimum sewer usage that's not necessarily the average sewer usage across the board, but something below that, representing, you know, if it's a snowbird, it's probably no more than 2 people in the house, and their water usage is probably pretty minimal. So I would think that that's something that we can get through. I would certainly be in support of it, and it's just a you know, a fair way of doing it. So let me see. So the other thing I was going to say on that average winter consumption model, there were some in the deep backup material. There were some illustrations of what it would cost, like what these rates, what the impact would be on a single person, a small family, large family, a small family irrigator. What page? It's page 20, page 304 of our backup. So, but it's hard to tell like how much of that is related to the rate increases and how much of that is related to, you know, the proposed water rate increases and the proposed changes to the sewer based on average winter consumption. Do you know, is there any way that you can study or determine, like if on our screen still is this bill that looks very similar to my bill?
Okay.
It is your bill.
And so can you study the bills, and is there some way that the computer can model these to see how many bills look like this with this drastic increase and then steep decline after the summer months? Because I honestly think that, I mean, most of our community is pretty similar. Like we're not a community where we have, you know, several pockets of neighborhoods with $1 million houses and 2-acre lots. I mean, you know, the delta between the smallest lots are, you know, 60 by 120, I would say, is a pretty average lot. And then even in the quote unquote big neighborhoods, you're maybe like 80 by 140 or something. So the lot sizes aren't that much different. And for the most part, I think most residents take their, maintain their property and take that very seriously. So do you know like how many users there are out there that are just like not watering their lawn at all? I would think that there's probably not a lot.
So I don't know that. I did ask Reftelis to model that. They indicated that they could do it, but it would be quite a time-consuming process. So I didn't ask them to do that at this time, but I can ask them to do that. Your other question, though, I believe you're talking about the page that looks kind of like this.
Yeah.
So and I don't know what page number it is in your book, I apologize. But if you look at, just take for example, the single person column, the very first scenario there is so this single person this is very similar to what our minimum bill person pays, $324 a year currently. So just go through this one example and it'll sort of answer your question. The first example where they go from $324 to $350 and the change is $2 a month, that would be if we just said, we don't want to do any of this stuff in this study. We're just going to implement the 8% rate increase the same way we've always done our rates. So in that scenario, this minimum bill person, a single person, their bill would go up $2 a month. And then the second example is, okay, we're going to implement not the average winter consumption, just the cost of service changes, which was the fixed charge versus the minimum bill, and eliminating the second tier for commercial. So in that scenario, that same person's bill would go up about $5.60 a month. And then the third example is if we also implemented the average winter consumption model. So, and it's not that much different than just implementing the cost of service. And the percentages are high, and I do understand that for the small bill, this is a big increase. But the dollar increase is about $5 to $6 a month. And then you can follow that across in the different examples. So you can see that, so the first three examples of the single, the small family, and the large family, this is assuming people that don't really irrigate very much. So you can see that, you know, again, if you look at the large family, in the straight 8%, it goes up about $8 a month, but with the average winter consumption model, their bill would go up about $20 a month. Again, this is assuming a family that doesn't really irrigate. And then when you follow it across, you can see how the larger irrigators see a reduction. So that helps a little bit answer your question, because it is the rate increase, everything is buried into it, but you can kind of see what it would look like if we just did our normal, you know, we're not going to change our structure at all and just increase our rates like we have done for, you know, the past 50 years.
Okay, and a question about the way that residential users will be billed. Right now, it's like the first 30 units is at one price,
right,
and then everything above is at a different price.
That's correct.
And so what this is proposing is that commercial users would just pay the base price for all their usage. Mm-hmm. Commercial users would be charged a much higher fixed rate fee than they are now. And the residential users would continue to have the two-tiered model. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And so again, like you said, it's above 30 units, which, again, I don't have the units here, but I believe in this example, I want to say the three quarters, other than the summer quarter, were all below 30 units in this example. So, I mean, most people don't go over 30 units in a quarter unless they're irrigating. And again, the logic of the higher tier is it's the irrigation that causes the peak usage that is a significant reason in, you know, why our rates are where they are. And on the commercial side, in general, commercial users don't peak and valley as much, and their usage doesn't cause the peaking. That's the logic in the cost of service model. But again, the commercial are paying, in some cases, significantly. You know, I didn't even, you know, and I have this here somewhere. You know, in a 16-inch meter, which we don't have a lot of commercial customers with 16-inch meter, you know, their meter charge is going from $130 a month to $2,400 a month. So, you know, they may be saving some on the rate side, but they're going to see their fixed charges go up, again, to represent the cost of getting the water to, you know, the various kind of customers.
Right, okay. So yeah, so looking at this, what's on our screen, it's 14 units in quarter one, 20 units in quarter two, 67 in the third quarter, and then back to 14 in the fourth quarter. So your bill. It is.
I mean, 30 units is a lot if you're not irrigating. I mean, you know, I have a son that takes 45-minute showers every day, and I don't usually get to 30 units on the non-summer months. So, I mean, 30 really, I mean, 99% of the time, if you're over 30 units in a quarter, it's because you're, or maybe filling a pool, but.
So with the new proposal, I will say I read all this. It's pretty dense material, and there was a lot to absorb. Mm-hmm. Would the new proposed rate with the two-tier system for residential users be similar in terms of like the relationship between the lower rate and the higher rate?
Yeah, it's currently about a 75-cent different per CCF. And the new rate is about, it's right about that same. It's right about the same.
Okay. when I look at this, I think it's a tough pill to swallow, but there's, what we're really proposing here is rebuilding our fund balance because it's dangerously low. We always talk about on the other side of things, you know, the general fund, if our fund balance falls below a certain amount, it affects bonding, you know, ability and rates. Is that the same over here?
Theoretically, I suppose, but we haven't done a water and sewer revenue bond, so if we wanted to do a water and sewer revenue bond, which means that the bond payment is backed solely on water and sewer rates, we would pay a higher rate anyway. So to be perfectly honest, our general fund balance is more important in the bond rating issue.
So when we're bonding for water and sewer improvements, we're pledging the full faith and credit of our general fund and the city, not our water.
Yeah, we're going to pay for it with water and sewer rates, but we pledge and the reason we do that is, again, rates are much lower, and it's just an easier way to do it.
So so this money is going to rebuild fund balance. It's going towards, you know, as you mentioned, their fund balance is whittled away when we use less water and we budget less, and so we need to recover more the next year. It's going towards the meter program, which is that a $6 million program?
It's actually, we're estimating 12 to 15 million. It's separated in your study between water and sewer. So
yeah, that's
why I know it's confusing how they did it. So there's 6 million in water and 6 million in sewer in the backup.
Okay. And then there's also details in here about the sewer capital improvement program, what we need to do. So, I mean, to me, it's like I said, it's a tough pill to swallow, but I don't see what other alternative we have. Are these going to be proposed in the upcoming budget?
Yeah, so that would be the idea, again, like, you know, everything else, to get, you know, an idea from council, you know, how you feel about these proposed changes, and then we would factor them into the upcoming budget.
Okay. Council, anyone else or any other follow-up?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Just real quickly, what happens, at what percentage of completion of changing over the meters will we start the program? Because the undaunting task of getting into every home in this city is unrealistic to think that's going to be done very easily. Between people just not making their homes available and people being reluctant to have these new meters put. So at what percentage of completion are we willing to change over to that monthly bill?
So what I am proposing is a rolling changeover. So, you know, the city, right now, the city is divided into meter reading routes. So again, you know, we'll work with DPW, and my thought is as we complete a section or a route, again, complete in the sense that, you know, again, there's, like you said, we're not going to wait till every single person, but, you know, if there's a few people that for whatever reason, you know, won't let us in their house, or we're not going to hold it up for that. But as a particular route or section is predominantly complete, we will switch that section over to monthly billing. So it's definitely not wait until the whole city is 95%, and then we'll flip the switch. And you know, honestly, I think that'll be good for the water billing department too, to not all of a sudden go from 12,000 bills a month to 45,000 bills a month, you know. So it'll give, you know, everybody a chance to kind of ease into this transition, because it's really hard to say. You know, I do agree that eventually it will result in less phone calls and less complaints, but not in the first year. Mm-hmm. I mean, people are going to be confused that they used to get, you know how much, no matter how much publicity we do, people are going to call when they get that second bill, you know, in the same quarter. Will it, will it triple the amount of phone calls? Probably not. But, you know, we're going to have triple the amount of cash receipts. You know, does that mean triple the amount of residents? You know, we have a significant number of residents that still come to City Hall every quarter to pay their water bill. Does that mean now we're going to have, those people are going to come every month? And again, that's, you know, in the manpower study, you know, we talked about this morning, that's part of what those two people are, along with, you know, a manager to help implement this whole process. This will be a big change for water billing, you know, the transition to remote meters along with the monthly bills. So my thought is a rolling implementation as we complete a section of the city.
Okay, and I guess my last question would be to Mr. Koszubski. So because the meter belongs to the city and it's inside people's homes, do we have any recourse in getting into the homes if the resident doesn't want us to?
That's a good question. The short answer is yes, we'd have recourse because we have to update the meter. I mean, it's a requirement by the city to have a meter, to have the water be counted for. So yes, we'd have a right to get in. What that would require may take some steps to do, but ultimately we would be able to get into the house.
Okay, well, I hope we don't have to go that route, but you just never know. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Anyone else? Mrs. Zarko?
Briefly, through the chair to Mrs. Varney. When we're talking about completion, how would the people that didn't want us to go into their house then be able to go on a monthly billing cycle? Would they still have the quarterly then?
Well, I mean, if we decide, or the council decides that eventually, you know, we would have not that many meters that need to be read, so we would have, you know, still have the however many meter readers we want and the 4 guns as long as they still work. And then we could, again, if it got down to a manageable amount of people that were left that we could read their meters monthly with the resources and equipment that we have, that we could get them on monthly billing. It would just, basically, I would say, right now, we have the resources and equipment to read about 12 to 15,000 meters a month. So if we got down to, you know, we were down to 12 or 15,000 left, then we could, you know, put those people on monthly billing before they got their meter in.
And lastly for me, I know we did a study on the water tower, but it's probably been 12 to 14 years because Mr. Bracci and Mr. Conigliaro worked on it. So I'm sure that we could find the backup material for that and see what the changes were from when it was done to what it is now. But if I remember right, it wasn't profitable for us. But that was just working as just ourselves, just the city, Sterling Heights. So it might be, I'm sure that the backup for that is somewhere. Nothing further.
That brought up a thought in my mind is that I would say if that's the case, that the infrastructure we have now, we can do like even say 10,000 meters or, you know, you said 15,000 meters. Okay, 12 to 15,000 meters a month would be somewhere between a quarter and a third of our residential users. I would say if they're not willing to let us into the house to update their meter, then we're not going to bend over backwards to help them out. You know, that's sort of like what happened with ETE. They were like, okay, well, you don't want to take the new meter. Well, then we're going to charge you more because we got to send people out to do this. And that's the same thing I would suggest here. But perhaps would it be the plan to start implementing the new meters and then once we get down to like 10,000 left, so when we're 75,000 of the way there, could we just use the old infrastructure to start doing monthly billing for everybody? So like once we get to that basically 75%, we could do it for everybody, or is that not part of the plan, or has that been considered?
I would say we could, assuming 2 years from now that equipment still works.
Okay.
I mean, to be honest, again, it's very old equipment. But no, I know, you know, it's definitely the goal of city administration and the city manager to get people on monthly billing as soon as possible. I do believe it, I do believe, like the city manager, that it would help with some of the issues that resident had. If you, again, in the example, if you got 3 months in a row, you got a $100 bill, that's a lot easier than getting a $600 bill all at once. So the goal would definitely be to get people on monthly billing as soon as possible, with, taking into consideration the constraints that we have.
Okay. Anyone else before we wrap up on this? If not, Mr. Vanderpool, do you need any sort of direction from the city council on this? Do you?
No, Mayor. I think we have a good read on where we're headed with this. I do want to reemphasize, we're going to make every effort possible to get monthly billing implemented as soon as possible, which could be as soon as July 1. We will do everything we possibly can. We're not giving up on that. I do want to reference one thing, the 8%. I don't think we should focus too much on that actual number, because something analogous to it is you may recall during the Great Recession, when property values were going down, similar to water consumption going down, we had to increase our millage rate by a large percentage, but residents were still paying less in property taxes. This is analogous to that, so I wouldn't focus so much on the 8%. It's a similar phenomenon, but nevertheless, I think we have a good plan. You're going to see this update again, the actual rate increase update, once that comes back to you for final approval in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So right now it is 3:57. We extended everything by 15 minutes, so we're pretty close to that. So we have a scheduled break now, so why don't we take this break and then plan on being back at 4:15 p.m., which gives us a little more than 15 minutes for this break, and then we are in the home stretch. So we'll stand in recess until 4:15. This meeting back into order, and we have moved on to the last two items that we will have presented tonight. And the first one is item G, which is, and the survey says, the value of community feedback. So for that, we have a presentation from Melanie Davis, our Community Relations Director, but as always, turn it over first to our City Manager, Mark Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. As some of you may recall, over the years, every 3 to 4 years or so, we do a statistically valid community survey. We survey all of our we statistically survey a sampling of our residents, and it then therefore is a statistically valid survey. But we do that as a report card to check in with our customers, if you will, to see how we're doing on service delivery. And we cover a bunch of different topics. In addition, we always ask some policy related questions. And so it's time to do the community survey again. The last one was in 2017. And as you mentioned, our Community Relations Director, Melanie Davis, is going to walk us through this and explain the process, a timeline, and touch on some policy questions that we may want to include in this survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, and thank you, members of City Council, Mayor, for letting me have this opportunity to share a little bit about our upcoming community survey with you. It was said earlier in the day that it's an exciting time because we finally feel like we can start paying attention to what we can do instead of what we can't do, and I feel like this survey is a little bit of an inspiration for that. I'm very excited to be starting to look forward instead of backward and be a little bit more optimistic. So with that being said, we have our 2021 resident survey coming up, and this was budgeted for in the amended budget that you recently approved. So that's where the funds are coming for to cover the cost of the resident survey. And what I wanted to start out with is a little bit of a retrospective on previous surveys we've done and kind of go over a little bit of, why we do them. We really get a lot of good data from these, and they help us in planning and moving forward. And one of the key things I wanted to share with you is that, in the last couple of surveys, especially some of the things I'm going to share with you about the 2017 survey, is that we get really high marks. I mean, while that may not seem important, I think it is important sometimes to stand back and look at what we're doing and kind of, say, hey, we are on the right track and our residents are happy and we're doing the things that we need to do. So for example, in 2017, we had 86% of our respondents who rated us a 4 or 5 on a satisfaction scale of a 5-point satisfaction scale, saying that they thought the city of Sterling Heights they were satisfied that it was a great place to live. We had 84% that said they were satisfied with the overall image of our city, and 82% were satisfied with the overall quality of life in the city. So I think it's important to, take a pause sometimes and reflect on that and say, our residents do think they're satisfied with the services that we're providing and the things that we're doing. But we don't always just look at how satisfied our residents are. We also look at we ask them questions about where they think we should be, the things they think we should be focusing on, where they think we should be putting our effort. And we use that survey data that we pull from that to create positive change within the city. So a few examples from the last community survey are, in terms of public safety, that was an area in 2017 that our residents said they really felt we should be paying a lot of attention to. They thought it was very important that we pay attention to the visibility of police in neighborhoods. And what we did with that is it led to the development of our very popular CORE program now. They also said that we should be paying attention to crime prevention and also the visibility of police in retail areas. And that led to the addition of police personnel in the force. In terms of parks and recreation, one of the things that came out of the 2017 survey was that our residents felt we should be paying attention to park amenities. And as part of the Recreating Recreation program, we've really focused a lot on the different amenities that we have in the park. We've added playground equipment and replaced playground equipment. We've opened up a brand new dog park. We just added bike repair stations that are really cool and helpful for people that use those trails to bike. So again, using what we learned from that survey to create positive change in the community. We also thought we should be looking more closely at our bike hike trail system. And that led to the expansion of some trail connectors and closing of some of the sidewalk gaps that help sort of help us connect neighborhoods with our parks and our trail system. And lastly, they said that they thought we should be paying a lot of attention to our code enforcement, and really enforcing the cleanup of litter and debris, as well as the mowing of grass and weeds on residential properties. And what that did is it led to the addition of code enforcement officers in the city. So we do use the data that we collect from these surveys to create some positive change. We also use the data that we collect from the survey on the policy-related questions to provide guidance for city leadership to move forward in making decisions, important decisions for our community. So in the last couple of community surveys that we've done, for example, in 2012, we included a question about the millage versus police and fire layoffs. And it was important data that we collected because it led us to understand that our community was more concerned about having adequate first responders on the streets than it was to have a millage increase, which was partly where Safe Streets was born, the Safe Streets renewal. So, I mean, you know, that we're using that information again to move forward in our planning. And then in 2017, there was a big issue about medical marijuana and whether or not we wanted that in our community. And again, we put that out to our residents so that we could kind of see, put our finger on the pulse of where our residents felt in terms of medical marijuana. So we also add one or two policy-related questions every time we do one of these community surveys to see if we can gather, you know, where our residents' minds are in terms of certain key issues. So instead of looking back now, kind of moving forward, in the 2021 survey, I wanted to share a little bit about how we thought that this would probably end up being the composition of this survey, how it would be put together. We do see, again, three sort of buckets of questions. The first would be general satisfaction questions. How satisfied are our residents with the services we provide in terms of things like public safety, parks and rec, the library, code enforcement, city maintenance, city leadership and the way that we communicate and where we communicate, our customer service, and then also the second bucket would be future planning questions. So, you know, we'll look at things like, you know, times have changed. You know, one of the things we talked about earlier was social media and how other technologies have allowed us to communicate easier in many ways, and in other ways, you know, it's still very time consuming. So we want to kind of really figure out where our residents consume content and when, and we want to be able to be there, and that's where we want to communicate to them so that we know that we're reaching as many people as efficiently as we possibly can. We also might talk about things like sustainability practices. Those are very future forward thinking questions, and what our residents think we should be doing about sustainability practices. And then lastly, that third bucket is sort of the policy related and or the sentiment related questions. And I know we talked earlier about curbside recycling. That's probably one of the questions that we'll want to focus on this resident survey, is figuring out how our residents feel about that. And then lastly, I know that we've been working with our African American Coalition, and they've expressed interest in getting some data from our residents on diversity, equity, and inclusion in the community. But, you know, they wanted to make sure that whatever they were getting was statistically significant, and so we want to make sure that they can, you know, have a question or two on this survey as well, so that they're getting some really good, valid results that will help them with their planning as they move forward. And then the RFP requirements. So what we're looking for, again, I know we keep throwing out this term statistically significant, and what does that really mean? Well, when we're dealing with vendors that do research like this, we're going to want to make sure that they can guarantee us that we have no more than a 5% plus or margin, or plus or minus margin of error. And we also want to make sure that they can give us a 95% minimum confidence level in the data that they're providing us. So that also has a lot to do with the sampling. And in a community our size, we're going to need to secure at least 500 surveys in order to get that standard of validity that we'll need to make sure that our responses are significant. The sampling probably won't be random, because we do want to make sure that we're capturing all different kinds of subgroups of residents. So what we'll do is we'll do a sampling that represents as close to the demographic makeup of our residents as possible. That way we make sure we're capturing all different genders, all different races, all different ages, and that sort of thing. So we make sure that we capture as accurately as possible, kind of a snapshot of our community. The survey is probably going to be limited in length to about 6 pages or roughly 15 to 20 minutes to complete. That's really just because if you make it much longer than that, you're really going to cut into the number of responses that you get, and that's going to then further impact the validity of your results. So we want to make sure that it has enough questions and enough content that it's meaningful for us, but at the same time, we want to make sure that people aren't hesitant to complete the survey because it's just too daunting. As far as the results, we are going to ask our vendors that respond to our RFP to make sure that they include charts and graphs for each question, but also include comparisons to the 2017 survey. I thought that was very important because that's something that we did not see. I did not see that in the results of the 2017 survey. I didn't see where they went back to the 2012 survey and maybe looked at some of the questions that were common across both surveys to find out sort of where we're going, where we're headed. Are we improving? Are we not improving? Are we staying the same? And I think that that's an important metric to look at as well. So what we'd like to do is, pick a handful of questions that will remain the same over time. And when we put those resident surveys out, we'll say, okay, then let's compare that, this year's survey, to the last one and maybe the one before that, and try to figure out, are we moving the needle on some things? We also want them to benchmark, so we're going to be asking them to make sure that they share with us, how does Sterling Heights stack up against other communities, not only regionally, but also nationally? How do we compare? And that's something I think that's good to look at as well. Lastly, we're going to look at identification of areas where the greatest opportunities exist to enhance our overall satisfaction with city services. So we'll ask them to try to tease that out. We would like them to do GIS maps that show geocoded survey results for selected questions and tabular data. Now, what I mean by that is that, again, this is something that I didn't see in the last question, so I asked the vendor that did the last survey. And I asked the vendor that did the last survey if there were any crosstabs, and he said no, but if we did this in the future, that they did have the ability to provide that. What crosstabs allow you to do is take information, for example, from demographics and compare them with the way certain questions were answered. So for example, we can then say, okay, is there a difference between people that may live in the 48313 zip code and how they feel about curbside recycling versus people that live in the 48312 zip code and how they feel about curbside recycling? It may not be different, but we may find that there are differences, and that's information that I think might be helpful in planning and certainly in communicating and different communication and public education campaigns as well. So that's kind of a snapshot of what we were hoping that the RFP requirements would look like. As far as a timeline, what we're hoping to do is that for the remainder of January and February, we would begin the RFP process with purchasing, and we would work to include, to conduct the bid interviews with the various the various vendors that respond to the RFP. And then in March and April, we would hope that we would be able to put forth a bid award for approval in front of City Council, and then also work on starting to design the survey and finalize our sampling plan so we're ready to rock and roll. In May and June, we would then administer the survey and generate the final results because it can be done in that amount of time. So my goal would be that by July 2021, we would have this process done and we would actually have a report of data and information that we could then present to council in July. So that's kind of the timeline of if everything goes well and we don't experience too many hiccups. And that's my presentation, but I am happy to answer any questions that you might have about the resident survey.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Davis. And again, I don't believe there are any residents here who would chime in. So I'll open it up to the city council. Any thoughts or suggestions and comments or questions? Mrs. Zarko.
Okay. Well, as we look back, we know that there is importance to the survey. And it's 4 years then? It'll be 4 years that we've done one, so it's about time. I guess my only question in my notes is, would council be able to submit possible questions for the survey?
Absolutely. When we're putting the survey together, I will be working with department heads, as well as members of council and city management to put those questions together, because like I said, there will be some that are standard that we want to move across time just to get a sense of how we're doing. But there will also be others that I know are very important to you all, and we'll want to make sure that we're getting everybody's input on that survey, obviously with the understanding that, we are limited in length. And, the only thing that we have to keep in mind is every time we say yes to one question, it may mean that we're saying no to another, because we have to make sure that we limit it so that we don't impact our response rate or our results.
Okay. Nothing further. That's the only question I have.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Radke.
I have something very brief. I guess for me, the questions that I would like to see included in some way, shape, or form is maybe some of the planning questions that we've been facing. We create overlay districts for Mound and Van Dyke, and we talk about every so often about tiny houses, for lack of a better term, or smaller lots. And I'm curious what the residents think about maybe making some of these changes permanent or bringing them to the city. We've done things a certain way in planning here for so long. I'm curious what the residents' opinions are on what they'd want to see changed. I mean, one thing that I proposed, or we're kind of kicking around right now, is when a lot of these older subdivisions were created, they were created with a park in the middle that was gifted to the city. Now we're doing some of these developments that are a little bit larger, and we're not getting anything in return for the development. So maybe we need to have an ordinance, a community benefits ordinance, which I've thought about before, or maybe we have to just tell developers to get our approval, you have to do more to integrate this better into the areas where they're going. I mean, the most recent one that comes to mind is the Warner Elementary site, where we got a little bit bigger of a park, and I think it's going to benefit not just the new subdivision, but the subdivision that's already existing there. And I'm wondering if maybe we should use that as a model for future things. And also, I mean, Lakeside Mall jumps to my mind at the top of my head. What are residents thinking about that, or what would they want to see us do? Because eventually we're going to have to make hard choices up here about what's in the realm of the possible for funding sources and things like that for Lakeside. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Schmidt?
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I'm wondering if it would be possible to have an online option, maybe send them the survey, if we're going to mail them out, send it, and have a link that if they wanted to complete it online, they could.
Yes, I think that the vendor that we've used in the past, and I would certainly ask them to do this again, had a number of different ways that you could fill it out. And I think they started with direct mail, but then they also employed a variety of other, online and digital components to it. And after a certain period of time, if the questions weren't answered, they would follow up lastly with a phone call. And that's what they did in order to get to that 500 minimum responses. And they were successful at that. So I would hope that they would do that again. And I would look to ask for that absolutely in an RFP.
And I understand how it's not going to be a random selection. However, I'd like to see some random components, some random residents put into the mix. And I'm wondering also if residents would be allowed to do it even if they were not given the opportunity through us.
Yeah, that I don't know. I don't know why that would hurt. I mean, I would think the more responses you get, the better you'd be. So, there is some, I don't want to say it's not random at all. There is some randomness to it, but they also make sure, they try to make sure that when they're looking at the set of people that are going to get these questions, that it does represent as closely as it can to the demographics of the city. So there is some randomness. They're not necessarily hand-picking individuals, but they kind of, try to make sure at the end of the day that the randomness does shake out so that we're not missing key groups of people.
And I'm wondering, in the past, I think we had a couple of open-ended questions at the end And I'm wondering if that's, you're planning on having that as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that that's good. And, you know, maybe some of the questions that Councilman Radke asked about, you know, might fit that very well, you know, because those tend to be a little bit, you know, they're less yes and no questions and more, you know, what do you think about this? The other thing I wanted to point out is that as I'm going through and working with individuals to collect their questions, and working with the vendor to actually craft the question in a way to make sure it's not leading or biased in any way. We'll make sure that before the survey actually goes out, that we loop back with everybody and say, this is the proposed way that the question is going to be asked, and, you know, does this work for you? And we'll go back until we make sure that we get it the way it needs to be, wherever it's going to fit everybody's needs.
Okay, I'm excited to get the information. It's always nice to see that we're doing a good job and where we can improve. So I'm excited for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To add on what Mr. Radke said, I would like to see the questions include some of the issues that we discussed today, some of our future plans, things that we have in the works that someday we would like to do. Master plan as far as our nature preserve. What are the thoughts of our sustainability committee? What direction do they want to go in? And the different groups that we have set up, go to them and say, what are your projects? What are your objectives? Give us a question that we can put out to the residents to help you get some guidance. And more or less, our future, not just our past, but our future plans. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mrs. Koski. Anything, Mr. Yanez? I have a question about the policy-related question that's on the, I know this is not finalized yet, but what are you looking, I know what you're looking for in terms of curbside recycling, but what do you have in mind in terms of a policy-related question relating to the African American Coalition?
It's not really policy, it's more what, like I said, those are kind of policy and sentiment related questions kind of in the same bucket. And I think what they're looking for is, you know, how residents feel about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the city of Sterling Heights. Do they think we're doing a good job? Are there things that they think we could be doing better? I think it's just in general, those kinds of things, but we will loop back and get more specifics from the coalition. They've been thinking through, I know at one point they had talked about asking some questions, specific questions about access to financial resources and lending and things like that among the African American community in Sterling Heights, and did they feel like there was adequate access to things like that? So I know that they've had a few questions that they've been tossing back and forth, but I don't think anything's been finalized yet. Did that answer your question?
Yep. Yeah, I think so. Okay, well, I would say that so March, April would be when the survey is designed and finalized, so we have several weeks to sort of get our thoughts together and try to let administration know what we would like to see included in the survey. It's certainly very helpful to us and to the administration as well. So good to see that on the agenda coming up. So anything else? If not, thank you very much.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Davis, appreciate your presentation tonight.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing your feedback and your questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, and we are on to the last topic and the last slide in our PowerPoint presentation. This is H, refining the vision, the Visioning 2040 Strategic Planning Initiative. Do we have a presentation here, Mr. Vanderpool? I would assume it's from you.
Mayor, yes, I just have some general comments on this, and I'll be brief. I know it's been a long day, but I want to talk a little bit about our Visioning 2030 plan, and maybe be helpful if I just quickly read it. I know that we promote this, and everything we do is really centered on this plan. We started working on this in 2013, and City Council approved it in 2014. But let me read the vision statement. A vibrant, inclusive community for residents and businesses that is safe, active, progressive, and distinctive. Sterling Heights, a bold vision for an exceptional quality of life. And as part of that vision statement, there are 7 guiding principles that go along with it. And that includes a community that is safe, with well-maintained and desirable neighborhoods enhanced by great schools. plentiful leisure and recreation opportunities featuring fully utilized parks, abundant pathways for biking and walking, focal points that are both public and private to serve as destinations for residents and visitors, well-maintained and aesthetically pleasing roads and green spaces, successful, vibrant, attractive commercial centers with unique offerings, destination for high-tech and emerging industries and entrepreneurs. So this is the visioning plan that was set forth for the community, and we're 7 years into this now, believe it or not. And when you think about the transformative projects that have gone on across the community, they are all the outgrowth of this Visioning 2030 plan. For example, recreating recreation is an outgrowth of this plan. You can see that it hits on numerous points in the guiding principles. Our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, including our community alliance, the African American Coalition, initiatives underway by the Ethnic Advisory Committee, you know, that all falls under the second word in our vision statement, inclusive. So you can see how the Visioning 2030 plan has really paid dividends for the city. And I could go on and on. When you look at our roadway projects now, before our 2030 visioning plan, when we did a road project, it was basically a road resurfacing project and that's it. We didn't focus much on aesthetics and landscaping and green belts, including the right-of-way and median. But think of the road projects that we've done since 2013. M59, Van Dyke, 19-mile Canal, soon to be Mound, and the like. They all have this incredible aesthetic appearance now when you drive down those corridors, which our businesses expect and deserve, not to mention our residents as well. When you look at the extension of bike hike trails and so on and so forth, quality of life initiatives, it all came from our Visioning 2030 plan and a strong focus on these guiding principles. So as I mentioned, we started developing this in 2013. We're now really 8 years into this. And we're well on our way. I mean, 2030 is now knocking on the door. And so the reason I bring this up is to challenge all of us, the mayor, the city council, the directors, and our residents and businesses. We now have to start thinking about our 2040 visioning plan. And maybe it's not a complete new plan. Maybe it's just a refinement, updating, and so on of this plan. But when we developed this plan, it didn't just come together overnight. It required a lot of hard work. We had numerous focus group meetings with the community, including residents and businesses alike. We had a lot of surveying that went on. We had employees that were very involved in this as well. And we had a consultant that helped guide us through the process. It took well over a year to actually get through this. So as we start to think about this over the next year, we really have to think out of the box on this. You know, what are the bold initiatives that are going to set us on this continued path of prosperity for Sterling Heights? So I only bring it up to plant the seeds so that we can begin thinking about it. We have a lot, as you can see on the plate, for the next year. But we are going to have to tackle this plan too if we want to continue this forward-looking approach that has really, as I mentioned, paid significant dividends for us. We do a lot of planning. This organization has been really good at planning over the years. And that includes plans from the master plan, our non-motorized transportation plan, our sustainability plan now, our financial plan, our capital plan. Those are all multi-year plans. Our visioning plan is a much more macro forward-looking plan that all the other sub-plans, if you will, fall under. So it's really important. If any of you have ideas, you know, we're happy to start collecting thoughts. You know, what, in terms of the initiatives, you know, maybe it's a new, renewed focus on maybe public transportation across the city. Maybe it's you know, connecting the new lakeside redevelopment project to other areas of the city, which we've talked about some, but maybe it's plans well beyond that, bold initiatives that no one's really thought of. Nothing is out of the realm. Who would have thought that we would, in short order, when this plan was developed, have a $50 million quality of life initiative approved by the voters? That truly, to say it was transformative is probably an understatement. So I won't belabor this point. I just wanted to plant the seed that we should begin thinking about the Visioning 2040 plan, and I look forward to your feedback as we move forward. So we've now reached, Mayor, the point where, you know, if you and the council would like, we have time for a general discussion. We couldn't cover everything on the agenda. These were just ideas that came up over the last year, but there are other ideas I'm sure that the council has, and maybe an audience member too. I don't know if anyone's here, but we're available now to listen to any general thoughts that the city council has that we didn't cover on the agenda. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. So what I think we'll do is, for the purposes of our agenda, we do have some budgeted time to talk about Visioning 2040, but I think it'd probably be more appropriate to just wrap that into the general council discussion, as Mr. Vanderpool was alluding to. We've gone over a whole lot tonight, and so I think this would be the opportunity I would use to sort of express any anything we left off, or how to summarize everything. So, but I'll leave it up to each council member. We've got an hour or more. We can stay here all night. We've been here all day. Nothing's stopping us. Anybody want to go? Anybody have anything? General public? Yeah, we're going to go to the, so we'll go to the public after, and as under communications from citizens after this. All right? Anyone going once? Mrs. Zarko?
Why is everybody afraid to start? You always give people a second chance. I mean,
I don't know.
You know, somebody's got to start.
It's like this. It's like the Jasmine Early effect. Nobody wants to go first. Everybody wants to be.
I can go first and last, in between. First of all, I want to thank everybody that participated in putting this presentation together for my favorite meeting. Even though it was really long today, we had some great discussions. So we haven't come to an agreement on many things today, but at least we had a chance to talk about it. And I think talking about it with one another, and it really is very, very helpful. You know, I've always thought that Sterling Heights, we are the best of the best. No matter how you look at it, you know, people want to be us. But we continually to compete against ourselves. You know, we always think, we never rest on our laurels. We're always thinking about, oh, this is really great for about 10 minutes, and okay, what can we do to make this even better? So, and it's not like we always think we have to be the biggest there is, we just have to be the best there is. And I think that shows throughout the entire organization. From every employee, you know, every director, in administration. I mean, it shows. And not only that, you have a wonderful council. So I think and I think sometimes because we are different in the way we think, we get more accomplished because we bring out more ideas. So today, to me, it has been, I think, very fruitful for all of us. And another thing is when I stop and think of things that happen and you don't see it at the time, but I thank the residents for this building all the time, because in the last year we have used it so much for so many things that I wonder with this pandemic what we would have done if we weren't able to come here. And it's because the residents, you know, wanted this. And we certainly haven't used it, you know, publicly as much as we wanted to, but certainly as the city employees and community, we've actually used it a great deal. Mr. Taylor, Mayor Taylor brought up an interesting fact earlier where he was saying when you go to these meetings, whether it be with somebody within the state or when he's going to one of his national mayor meetings, it's like, oh, I really like that idea. And you don't think of it as, oh, we're not stealing. We are stealing. We're going to borrow that idea because we think it would really work in our community. The same way as they say, oh, you're doing that in Sterling Heights. We'd like to really try that wherever you're from. I remember when we talked about the linear park for the drain in Sterling Heights, and we were in Lansing, and somebody said, that's a great idea for where they wanted to put it near Ferris College. So it was like, oh, that's a really good idea because it could be used at that, where it was at, could have been used as a linear park, whether I ever completed it or not. But that's just an example of sharing ideas. And you know what? So often some of our ideas come out of necessity. I mean, we have to change this, or we have to make this better, or we tried this and it didn't work, so let's go to plan B. So I think today we had a lot of collaboration, and I'm really happy with some of the things that we accomplished, and certainly glad to listen to everyone today. So right now I have nothing further, but I'll let you know.
All right. Mr. Yannis, we'll go down the line.
Go down the line. Thank you, Mr. So I'll say this is, I'm going to preface this by this is a little tongue-in-cheek. Well, this is very much tongue-in-cheek. There's nothing better than being a politician at a public meeting in an election year talking about raising taxes and rates on the citizens. Feel free to laugh. Having said that, I was surprised when Councilman Radke verbalized that. And I'm thinking the same thing. You know, this is really kind of a difficult situation, you know, and I know we say we're not talking about a lot of money, but if you know the citizens of this city, and I'm going to be interested in seeing what the census has to say in regards to the makeup of our citizenry, there are a lot of people that live in the city that live on fixed income. And so we can easily say it's only $20, $25, $30, $35, $40, $45, $50 a month. But when you're on a fixed income, that $50 a month is coming out of your food bill, is coming out of maybe your medicine bill, what have you. And I think we need to be cognizant of that when we talk about raising taxes and fees and rates. On the flip side of that, though, as a former employee, I was told many times that we need to do more with less. And as a former employee, I also know that you get to a tipping point where you start doing less with less. And we cannot afford to do that here in the city and maintain the quality of life that we have in the city. So we certainly have some challenges ahead of us. And one of the things when I was doing my research here, preparing for this meeting, was, you know, going through the water study, and in the water financial plan, there was a statement here, and I'll read it. It says, since the city is effectively built out with limited capacity for new development, the study uses a conservative 0% growth through the rest of the forecast period. Well, what does that mean for our future? You know, growth is, paying for things with growth is one thing. If we're built out, how do we pay for things in the future? So that's something that this city council and future city councils are really going to have to struggle with and work very closely with the citizens and determine how we do move forward in a way that maintains the quality of life that we have here in the city and provide the citizens what they want. I want to take the opportunity to thank every one of the department heads for their correspondence in regards to the manpower study. I especially want to point out Kyle Langlois for being the Dostoevsky of directors. Every memo from him is War and Peace, I swear to goodness. And I especially want to say thanks to Steve Dion for his directness in his memo. You know, one of the things that we often look over is the importance of infrastructure. And IT is incredibly important. And I can tell you, coming from the state legislature, that it's a huge problem at the state level. And everything we do here now, just take a look around this room. IT. If you work for the police department, IT. If you work for the fire department, IT. And there's a lot of pressure, and his memo was very eye-opening, and I appreciate his honesty and the need for more manpower in his department. Not that nobody else needs it. Everybody else made a great argument, but I just want to emphasize the importance of the infrastructure that we build everything around. I'm looking forward to the discussion. I'm a little disappointed, but I understand why, that we couldn't have an honest discussion about future funding for the fire department and manpower. But I'm looking forward to that discussion. I'm looking forward to the new chief starting so he can get to work on that. And I'm also looking forward to the Visioning 2040. You know, one of the things that I think we really need to do, especially with our Sustainability Commission, is start looking at things in a different way with the city. So it's not just about what things cost dollars and cents wise, but what is our impact on the environment? So what is our carbon footprint? What do things cost when we talk about recycling? What does it not just cost to remove some trash or recyclable material, but what is the cost of having a truck drive up and down the street burning diesel fuel? How does that impact our environment? What about our use of water? What about the city's use of water and the city's use of electricity? And are we ever going to work towards getting down to a net neutrality when it comes to electrical use? Certainly something that I talked about before, and there's a bill in the state Senate in regards to addressing our aging housing stock. Houses that were built in the 60s and 70s that are no longer energy efficient. And probably many of them not efficient when it comes to saving water. So those are some of the things that I hope that we start addressing in the future, not just the dollars and cents, but globally, the bigger picture of what things really cost and how we really impact our environment and how we're going to address those impacts. So having said that, again, I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work putting this thing together. And I look forward to comments from my colleagues and citizens. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Yanez. Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've enjoyed today some good thoughts, some scary thoughts, especially when it's money. So now, a little fun thing. Today has always been, if you have an idea and you would like to explore it, throw it out there. Police and fire. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I love the cadet program. I love the explorers. I was hoping that we could make sure that the explorers are active again and that we would start a cadet program with the fire department. In regard to our parks, we have some wonderful upgraded parks. I talked to the police chief on this a little bit ago. The parks need to have some patrol, and if everything goes well and we're able to get our 6 police officers, they might be available to patrol the park trails in the summertime. My question is, what about a type of camera that could be placed along the trails? And if I could take a moment and ask for some assistance from our police chief, he's sitting back there, if he could make a comment so that everyone knows what I'm talking about here, would that be okay?
Absolutely.
Chief, would you please? Remember we talked about placing cameras so that I thought a cheap one. You said, no, there's a better way to do this. Would you explain, please?
Yeah, obviously with the trail systems we have in the park, we do have graffiti. We had our bridge vandalized right after our brand new bridge was built in Dodge Park. We've had this happen all over the city. Bathrooms spray painted right across the street, black spray paint across both stalls, ridiculous. We do have some cameras on order with our current budget. We're actually buying them right now. Jennifer Varney was so gracious to let us move that purchase up because of this graffiti. And these are highly covert cameras that are cellular based. They're tiny. They can store a lot of video footage. I can dial in from my own phone and see anything that's going on. So we have one of those on order. You know, whether or not we wanted to buy cheaper cameras and put them in areas, problem areas of the trail. The Parks and Recreation Director, Kyle, could speak to that if he has areas that he would like to have more cameras. That's a difficult process. You know, how many cameras do you buy? The one we bought is really expensive because of what it does. We can use it for crime fighting and for vandalism. But I understand your concern with the trails and trying to monitor those.
Well, I'm looking forward to any input that you can give at a later date, and maybe that's something that we can put in our future plan. Thank you. Mr. Vanderpool talked about Vision 2040. All the time that I've been on council, we have always had a plan. Everything had to go in writing. Our prior city manager was, okay, let's make our plan for next year. Let's do a 5-year plan. Let's do a 10-year plan. We had plans for technology equipment, our vehicle replacement. And today, the city is what it is because we plan and we follow those plans and we come up with new plans and we update our plans. So I'm looking forward to our 2040 plan to see what direction that the city is going to go in. And hopefully we will get some input from the residents and anyone that would like to put in their 2 cents to say, this is what I would like my city to look like 20, 30 years from now. With that said, also the volunteer groups that we have, I'm really hoping that we can put some information together for them. Training, make their cost neutral. What we pay them is very sad when we expect them to come up with their own equipment to do their job. I'm talking about planning and zoning and any board that has to be on camera, shall we say. So I would like to see some work done there. Hopefully that's in the process and we will see that soon. And my other thought would be is if we can work on our communication when it applies to seniors. I had a call from a senior recently and she was asking about her vaccination. How does she go about getting her vaccination? And I offered, there was different information, the internet and so on and so on. She said, I don't have that. No, I don't have that. No, I don't know how to do that. So I've asked for this before, and hopefully maybe we can come up with some ideas as to how to communicate with our senior population that are not technical, shall we say, that do not have internet, that rely only on the newspaper and maybe a TV. That's pretty much my wish list at this point. Again, the meeting today was wonderful, hit on some really good points, and I'm looking forward to following through on them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Koski. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to thank all the department heads and city administration for putting on a really impressive meeting today. I know that my colleagues and I, we wanted to engage more with the strategic planning process, and I want to commend Mr. Vanderpool. I don't feel like today dragged at all. I think we got a lot done. We had a lot of viewpoints, and, you know, this is probably one of the best meetings I think we've ever had in the city. I'm really impressed. I hope that this becomes a permanent feature, if not a whole day, maybe over a course of days or whatever, but the back and forth we've had today, I think really is going to benefit us all, the residents and the city as a whole. So I want to just thank my colleagues in the city administration for that. That being said, I want to take something that Mr. Yanez said. The 0% growth, something I think about a lot. I saw that in the report too. I actually highlighted it. I just didn't talk about it. Yeah. And it's kind of going to be the new rallying cry, I think, in Sterling Heights, is that our city is built up. And there's not a lot of arable land left. And the things that we're doing now are, we have an aging population, and we're trying to attract new residents, but we have less ability. You know, places like Chesterfield or Richmond or other areas up north, they have land. They have land to build new houses. So we're going to have to think about doing things a little bit differently around here. That's why we ask about these planning changes and the mixed use and the ability to use land in different ways, because we're not creating new land in Sterling Heights. So we have to think about how to use our land more efficiently and better. The stormwater utility is one example of that, trying to encourage people to get away from these impermeable surfaces. But more than that, something I've talked about before, and I think we really need to have a discussion about, is accessory dwellings. In a lot of cities that are built up, start talking about the ability to create a mother-in-law apartment, if you will, or the ability to create our consultant from, not Wade Trim, but the gentleman's on the city council in Birmingham. He has an office above his garage, his architecture office. It's a beautiful office. But Birmingham allows you to create an office above your garage or create an extra dwelling unit in your backyard. And Birmingham's an expensive city. They're not just putting up any kind of ramshackle thing. If they can do it in Birmingham and they can do it in Ann Arbor, why can't we do it in Sterling Heights? And it's another way to create more housing stock. We talk about affordable housing and creating more housing opportunities and more places for people to live, but we're not creating new land. So either we've got to create tiny houses or change our basic structure of our planning process, or hopefully add in these accessory dwellings, because that's the one thing I think about a lot. We have all of our design features for a reason, but some of the setbacks in Sterling Heights do not make sense to me. Other cities don't use them. And why do we basically waste land when we don't have any more of it? And I think we really need to really adjust our thinking and think about how we can best use land, not just from that's what we always did, and this is how Sterling Heights has always been, but how can we use land better in the future? And if it's road diets or bike lanes or putting the sidewalk closer to the street and not creating such a buffer that has to be cut. Another great example, I mean, other cities allow the residents to use their front yards for more than just grass. I mean, some cities grow, I've seen in Ann Arbor, they grow all kinds of wildflowers, or they grow sunflowers, or they use it as a garden space. But just because we've done things in one manner for so long, does not mean we have to be wedded to it. And I think that when you break out of that mold, you'll be surprised what people do. I don't think people are trying to abuse the process. I think they want just different ideas. And even like the water charge today, it's just such a fascinating thing when you think outside the box. You know, we've always done things a certain way in the water department, and now we're talking about ways that we can do it differently. So I would urge the city to really embrace that for 2040. This idea that we're not growing anymore because we're built out. And we got to, and as we get older, which we've been getting older since I've been on council, every year the average age of the city has gone up. We need to start thinking about, our senior citizens going to want to drive. Our city is based around the car, but in the future, are they going to be more likely to walk? You know, unless we're going to force them out of the city, they're going to be here for quite some time as they age. The baby boomer is the largest generation ages. They're going to be here. We've got to really reorientate our priorities. So I think that accessory dwellings should be on that list. I think fixing the sidewalk gaps, which was on the schedule for this year, but we had to cancel it because of COVID, that needs to come back too. If you can't walk around your neighborhood, you're never going to start. You have no ability. I was approached by Justice Viviano just recently. He complained about how in his neighborhood there's a big sidewalk gap, so he ends up walking in the street or on the grass. It's something that he cares about a great deal. If he's thinking about it, I think a lot of our residents are. We need to really adjust our priority list to do that. And one thing I've seen work elsewhere, which I think we need to give some consideration to, is in Ann Arbor, they have a millage for sidewalk reconstruction. They assess sidewalk to build originally, but once the sidewalk gap is filled, they have a 0.2 mil that was passed, has been in place now for over 10 years, where instead of billing the adjacent property owner for sidewalk, They use the city fund to rebuild the sidewalk and keep, because it's a public infrastructure. If we treated roads like we treat sidewalk in this city, it'd be a totally different thing. If we had to fix the street in front of your house, we assess you. And that would, people this hall would be flooded with people who are like, how are you assessing me for a $100,000 road repair? But we assess people for sidewalk. And if we want people to get away from cars, which are free because the city pays for it out of our pocket, but sidewalk where we make the homeowner pay, and especially if you have a corner lot, you're getting socked both ways, once on the side of your house and once in the front of your house. Maybe we got to rethink how we pay for sidewalk. I think of a sidewalk tax or a millage as kind of a bit of insurance. You're going to pay a little bit every year, but I've seen sidewalk bills in the city that are over $1,000 for replacing your sidewalk. Think about getting hit by that. You just, you get a bill from the city in your mail and it says, you owe us $1,700 for sidewalk or $1,200 for sidewalk. I know my dad would hit the roof. And I feel like, especially with an aging population, it's going to become untenable. How are they going to find that extra money to fix those sidewalks? Maybe we got to think about a millage, not for new construction. New construction should be paid by the property owners who didn't construct it in the first place. That's fair. But in the future, maybe we need to have even a small millage where you're paying $5 a year, like insurance. Then when you come to do in front of your house, now instead of you having to pay out of your pocket, you've paid $5 a year. $5 a year is a little bit of a fixed cost, but you're not getting slapped by a gigantic bill every 5 years or 10 years or 15 years when we come by to look at sidewalk. And we also should fix that too. 15 to 20 years to fix sidewalk in the city and check it is way too long. If we treat our roads that way, we'd have people, again, flooding our chamber here. So we need to reevaluate our pedestrian infrastructure. To go along with that, I have long been an advocate for a Southern Recreation Center in Sterling Heights. Fillmore Elementary is perfectly positioned if we can work out a deal with Warren Consolidated Schools. I had so many people when I went door knocking before the last election who told me that they enjoy the fact that they don't all have to drive up to City Hall. We expect people to drive up to City Hall for a lot of things. And it's located in the northern part of the city. So if you live by me, 14.5 in Van Dyke, you have to come all the way up here. And it's a little bit of a stretch. If we had something in the southern part where people could go and avoid the traffic, because some of it's the traffic coming up Dodge Park or coming up Van Dyke that makes it a hassle, or even Shaner. It's a hassle. So if we can make it easier for people to get someplace, I think we're going to have more recreation buy-in. The money might not be there yet, but I strongly urge, before Warren Consolidated does something else with that place, to really consider it for a Southern Recreation Center and make a deal for it. This time last year, we talked about, if this was last year, I believe, we talked about garbage carts and bags and trying to get the bags off the ground. And on the way here, I was thinking about that. It's trash day on Dodge Park. And there were at least 2 ripped open bags in the snow on my way up Dodge Park today that I could look over and say, wow, that trash is blowing around. If we're not going to change the garbage contract, I don't think that we are, we should mandate trash cans. You can buy them at Home Depot, wherever, trash cans. Try to prevent some of that going on, because I saw 2 ripped open bags on the way here. And that wasn't, I wasn't looking for them. I was just driving up the street. If I can find 2 on Dodge Park, I can find dozens in the neighborhoods. It's not sanitary. It inspires rodents, and it's just not how we should do things. If we're not going to go to the garbage carts, which I don't think we are, we should mandate that people have hard-sided trash cans and help our community stay a little bit cleaner. I had a question through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. I know that we're reforming the way we do applications for city commissions. Will that be in the budget this year? I didn't see it in the employees that were proposed, but maybe it's already on the agenda. I wasn't sure about that. Mr. Mayor? Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Councilman Radke. That will be a special budget presentation this year during your budget hearings. And as you well know, we are working on completely restructuring how we administer our boards and commissions in numerous ways. Let me just touch on a couple of highlights. First, the City Council, you all authorized us funding to hire an individual to administer that process. So we'll have an individual that does nothing but work on our boards and commissions to make sure the applications are up to date, to make sure that it's highly automated, to make sure that you get even better reporting than you get now, to make sure that we have a more meaningful portal on our website that's more user-friendly, not only for applicants, but existing board members, city council members, and the individual who's administering all this. In addition, city council approved the purchase of software that's going to help us better organize all this. So we understand, and better promote the boards and commissions. There's a need to have improved training, as Councilwoman Koski mentioned. We're doing a complete review of the pay structures for paid board and commissions. We're looking at technology that they use, especially say the big three, that would be OBA, Planning Commission, and BZA. So we're taking this holistic look. These 200 or so volunteer board and commission members are vitally important to the organization, and we need to do a better job there, and I'm confident we're going to get there. But you're going to hear much more on this during the budget hearing process.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. One more thing I saw in there that kind of ties in with everything we're working on is an extra planner, and I think that that's been long overdue, and I'm excited that needs to make our agenda, because we instituted some plans to update some areas of our city, I want to say 2 years ago now, and it's a little bit behind schedule, and it's a lot of things, and we have Lakeside coming now, and we're going to have to figure out how we're going to handle that. But the planning department is doing their best, but they are underwater in a city of our size, and we need to give them the tools they have for creating. We can talk up here all we want about fixing the master plan and sidewalk and street design, all kinds of things, but until we give the planning department the resources they need to carry out our directives, it's just all talk. And I think that planner position is just so essential to help us get there. I know that we have a lot of big projects coming, and I know that they need the support. That's going to be the future here, is how we plan for the future and how we use our infrastructure. And just a couple more things. I'm hopeful through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool that we're going to have a website redesign, hopefully, and new email addresses. This will be my third year where we've talked about how it's going to happen this year. And I'm hopeful that it will happen in the future, because if it was ready to go, and when Bridget was here, she said it was ready to go 3 years ago. I'm unsure why we haven't both fixed our website and changed over our email addresses.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Councilman Radke, yes, I understand that that is a area of special interest for you and other council members. In the community relations budget objectives, we do have the email address updating planned. To some extent, I think that's somewhat mutually exclusive to a website update. And I'm not sure where we're at with that schedule. I'm not sure if it's a forthcoming year or next year, but I'll get you an update on that. Suffice it to say that the website does need updating and some refreshing, but I believe the address restructuring, the email address restructuring, is going to come prior to the website updating.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. And then I know that we need to redo our master plan, and I would urge the city to consider using the consultant that did the Van Dyke master plan. I think that they were very impressive, and if we're going to redo our master plan, I think that they could bring an interesting perspective to our city. Then I would urge that they be contacted and hopefully contracted to help us update our master plan when the time comes. And then finally, we've talked about backyard chickens up here. We had an update about it. I'd like to see an ordinance come before this council to allow backyard chickens. I can understand all the reasons not to do it, but I see all of our I don't want to say sister cities, but a lot of our neighbors do it. I can't see a good reason not to do it, and I think our residents would like it. So even if it goes down in a vote, I think it still should come up here for a hearing, and the city council can decide how we want it to go. But I have two residents who call me semi-frequently on this topic. And one more thing, I really appreciate the chief and his work on feral cats, because I get a lot of calls about that. And I know we've pursued some grants to really update the process there and hopefully help people in the community who are dealing with feral cats. Believe us, we understand it's a tough issue. We don't have enough traps. We could almost have a full-time animal control officer who just did feral cats all day. But at the end of the day, we have to work with the resources that we have. So, we're working on it. I know it's a very big issue for us, but it'll get handled. And with that, I just want to thank everyone today. It was an amazing session. We have a lot to do, but the future's always looking up, and we can just get better here. And I'm excited about Lakeside. I'm excited about everything else. I'm excited about creating a TIF district for Lakeside. I'd love to expand the holiday decorations there. I'd love to expand holiday decorations down Van Dyke. One thing that we don't do, which I think we should, the north side of the city, I'll be a broken record on this, tends to get a lot of the love, I feel like. Maybe unintentionally because our headquarters is here, the shopping district is up there. But just because they have holiday lights up on Hall Road and by City Hall doesn't mean that the neighborhoods should be neglected, or South Van Dyke should be neglected, or maybe Mound. We have a lot of ways to spread the love around our entire city. And I also think about this a lot. Most of the council members, or all the council members, live east of Mound or east of Van Dyke. And sometimes we got to really put our heads together and think about what's going on the west side of our city, because we all represent them, but we don't live there every day. And if you don't see something up close, sometimes it's in the kind of the back of your mind, or you don't really see it. So I'd urge the residents there to really communicate with us and tell us, how can we make your neighborhoods stronger, make your neighborhoods better? That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'll keep it brief. First of all, thank you, everyone that was here today. I have to be honest that I was kind of dreading this long day, and I have to say I've really enjoyed this long day. I was skeptical about the new process, but now I'm embracing it. I think, as my colleagues have said, this has been a very fruitful day. We've had some great discussion, and someone had said to me during one of the breaks, it's a little more relaxed than being at a formal city council meeting, and it gives us the opportunity to really just have a discussion instead of a debate. And I really have enjoyed this day. I've learned a lot. I think we have a lot to do. I have to agree with Mrs. Koski that we need more training for our big three. They need to understand rules and procedures and follow through. And I think more is better there, more training. As far as backyard chickens, I think that would be a great survey question. If we're going to talk about chickens, I want more than just our input and a few callers, because I've gotten a few calls myself. I think that would be a great survey question to ask about the backyard chickens. Other than that, I'm encouraged by what I've heard today. I know earlier I made a comment about, the millage rates and how it was adding up today, and we kind of backslid it a little bit, and I'm glad about that. But the reality is we need to invest in our future. And sometimes that takes a little bit of money. And I think what our residents have said to us over and over again is they love our city, they care about our city, and they want us to invest in our city, because it invests in them and invests, it helps their biggest investment, their homes and their families as well. So with that, it's been a great day. It's been a long day. And once again, thank you to all of you for all of the hard work before and during and after. I appreciate everything. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt, and thank you to everyone here who's been here. If you've been here since 8:30, raise your hand. No, just it's been quite a day, hasn't it? It's really been a productive day, and I too think that this has been really a great exercise for our city, a great opportunity for our city council to hear about what's going on, to put their input in, and I think it's going to set us up very well for a very hopefully productive year and a very busy year coming up. We spent all day here, close to 10 hours 9 hours we're at now. And we haven't even talked about Lakeside Mall, which is probably the biggest project that we have on the horizon, or at least the potential for the biggest project on the horizon. And so it just kind of goes to show how much we have going on in the city, how many great projects we have. I think in the next year, the increased amount of employees that have been proposed is going to really have a direct and immediate impact on the community in a meaningful way. And that's what we are here for. You know, that's what we're supposed to be doing, is making decisions that improve the quality of life for the people that live in the city of Sterling Heights, improving the human experience. And so that's what we hopefully will be able to do. You know, and we also talked about doing it in a responsible way, which I think the recycling component of it is. We have a lot of challenges, but I think we're going to be able to meet them. We have a very good plan, if nothing else. And so I think it is a great way to end it, is to sort of talk about what we want to see over these next 10 to 15 years. And it's never too early to start thinking about the Visioning 2040 plan, as we're coming up on about halfway through the Visioning 2030 plan. You know, when I look at what I want, I think Mr. Vanderpool was very direct. We can be as ambitious as we want. You know, I want the city of Sterling Heights 20 years from now. I want people to say that there's, you know, unique housing opportunities, that the housing is interesting, that the housing is affordable, that the housing runs a gamut from something that an entry-level person could buy to something that an affluent person could buy to something that an elderly person could buy who's been in Sterling Heights their entire life. I want to see transportation improved. I want to see non-motorized methods of transportation improved. I want to see our roads and our streets really transformed from just, as I said earlier, a way to get you in and out as quickly as possible to unique transportation nodes that have something interesting to offer all along the way that we don't necessarily have right now. I want to make sure that we continue to have abundant employment opportunities. I want people to say, I could find a good career in Sterling Heights. I have a fulfilling career in Sterling Heights, that they can live here, that they can get their entertainment here. We do a lot for our Parks and Rec, and that's all great, but we don't, I think, spend a whole lot of time thinking about entertainment venues, entertainment options, dining, food, beverage, breweries, districts dedicated to getting people to come eat and drink and congregate together. Arts and culture activities. We talked about vibrancy in the past. Well, what about colorful? You know, how do we take the idea we had before for 2030 and turn it and spin it a little bit? You know, we want a community that's active. I want a city that's alive. You know, you don't go on vacation to a city, you don't say, oh, I really like that city I visited, it was active. You say, that city was alive. That's what I want. So I'm just thinking, you know, the ideas, that the buzzwords that I'm already thinking about for the 2040 visioning plan. And a lot of what we're doing here today, I think, fits right into that perfectly. So this was really an incredible day. I thought it was an awesome experience to be able to be here and really fully immerse in it. You know, we don't get that opportunity as council members as often as maybe we should. And I was thinking that I think personally what I'd like to do once this is all, you know, once we have the city facilities back to where they were, you know, my office hour, I'd come in for an hour, I'd drive from my law office and I'd spend an hour and we'd talk and meet with residents, and then I'd drive back to my law office. I think I'd like to be immersed in the city more, because it sort of gets you a better idea of what the administration and what the police and what the fire, and, you know, like when I do a ride along, you know, that's invaluable. So having this experience today, I think one of my takeaways is going to be to make it a regular part of my weekly or monthly routine. So thank you to everybody who participated. A lot of very interesting, exciting stuff to digest here. So with that, I'm going to close off that portion.
Mayor Taylor,
Oh, yes, sorry.
my turn, again.
Oh, yes, you get two,
Yeah, I get
turns
twice
if you
'cause
go-
I went
you
first.
go first.
You know, there were a couple of things that we brought up tonight, and just, there were two comments, or that other people have made that got my attention. But lastly is what you said, is that, you know what, in the last almost 10 months, you have to understand that we would see each other socially. We'd have different events throughout the city, whether it be with a city event or whether it be a chamber event, you know, ribbon cutting, so all of that. We've been without that. And so when you're saying that this is why I think today's discussion was so good, because we haven't been in the same place at the same time for any length of time. And we all know that really we don't like the Zoom meetings. I mean, I'm sure everybody was, but there's something about being in the same room and communicating, and I'm sure some of you feel the same way, that you work together. Yes, it's a necessity that you can't be working together, but it does make a difference. And so I think that's part of what you were saying, is that this is why I think today was so good, and maybe 10 hours, just think. But the other thing is that what I heard is we had plans today, and some of the plans are going to cost money. My one thing, first of all, the last question I always ask myself is, what is in the best interest of the residents? I can't look at it this, if this is an election year, that's going to make a decision in me doing less than what's in the best interest of the residents, because that only affects me. I really think we have to act in the best interests of everyone. So those are things that I'm not afraid of if I have to do. But let's be clear, nothing was decided today. We just did a lot of talking. So nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zarko. Sir, if your attorney's out there, this would be the time to get him.
Yeah, my attorney, he's stepped out for a minute.
Go get him. If you want to talk.
Mr. Mayor, may I have one?
If you, okay, well, I'm
May I
just,
have one more comment?
hold on one second, Mike. I'm just giving you, not right now, it's going to be like 2 or 3 minutes, so I'm just giving you like a 2-minute warning. Go ahead, Mr. Rick.
No problem. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I just wanted to add on one thing to what you said, and I think that Parks and Recreation has really been transformational to our city, because wherever I go, MML, out to lunch, wherever, people will stop and tell me, your parks are amazing. I remember when Dodge Park wasn't active, now we have a ice skating rink and we have a splash pad. Sadly, this year has been not the greatest year for these amenities, but people have stopped and told me that those amenities, I think I agree with the mayor, we're going alive. You know, we focused on Parks and Rec and done a great job. We need to focus on our arts and culture more to help kind of push us into that next level. And just one more thing, in agreement with the mayor, I would love to see, we have great ethnic restaurants in Sterling Heights. We have some of the best shawarma, some of the best stuff. But whenever I have a lunch meeting, a work meeting, oftentimes I end up in Troy. It seems like that's where everyone wants to have lunch. And we need to have a focus on not just the brewery, but maybe some higher end dining, and we have some of that coming online. Portillo's is going to be a destination. It's going to be a little bit different, but we need to have a real idea about how to attract these, not just cultural institutions, but a little bit nicer of restaurants. Because that's one thing that people complain to me when I speak to them. They say, I wish we had some nicer dining options or some different dining options in Sterling Heights. So I don't know what we can do with our economic development team to try to attract that, but I know that often when I have a meeting, I'm going to Troy for the Chop House or Eddie V's or whatever. You know, you're going west, and I'd like to try to capture some of that business and keep it in Sterling Heights. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Any final thoughts? If not, okay. Close that portion and we'll go on to reports, or we'll go on to, do we have reports? No, I guess we go to city, community feedback, or what do we call it? Communications from citizens. So I didn't mean to scare him off, but now he's gone. And so
Scared me off.
I guess we'll close that portion. No, I'll wait for him for a minute. Is anybody, can somebody go get him if he's right outside the door? He's here to talk about chickens, I believe.
Sorry.
Why do you do this? No, Siri, I don't want you. He's here to talk about backyard chickens. So
The guy? Oh, there you go.
that was the gentleman who was sitting up here in the front with his attorney. So we'll give him a moment. Do you want to, anything you want to say, Mr. Vanderpool, about backyard chickens while we're waiting?
We feed the coyotes and the
Mayor,
foxes.
thank you. We provided a comprehensive report in your backup material. As you know, some of these ideas are a little more complicated than they may seem on the surface. I would strongly encourage council to, thoroughly read the report, understand the implications. I do think the idea of including it in the survey is a good idea because there are some other ancillary issues too. Is it just chickens or is it other wildlife, fowl, if you will? So we, have to be very thoughtful about this. I don't think the direction tonight from City Council is clear. There was one council member who requested that an ordinance be developed and bring to City Council, but I don't know that that direction has been solidified.
Okay, let's hear from the resident. We'll move on to communications from citizens. Sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And just to be clear, this is a portion where we can hear from you on any item not on our agenda. We do have a time limit, though. It's about, 4 minutes? 4 minutes.
4 minutes?
You got 4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay? Go ahead.
Okay, sure. My name is Ahar Shalal. I'm one of the residents of Sterling Heights. I've been living in the city of Sterling Heights since year 2000. We built our house here. We love the city of Sterling Heights. And also have a business. It's a hair salon in the city of Sterling Heights. It was one of my hobby to have a backyard chicken since I was in kindergarten, which is I injected the idea in my kids also. They love to have backyard chicken. Why we should have a backyard chicken in the city of Sterling Heights? There's many, many benefits that lots of us, we don't know about. Anyhow, the chicken are, first of all, they very fun, beautiful, scientifically proven they are therapeutic for people who have depression and a lot of other things. Chicken are fully mature chicken. They smart as a child, 7 years old, scientifically proved. Chicken, they have lots of benefit for us. They bring us eggs. They bring fun. They eat all the bugs and the insects around the house, which is keep nature instead of having pesticide and all the harsh chemicals that we put around our houses. The chicken can eat all the bugs and all the insects, and they give us organic eggs. And you feed them. I love chickens also, and ducks or whatever people likes. I have lots of respect for us because they help humanity. And the chickens, they've been with the human being for thousands of years, just like dogs and cats. Just remember, chicken don't kill human, but we love dogs, but dogs have killed the humans. If we allowed to have dogs and cats, I think we should have chickens. Plus also, it's going to help lots of the businesses in the city of Sterling Heights, Meyer, Kroger, and other businesses to bring chicken feed. And the chicken coop also sold in Amazon. Thousands of, like businesses will increase through the chicken coop that we're going to order for them. And I love animals, and I don't like how the animals, how chicken been in the factories on top of each other. I have lots of respect for them. Chickens are beautiful. Don't you get happy when you see beautiful bird in your backyard? Everybody with color. Chicken, they come with so many different colors. There are 130 breeds, and lots of them, and there's different kinds. And they just nothing but benefit to the city of Sterling Heights. Just remember, 85% of the Tri-County cities allowing backyard chicken. I love the city of Sterling Heights, and I love it, and I want to stay in it. I don't want to move to a country to have my hobby. So I think just like the rest of, and especially in this time, we have a pandemic, remember that. Many times my wife, she went to Meyer and Kroger, there was no eggs. In World War I and World War II, the European people lived out of having backyard chicken. Even if you don't have food for them, they live like a bird. They could eat anything, all the insects, all the grass, and they survive. You only have to give them water and take care of them. I love the chicken just like I have a dog. I love my dog, and I love all animals. I think we should have, I asked the city council allowed us change the ordinance to prohibiting backyard chicken. And everybody, it's going to help everybody. You know, everybody, the resident here, they love the city. And, there's so many of us. I don't want to be a smuggler raising backyard chicken without the city permission. I love my city, and I want to do it legally. I'm not a criminal to have backyard chicken. So I ask all the city council to change the ordinance, like as soon as possible, especially in this pandemic time. Thank you all so much for all of you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your presentation and comments. Anyone else? If not, I'll close that portion. We'll go on to reports from city administration. Anything more tonight, Mr. Vanderpool?
Mayor, I just wanted to thank you and the City Council for your invaluable feedback today. We really appreciate it. I also wanted to thank the directors who worked really hard on their presentations. I really appreciate their good work, and thank you once again.
I agree. Mr. Koszubski, anything tonight?
Happily, nothing tonight, Mayor.
Very good. And again, thank you so much to all of the directors, all of the managers, all of the employees who put their time and effort and energy into this. It was a significant ask for the city council to say that we were going to be changing from the way we had done things in the past to really expecting a lot more out of our city administration and city employees, and they really provided it and hit it out of the park. And so I'm thankful for that, and I know on behalf of the residents of Sterling Heights, thankful to have the opportunity. I'm not sure how many watched the entire presentation, but there are going to be parts of this that I think everyone is going to benefit from. So with that, I'll open it up to any reports. And sir, what I'll say about the chicken issue is that it doesn't look like we have consensus right now to bring an ordinance. It's hard to get a new policy like that implemented within a matter of days or weeks. And there are a lot of implications that go along with it. And so I've committed to you to look into it. And I see we've got a report that was provided as part of our presentation today and our backup material. That's a very comprehensive report from the city administration about backyard chickens, the pros and the cons. And so while I understand you're very passionate about it and that it's important to you, we have an obligation to consider the other people in the city who might not want chickens being kept by their neighbors. And there's an expectation when you buy a house in a neighborhood, there is an expectation that, even though a dog in some ways might be more disruptive than a chicken, you could argue, hold on, sir. Unfortunately, we just can't go, we're not going to go back and forth. There's just not that expectation when you buy a house. So that's just one example. And I'm sure you could counter that and I could counter back, or, but that's not what I'm trying to do. All I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of considerations that we have to balance here. And it sounds like we're going to take a very deliberative process here. So I can't tell you that in 2 weeks you're going to be able to have chickens. It doesn't sound like that. The reality is probably going to be more like a year long before we know a resolution on this. So just try to be patient and bear with us. We hear you. We know how you feel. We respect that you're passionate about this. Believe me, I hear from all sorts of animal people. We talked about it earlier, that animal lovers are the most passionate, and I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm saying it's true that you have obviously a very deep love and respect for the chickens that you own or that you used to own, and I don't think that there's any reason to doubt that it's a very important part of your life. It's a very important part of your family, and so I can promise you we're going to take that very seriously, but it's not as easy as just saying, okay, let's do it. So with that, I'll turn it over to any other council members for reports or unfinished business. Anything tonight? Anything left to say? I didn't think so. Okay. Well, again, thank you all very much for attending and participating and for your input. And with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support.
Been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.